He has a super handsome and dense physique. It's like the perfect body. Even your hot friend can't take her eyes off him. I don't think she's making it past today. Besides this guy having a perfect body, he showed the girl something huge that left her impressed and salivating. A giant dungeon crystal weighing around 2 pounds. I know what you were thinking, you dirty-minded prick. The girl is in shock because a crystal of that size and purity can only be obtained in S-rank dungeons or higher. And to this day, only 5 S-rank dungeons have been cleared in the entire country. How could a loser like him have something like that? Oh, are you wondering how a protagonist with such a muscular body is a loser? Then let's go back to the beginning of the story. He was just a crystal scavenger for other hunters in dungeons. In other words, he was trash who lived off everyone else's scraps. That's because he awakened as a 0-star powerless layperson, so he had 0 chance of acquiring any skills. At least he has a hot friend. That's a big deal, and I mean big. This friend also scavenges scraps with him, which is why she was so happy with that giant stone earlier, but a tiny little pebble like that was only worth about 30 bucks. So, for him, it was just another day as a failure. But things changed when a lawyer arrived saying his father had passed away and left him something. The kid barely remembers his dad, just another case of a father who went out to buy cigarettes early on. And what he left for his son was a sort of necklace. His friend, upon seeing it, said it was a return stone, but it could only be used inside dungeons to escape. Is it just me, or is this girl getting prettier and prettier? Even the protagonist is getting awkward. I think it's about time he smashes her, right? Now at home, he was watching TV. The strongest hunter was giving an interview about how his group managed to clear an S-rank dungeon. This guy is rich, handsome, and gay. Meanwhile, the protagonist only has this weird thing left by his father. But when he grips the artifact tightly, his hand begins to glow. It glows so bright, he starts to panic. Then, he's teleported to another world, and the system welcomes him. He awakened his mana, which was now circulating through his body. But until then, he was just talentless trash. Suddenly, the system announces that he has achieved the impossible. That's because he entered Hell difficulty while having the lowest level of everyone. Because of that, he earned the title SSS rank Good Luck. As compensation for his low level, the effects were boosted. He also took first place in the Hell difficulty ranking, earning the title Hell's Strongest. He is now the final survivor. Without understanding a thing, he started calling out for someone. I think he's already going crazy, but he was soon distracted by a giant dungeon crystal. However, he didn't know that something was about to get him. Quickly, he started spitting ketchup. He was poisoned and paralyzed. His stamina was being consumed bit by bit. The system recognized it as an enemy attack. And so, he died for the first time after 4 minutes in this world to Fine Dust Level 1.
Oh no.
Not understanding, the protagonist questions whether this could be a dream. He is informed that the mission has begun and that he must survive until sunrise. Fearful, he gets up, runs, and says that this situation is horrible. Desperate, Hyunwoo says he doesn't know who is making him go through this, but he promises revenge on the person responsible. The screen appears and says he died after only 5 minutes of survival. Kneeling, Kang apologizes and begs God. Again, they inform him that he died, this time surviving for 11 minutes. They inform him that the young man's resistance to poison has increased, as well as his resistance to paralysis. Plan 2 would be to rid himself of the fine dust by inhaling. Once again, the young man dies. After the 14th death, the young man reflects that the time he survived the longest was when he was just breathing. He tries to remember what that kind of thing was called and if they were breathing techniques. Concentrated, Hyunwoo recalls when he learned he needed to keep his breath lower in his lungs. As a child, the boy had access to these techniques. The man who was teaching says that among all the children he saw, the young man was by far the one with the most potential. Thinking about this, he sits on the ground and tries to concentrate. Once again, he dies, but this time, he survived for 1 hour and 41 minutes. After the 28th death, the protagonist feels strange and says his body is lighter. He questions whether his level has increased, but the screen states that the poison has reached a critical point in his body. They assert that he learned the ability for poisonous blood and that because of this, he will no longer suffer damage from poison. Startled, the young man asks what just happened. Hyunwoo wonders if he gained resistance by breathing fine dust and that this caused him to have poisonous blood. The young man finds it absurd. Observing the area, he notices there are crystal mosses scattered everywhere, and he says he wishes all of those were real. As if by magic, the screen states that the boy's inventory has been enabled. Reading the instructions, he realizes that those stones on the path were indeed crystal moss. Then he realizes he can do all kinds of things at that moment. Still a bit confused, Kang wonders what the sound he has been hearing for a while is and that it seems somewhat familiar. The noise increases and causes Hyunwoo to panic and run away desperately while being followed by a cloud of mosquitoes. As he tries to shake off the insects, they inform him that the boy's abilities have increased in contrast to his level. Suddenly, many mosquitoes enter the boy's mouth as he screams in desperation. The screen informs that the young man died and that his survival was 6 hours and 18 minutes. They inform that he poisoned and killed over 100 monsters at once. Seeking answers, Kang asks if those mosquitoes died from sucking his blood, which is now poisonous. but they assert that he contracted an abnormal state and will begin to lose health constantly. Hyunmoo panics, saying he just came back from death and that this is nonsense. The screen keeps notifying that bacteria have accumulated inside the boy's body and that his health has dropped below 10%. Tired, the young man says the system seems to be having fun on its own. He comes across the ability to dismantle and doesn't understand when he got that, but he reflects that although it is just a normal ability, it served him very well. Sitting on the ground, he observes the environment and notices a mosquito that is quite large. The boy grabs a chair in his hands and says he should test his new ability. After giving the command to dismantle, the chair is separated into several pieces and parts. He thinks that if he gained the ability to dismantle, it means he can obtain a skill by doing something like that. The screen states that he learned the creation ability. Kang celebrates and says he understands how things work. The young man thinks he obtained rare abilities and that he planned to do that later, but will do it at that moment. Hyunmoo decides to go make a shelter. With power in hand, the boy thinks he doesn't know how long he can stay trapped in that place, and that he also doesn't know what kinds of opponents he might encounter there. Therefore, if he survives longer, he will need to create some kind of safe space to remain. Kang thinks he should use all the crystal moss he has to create the shelter. Looking at the ground, he notices there is a newspaper there and wonders what is written. Then the screen appears and says that the boy has obtained language, a common power. The boy enjoys thinking that there are all kinds of abilities. He starts reading the newspaper and suddenly comes across the name Jitae Lee. This information makes the boy question whether there is a connection between the place he is in and where he was before. Still holding the newspaper, he observes the place carefully and thinks that where he was before ended up in ruins. Pensive, Hyunmoo states that even though he knows this, there is nothing he can do to change it at that moment. Without thinking twice, he says he will do his best and starts dismantling the mosquitoes. Later, Kang says he is tired of dismantling things. He notices that many items have appeared and wonders what he can do with them. Suddenly, a dart appears, leaving Hyunmoo confused. Carefully observing, the man says it looks like a consumable item and seems easy to obtain. Before taking any action, he knows he needs to do some research on that object. Looking again at everything he has obtained, Kang questions whether these are all the materials he possesses. Upon activating production, it explains that he successfully produced a legendary unknown egg. Observing the created egg, Hyunmoo is surprised by the size of the object. The system warns that the egg needs to be observed to discover what is inside and that there is a 50% chance of it being alive or dead. Kang puts the egg inside his shirt, closes his eyes, and becomes thoughtful. Suddenly, a noise catches the boy's attention, and he wonders what it could be. Then he notices the presence of a goblin. Startled, Kang questions why that creature is there. Before he could take any action, the young man realizes that the monster has noticed his presence. Looking at a staircase, the boy knows that is his only way out. But the goblin continues to chase the young man, leaving him anxious. Desperate, he accesses his inventory and tries to fend off the monster with a piece of wood. The two engage in hand-to-hand combat. Kang realizes that the creature is quite fast. The goblin verbalizes something, startling the protagonist, who notices that the monster is speaking. Again, he accesses the inventory and grabs some darts. Without thinking twice, he throws them at the opponent, but it doesn't cause much damage to the monster, just some bubbles on its arm. The goblin then grabs an axe and cuts its own arm. Confused, Kang questions whether the man's arm ended up that way because his blood was on the dart. While thinking, he realizes that the monster has disappeared. Out of nowhere, he notices the opponent's presence coming from the ceiling of the place. Before he could escape, he falls to the ground, and the adversary steps on his back. But he gives up on killing him and walks away, saying that there are still some humans left. They inform that the resistance has fallen below 10% and that the boy will be resurrected according to the advantages of the title The Last. Kang says that goblins are cursed and promises to get back at them. Still lying on the ground, they announce that the mission is complete. Tired, Hyunmoo reflects on what happened and how he feels. The system informs that the young man has completed the mission first night in hell, and the boy celebrates that he succeeded. With that, he receives the silver box as a reward, but is told that it will be upgraded to a gold box. They also inform that the return stone can be used until the start of the next mission. Additionally, the time for the next mission will be 14 days. Hyunmoo celebrates that he will finally be able to return to his world. Upon opening his eyes, he is surprised by the place where the protagonist is and is astonished. Laughing, Kang realizes that he has indeed returned. Shouting, he celebrates that he has returned to his world. Then he grabs the stone he is using as a necklace. He breaks the string and curses his father for leaving such a thing for him. Before he could throw the object far away, he remembers the abilities gained in hell. A person approaches and observes the boy lying on the ground. It is Yu Min, who calls for her friend. A bit worried, she runs in his direction and states that her friend cannot stay there like that. Startled, the young woman asserts that if things go wrong, the boy could end up suffering from mana poisoning. Yu shouts that Hyunmoo must leave that place before the poisoning. While listening to what the girl says, the boy tries to talk to her. The young woman says she has a mana contamination remover. She hands it to her friend and insists he must use it as a precaution while he says it's all right. Completely irritated, Yumin shouts that the boy isn't taking this seriously and that he won't be able to regret it after he's dead. After being convinced to use it, Hyunwoo takes a shower, and upon exiting, he questions the date, being told it's September 11th. The information leaves the protagonist a bit confused. Noticing, Yu asks if something happened and says she worked alone for 2 days since she couldn't contact her friend. Kang wonders if he was out for just 2 days, as it felt like he had been absent for years. While thinking, the girl feels embarrassed and asks her friend to control himself. Yumin states she will buy whatever the boy needs. After all, he can't stay like that, and he questions her about his other clothes. Pointing to a trash bag, she asserts that there's no way he can wear them since they are contaminated and torn. The young woman leaves the room and asks her colleague to wait quietly. As soon as the woman leaves the room, the boy realizes the system has been activated. A bit confused, he wonders what that is. They explain that it's the gold box he received as a reward for the mission. The system states that the quality of the rewards will increase due to the effect of the title Good Luck Ranksys. Additionally, the protagonist gained the legendary skill of Battle Assistant. The fact that it's a legendary skill catches Hyunwoo's attention. He asserts that he is sure there are only 7 people in the world with a special skill, and that this means that since he gained the skill, he has become the 8th bearer of the legendary skill. Still a bit confused, the boy questions what a Battle Assistant is and if it will help him. Soon, Yumin returns with some clothes, but she looks a bit startled by what she sees. She asks what her friend is doing, and he is at a loss for words. Embarrassed, the young woman states she will pretend she didn't see what was happening. Later, the woman says the right thing to do would be to take the boy to the hospital, but he seemed healthy, so she took him to her home. Yu questions if the young man has any powers and why he is working as a collector. Responding, Kang says he hasn't had his power for long. He asks his friend about the research she mentioned doing earlier, and asks her to take a look at something for him. Curious, Yu asks what that object is. Hyunwoo shows the crystal moss he picked up and says he isn't sure how much it's worth. The young woman is in shock at what she sees in front of her. There is a kilo of crystal moss in the protagonist's hand. He asserts that since his friend is in the middle of research on the subject, she should know more than he does. But Yu says no way and that it's impossible while she is perplexed by the crystal. The young woman asks where her friend got that, and says it's not easy to find crystal moss that pure, defining the stone as something 5 stars. Hyunwoo questions if his friend said she was a collector because of the research. Stammering, the girl responds yes. Then the young man clarifies that he has no intention of giving the stone to his friend, but that in exchange, he will tell her how she could get his crystal moss. Kang asks Yu for help selling the precious item. Min says that's ridiculous, and with that purity and size, the boy would need more documents. She says if the stone were smaller, it would be easier to sell, but that's not the problem. Before she could finish, Hyunwoo breaks the stone into 2 pieces. Irritated, the girl starts to hit the boy, but he asks for calm and claims to have another crystal moss, even bigger. Upon hearing this, Yu's eyes fill with tears. With a trembling voice, she asks if her friend really has more, and he confirms, asking again for help selling the moss. After her confirmation, he states he has 2 conditions, that no one knows where it came from and that he is the one selling it. She agrees and says it's better than seeing the crystals being broken in half. Yu continues explaining that they have a purity that can only be obtained in the first dungeon, and she is incredulous that the precious crystals are crushed in her hands. Hyunwoo says he will decide what to do later depending on how well his friend sells the precious product. Then he gets up, takes the clothes from the trash bag, and says he is leaving. But the friend invites him to sleep at her house. The next day, the 2 wake up, and Yu states he is going to the meeting point he arranged with the buyer. A week later, the 2 young people appear together, and the blonde girl says her friend doesn't need to go with her, but he insists he will only go in case something happens. However, Yu says it's not as dangerous a trade as he thinks. The protagonist thinks that although he is asking her to do that, many people are about to lose everything in society. They both continue on their way in search of the next client for the moss. They spot the buyer, and Hyunwoo says it's a good thing he didn't go alone to the location. Yu approaches and says he came with his partner that day. Kang realizes he had focused on the wrong man. The seller introduces himself as Park Hwaiso and shakes hands with Kan Hyunwoo. Just from the handshake, the protagonist already knows the client is quite strong, and that in the case of an attack, he wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent. The sign warns that the boy's abilities have increased. After examining the moss, the man asks if he needs to deposit the money into the same account as always, and the girl agrees. He leaves the location and says he hopes to meet Kang again. This leaves the protagonist quite confused. Yu says that's strange. After all, the man never greeted her like that. Hyunwoo wonders if the man is acting differently than usual, and if he could have discovered who unearthed the mosses. Laughing, Yu asks if his friend thought they would be robbed by the buyer. She asks him not to be so downcast since this type of negotiation also happens. Thoughtfully, she asks her friend to share what other thoughts he has, and questions how he feels seeing $1 million entering his account. Far from there, they ask if the negotiation was successful, and Park Hwaiso says yes, that he obtained all the products available in the market. The man says that if all the mosses are combined, they will be quite large. The other person talking asks how all those mosses ended up randomly in the market. Observing the piece, the boy asks Park what he thinks, and he states that besides having a crystal moss with a purity level only found in a 5-star dungeon, the young man seems like a strong hunter. Still in the conversation, they say the boy can remain hidden if he can explore the 5-star dungeons, and that the protagonist might be from a clan in a foreign country, but there's no reason for him to be interested in Korea. They ask what the person who negotiated the mosses is like and if anyone went with her, but they affirm that with that amount of goods, a great feat was accomplished. Park questions how strong a person needs to be to collect that amount of crystal moss in a 5-star dungeon, concluding that Hyumu should have at least the level of captain. He asks for help to investigate the boy and the assistant Yumin. Huiso says to leave that to him. It is revealed that the boy talking to Park is Captain Lee Jide. A few days pass, and the protagonist is training again in hell. On the 150th push-up, he drops from the bar. Hyumu says that if he weren't in hell, he would have done another 1,000, and that lifting a little already makes him tired. Lying on the ground, he wonders how long he has been there since returning to hell. They notify him that the next mission will start in 18 hours. Looking at the necklace, Hyumu thinks that after going back and forth a few times, he is understanding better how it works. Reflectively, the protagonist thinks that the time spent living in hell will also pass in the real world, and that the remaining time of the mission will correspond to the time in the real world. Kang thinks the only problem is that his location always changes every time he returns from hell. He says he understands everything else, but that this is very complicated. Irritated, Hyumu asks why his location always changes. The boy falls to the ground and keeps murmuring that he doesn't understand. Again, the system appears and explains that the battle assistant optimizes accuracy by recording and controlling the movements of the skill user. Thoughtfully, Kang thinks that in a game, the assistant is like an illegal cheat or hack, and that getting a cheat like this means he cannot survive in hell without something like it. The battle skill has been activated. While training by throwing punches, Hyumu notices something strange in the environment. He says it seems like he is gradually aiming at a single point. The boy tries to strike again but feels frustrated. Questioning himself, Kang asks if they remembered all his moves and altered them and what the assistant means. He finds the situation incredible. A new mission begins, this time called Friend of a Beginner. In doubt, Hyunmu thinks about what the word beginner means. Kang says he is already at level 7 and shouldn't be receiving a beginner mission. He thinks about what was said about scarecrows and claims he hasn't seen any in the area. Knowing he needs to level up, he decides to start moving. The boy walks through hell, exploring until he sees a staircase. A bit scared, Hyumu says it feels like he's in a horror movie. Some scarecrows appear and stand face to face with the young man. Curious, he doesn't understand what those things are. Then he realizes they are the beginner-level scarecrows. Hyumu asks them to at least make the scarecrows look cool. Observing, he notices there are no levels on the opponents, and concludes that they shouldn't suddenly gain experience. Not knowing what the opponents are, the young man thinks it won't hurt to throw the dart. He prepares to throw the object. After throwing, he hides behind a piece of wood, but the opponents don't move, leaving the boy in doubt if they are really just scarecrows. Due to the little action from the monsters, the boy believes the mission will be easy. When trying to punch, Kang is surprised. He says he is sure he hit the opponent with all his power, but it doesn't seem like he hit anything. Suddenly, the scarecrow's eyes turn red, and they claim to have completed the opponent's recognition and started sparring. Frightened, Kang realizes the opponents adjust to match his level, and asks them to talk about the monsters before the battle. But thanks God that the opponents are slower than the goblins. Thoughtful, Hyumu reflects that being level 7 inches, the real world is like being treated as a bodyguard or soldier with at least 5 years of experience. However, in hell, he is treated merely as a beginner. Irritated, he threatens the scarecrows and is informed that the battle assistant skill has been activated. In that situation, the protagonist would have to take down all those robots. Nervous, he prepares for the first attack. Suddenly, one of his opponents tries to approach with a punch. Noticing the danger, Kang Hyunmu pays attention to that movement and manages to dodge easily. Seeing a good opportunity, he counterattacks, hitting his enemy. However, he is captured by a robot trying to put him in a chokehold. With an elbow strike, he hits his opponent squarely, but he can't break free from the robot. In a quick motion, he turns his body and strikes the android's head. The metal begins to show defects as it gets dented. Confused, Kang Hyunmu wonders if the attack had worked as expected. At that moment, the robot recognizes the opponent and initiates level 2 sparring. While he remains distracted, the other enemies try to reach him. One of them manages to grab his hair with tremendous force. Another targets his arms, limiting the boy's movements. His legs are also the target of the effective attack. At that moment, he finds himself completely immobilized from any movement. Desperate, he asks the robots to let him go while noticing the opponent's approach. A punch lands on his face, causing immediate, intense pain. The protagonist couldn't believe the situation he was in and would have to find a way to defend himself. Suddenly, his physical strength, along with resistance to bleeding and pain, begins to increase. The boy continues to take hits from the androids that seem to never end. Shortly after, his resistance drops below 10%, and he would be resurrected according to the advantages of the title The Strongest in Hell. Injured and with severe wounds, he tries to recover. However, he realizes it is already too late. His body was practically exhausted from so many attacks. Unable to land a single blow, he begins to doubt his strength and reflect on the possibility of fleeing. Even weak and unsteady, he gets up from the ground. Noticing that the opponents were using martial arts, he begins to release his energy. He wanted to use something effective to combat those enemies once and for all. Soon after, the energized baton appears in front of him. That hideous wood was strengthened, having a high attack power but not very durable. Running, he was determined to end that fight using his wooden baton. His eyes convey rage and determination to defeat any enemy. The robots were in combat position, ready for the threat. With a strike, he hits one of the opponents with all his strength. The result was a completely destroyed arm. Kang Hyumu watches closely the damage caused. Upon being hit, the robot performs the opponent's recognition. In the blink of an eye, some kind of unknown weapon begins to emerge from the robot's body. Nervous, the protagonist who was in a tight spot. Soon after, all the opponents had powerful weapons in their hands, and all were aimed at a single person, Kang Hyumu. With a total survival duration of 5 days, the hero is defeated. Breathless and determined, he clenched his fists, ready to fight despite the evident fatigue. The brutal blow from the android came down with fury, and the young man barely had time to react. With a fierce shout, he channeled all his strength into a devastating and precise punch. Tying the robots to the wall might be a low blow, but there was no other way to defend himself. With the battle assistant functioning, he could end this in a one-on-one. Suddenly, he begins to release all the energy within his body. The environment transforms completely, with a fully illuminated atmosphere. The next step would be to break the enemy's core. As he approached the robot, the opponent's recognition was complete. The warning indicated that level 3 sparring had just begun. On top of the android, he delivered intense blows. As his opponent grew stronger, so did he. Tired, he seems to have lost count of how many times the mission failed. In the last one, he was attacked from behind and died at the hands of the robot. Once again, a precise kick hit his head, causing him to end up dead. Even a ring-style fighting move ended his life. Countless times in a row, he failed the same mission and ended up dead. The young man was already extremely irritated with that martial arts display that was destroying his body. He believed the robot knew numerous martial arts moves since it didn't repeat many of them. Suddenly, his opponent positions both feet on the ground and waits for the continuation of the fight. The two look at each other with determination, thinking about their next moves. Kang Hyumu never thought he would die in a mano-a-mano fight, so he was confident about his victory. With a leap, he approaches the android, but his punch is deftly deflected, with no tricks or gimmicks. Confused, he now finds himself in front of his opponent. He plants one foot on the ground to try to find some kind of balance. With a kick, he attempts to hit the robot's head. At that moment, the opponent's recognition was complete, initiating level 4 sparring. Happy, the protagonist realizes he has finally reached level 4. But before he could celebrate, his eyes are struck by the robot's metal fingers. As he opens his mouth to bite the boy, he screams in complete despair. His leg receives a crushing bite that is painful. Kang Hyumu is terrified, watching that absurdity. The robot had completely destroyed his leg. In complete anguish, the young man begins to compare all that metal to a dog before dying again. At the end of his 9th attempt, Kang Hyumu realized 3 facts. First, the combat level ends at level 4, and so the patterns no longer vary or undergo changes. While fighting the robots, he was drawing new conclusions. Even tired and with sweat dripping down his face, he did not give up on any attempt. Second, the scarecrows have a fixed movement pattern. If there is any quirk, it will stop to correct its movement. By realizing these facts, he managed to defeat some of them along the way. His will to win was enormous, and fatigue did not hinder him. Lastly, there was no need to destroy them, since upon receiving a certain amount of damage, they would stop moving. In the end, there was no need to destroy them completely. The results that Hyumu achieved after realizing those 3 facts were enormous. Soon after, he managed to complete the sparring several times. In each fight, he acquired more skills and combat powers. The hero was determined to learn everything he could. Even knowing there was no need, he ended up destroying one of the scarecrows. If he kept destroying all of them, eventually that fight would stop. With all his energy, he launched intense blows against his enemies. At that moment, the warning showed again that he had completed the sparring. And shortly after, the beginner's friend mission was finally completed. Kang Hyumu's face showed fatigue and happiness for reaching that situation. All the scarecrows were down on the ground, with no chance of getting up. Seeing that scene was truly something very satisfying for him. However, being extremely tired, he fell to the ground to catch his breath. The protagonist wanted to fight against things that were at the same level as him, so he didn't even believe in the name of that mission. To him, it had no relation to being a beginner, being almost at the level of a teacher. It was more like they were beating their fighting techniques directly into the boy. Changing the subject, he decided to take a look at the rewards received. The quality of your rewards would increase due to the effect of the title Good Luck Rank SSS. Without understanding anything, he receives a wrapping cloth in his hands. That was the legendary Celestial Cradle, a cloth item that accelerates growth and fully restores any bodily damage. Happy and disappointed at the same time, the young man has no idea how to use that item. He starts to wonder if wrapping the cloth around his head would make him smarter. Unsure, he simply places the cloth around his head, but nothing happens. Embarrassed, he is thankful there are no spectators in the same environment. In the end, he believed the cloth wouldn't be of much use since the boy died and came back to life in perfect condition. Being a legendary item, he decides to sell the cloth and keep the money for himself. Looking in the system, he notices the egg acquired when he was dismantling the mosquitoes. Remembering the growth of the cloth, he wonders if it could work with that other item. Apparently, his new idea does not have the desired effect on the egg. Kang Hyun-mo assumes that the best course of action would be to sell the useless items. Suddenly, the egg begins to transform completely. Pieces fly everywhere, leaving the young man suspicious. Calmly, the eggshell starts to crack, but Kang Hyun-mo seems worried about encountering a cannibal monster hatchling. As he is dying of fear, the egg keeps breaking more and more. Suddenly, a bright light hits the protagonist's face. The energy is so powerful that it causes the egg to shatter into 1,000 pieces. From inside the egg comes a small and peculiar creature. A charming fairy was sleeping peacefully in a deep slumber. Confused, that was not exactly what the hero was expecting. Shortly after, her eyes begin to open slowly. The little fairy just came to life as soon as that egg hatched. Confused, the protagonist starts analyzing the strange creature in front of him. With his finger, he tries to poke her while affirming that the fairy was smaller than he imagined. But the creature is quicker and bites his finger with her tiny teeth. At that moment, the protagonist realizes that it is a cannibal monster. To him, that reward was worthless. Meanwhile, he hears the fairy's whimpers, which seemed hungry. With a sad look, she laments the fact that she is hungry. Watching that scene, the hero knew he had to help her. He takes a candy from his pocket and hands it to the fairy, but she immediately refuses without a second thought. Suddenly, the creature points at the protagonist, who looks extremely confused. Apparently, the fairy was interested in him. In the end, it really was a cannibal monster. Trying to find a way to satisfy her hunger, he offers a bit of his blood. The fairy would control the bleeding as soon as her hunger was satisfied. To the boy, that whole scene was extremely disgusting, but he couldn't complain since he got the egg by demonstrating the mosquitoes. Besides, that fairy looked like a mosquito, possibly a mosquito fairy. Happy, the creature claims that it was a very satisfying meal but was eager for dessert. Irritated, Kang Hyun-mo can't believe the audacity of that monster. Retracting her words, she thanks him for the meal from her butler. Releasing the little one, he questions her name. However, the fairy starts to strain her memory as much as she can. Suddenly, she realizes she can't remember her own name. Even so, she knew she was not any kind of mosquito fairy and firmly denied it. Shortly after, she manages to remember what she is called. She was the fairy that was supposedly to appear at the end of times with the goal of eating all living things when the world ended. Confused, the protagonist doesn't understand her dark intentions behind such a delicate creature. At that moment, his only thought was whether or not to kill the fairy. Embarrassed, the little flying creature says she promised to eat all living things when the world ended. While observing, the protagonist doesn't believe she could eat everything. Upon reflection, he thinks that his blood is poisonous, so potent that it would melt a goblin's hands. Even after ingesting his blood, the creature appeared to be perfectly fine. Touching her, he becomes curious to know what her abilities or level are. After a while, he realizes he could get rid of her by domesticating her and using her as a pet. Confused, he tries to understand the intentions of that creature. From that moment on, he would call her Renian, and the chosen name pleases her. In the fairy language, it sounded similar to an agent of the apocalypse. The protagonist is left speechless after hearing that. In the end, he asks her to make just one promise. He demands that she never eat a human, and if she were very close to dying of hunger, she should eat someone else who wasn't him. In exchange, he would give a little more blood. While the fairy celebrates the new meal, he thinks it would be good if her diet were a bit unbalanced. The two observe something beside them. It was something like a glorious battlefield of the victors. Reflecting a bit, the young man watches the scene attentively. He notes that one of them is split in half, causing strangeness and concern. He can't believe he could have done that so brutally. The system opens before him, showing an alarming and intriguing notice. The brave energy has been added to the battle assistant. I can see those words. He thinks about the additional trait. Lifting one of the robots, he tries to balance it. He decided to stop thinking and put everything into practice immediately without hesitation. Quickly, he decided to test his new ability with renewed confidence. With a powerful punch, he strikes the dummy, feeling the force vibrate. I was impressed with the size of my current and undeniable strength. Even Renian was amazed by the powers I displayed. Determined to try as well, she begins to beat the robot with determination. At that moment, they hear a warning about opponent recognition. Suddenly, all the fallen robots on the ground begin to rise. Prepared for battle, the protagonist already positions himself in place. With one step after another, they start walking in his direction. He was identified as a superhuman, and the lock was deactivated. Not understanding what was happening, he just observed around him. He didn't understand what it meant to be superhuman. Pointing to his left, the robot shows him something. The young man begins to carefully remove the junk one by one. Renian smells a very fragrant scent that intrigues her deeply. With curiosity and attention, she points in the direction from which the aroma was coming. Removing a table from the front, he finds a human skeleton. To the fairy, the smell was very pleasant. Picking up its bones, she begins to gnaw on them, screaming. Her boss said she couldn't eat dead people either. Noticing her hand, she sees the presence of a letter. Upon opening it, she starts to read everything that was written in it. The writing stated that 3 years had passed since the nightmare level, and the children born in the toxic air had died. The users of abilities also couldn't withstand it and began to die. Hope continues to dwindle, and humanity was heading towards extinction. Immediately, the protagonist doesn't take those words very seriously. According to that letter and the message he saw when he entered that place, it was about the future of the world he had seen. The letter mentioned the death of Father Johan and Professor Park Hyosok. However, it was not signed, so he couldn't know who wrote it. Upon finding a returned stone, the fairy asks if she could eat. The protagonist begins to reflect on the potential of the skeleton. He asks Renian to hand over that object. Upon touching the stone, a light begins to fill the entire space. Desperate, they don't understand what was happening. His hand was stuck to that stone. Unable to let go, the young man remained with his hand frozen, until the stone shattered into several pieces. Desperate, the boy began to feel an intense pain. Looking at the palm of his hand, he noticed something truly strange and disturbing. In an inexplicable way, the design of the stone had been transferred to his skin. A warning shows that the stars were watching him. Suddenly, everything begins to change around. Saying goodbye to the friend he called Butler, Renian leaves, asking him to survive and return on his own, while he, gripped by a supernatural force, becomes increasingly desperate. Suddenly, he finds himself in the middle of the universe. Extensive stars surround him. Confused, he doesn't understand anything that was happening. Walking through space, he tries to call for the fairy. Another warning shows that the advanced star Beryl recognized the absorption of the star fragment. Beryl was disappointed with the values he had defended until then, so he took the fragment and decided to leave in search of answers. Now scared, he begins to joke about the possibility of dying. He couldn't believe his star could be disappointed in him. Suddenly, a warning shows that the lock has been opened. The owners of the stars are beings who have absolute dominion over their own territory somewhere in space. These beings place their absolute power in fragments and lend them. They do this in the hope that their kin will use this power to become rulers and expand their territories. The user Kang Hyumu is in possession of one of those fragments, thus they wish to see one of their kin. His eyes widen as he connects all the dots. The stone found by Renian was not a stone of return, but one of the fragments of stars. Listening to a strange sound, he pays more attention to his surroundings. Looking up, he sees something with an intense bright light. The colors begin to interlace and all approach the protagonist. The star whispers, Monstrial is in search of its charm that will deceive everyone. The conquering star Arden is offering him command of an army of fire and steel. The hungry star Yogulam is telling him to follow it in the search for the snake that completely swallowed the previous world. The brittle star Gaulas is offering a world behind a screen for him to govern. The green lamenting star is predicting his dominion over all things that have passed. Those beings were waiting to invest in the boy after seeing his abilities. Thus, he should choose a star to proceed. Furious, he says it is necessary to know at least some things about the stars before choosing. The brittle star Gaulas is an absolute ruler who laughs behind a plot he planned, acting secretly in the shadows. The green lamenting star is the father of all pain and melancholy, commanding an army of the dead and watching despair. The hungry star Yogulame is a snake of greed and desire that wishes to swallow everything in this world. The whispering star Monstrial is the one that instigates in the light and deceives in the dark, able to fool any powerful being. The conquering star Arden is a loser who advances with fire and kills his enemies with steel, burning the world with hatred. Noticing a certain resemblance, he asks if they all had some personality disorder. According to the system, the stars are interested in those who are similar to them. The boy does not believe he could resemble those beings. He did not think he possessed the nature of a conspirator with a personality disorder and being a greedy one seeking attention. Furious, he does not believe he fell from hell for being a bad guy. Thus, he thinks he could be compared to trash. Knowing he was not exactly a just person, he declares he did not live as a burden. Perhaps the protagonist had failed for not knowing some things. Even so, he considered himself better than those guys. Curiously, he asks what would change if he chose one of the stars. Understanding his request, the brittle star opens near him, showing the protagonist's future. Shocked by the power of the stars, his expression changes completely. Now he should choose a star to follow. Distrustful due to all his suffering, he was not sure if he would receive something good. He questions whether he would have to pay some price, and the answer to his question would be to serve and follow that being. The stars support their kin, and their kin serve as representatives for the stars. Choosing a star is a rare opportunity. As he received their recognition and continued to succeed, the young man's growth would become faster. Taking time to make his choice, the stars claim to be displeased with such arrogance. Thinking alone, he reflects if he should have been careful with his words. He knows that power without a price is good, but still had his reservations. Those stars came to him for some reason. He saw them for the first time that day, and they already wanted him to make a choice for his whole life, even without having someone to trust. After those words, the conquering star Arden lost interest in him. Not caring about that, the protagonist states he could leave. In the end, the stars said they would give him time to think. Happy, he thanks them for their concern. Suddenly, the young man returns to the place where he was before, dazed. However, a star shines intensely beside him, intriguing and mysterious. Not understanding its intentions, he feels a growing worry in his heart. Monstrel begins to send some shocks to the boy, who complains of pain. In the end, she leaves with the others. The system shows that the Whispering Star Monstrel awakened a part of the abilities. The legendary ability of domination was acquired. Upon reading that, the boy realizes it is a great bribe. He found everything very strange since the beings had the ability to distribute legendary abilities, but they were not able to block the infernal difficulty. In other words, more people should have awakened their attention. Kang Hyunmoo reflects on the existence of a scale that ability users could not block. Looking at his hand, he reflects that those stars could have created hell. Determined, he decides he would discover more about those beings. When he returned to reality, 3 days had passed. In hell, all one needs is strength. In reality, there are many problems beyond that. For example, knowing exactly where you should return, as well as avoiding the bad looks of those who do not know you while you go back home. Our protagonist reflected while he was at home wanting to buy his own. Min is left confused, asking the reason for such a sudden attitude. Haeun keeps saying he wants a simple house with huge walls and a hospital wing to sterilize himself, with the woman saying that's not how it works. He is surprised by this reaction and asks if there aren't any houses like that in that place. And he is answered with the harsh reality. Houses like that did exist, but he seemed like just another poor guy who wouldn't have those means. He is completely shaken by these words and is consoled by the woman saying she didn't mean to imply he couldn't buy one if he wanted to. A little later, the protagonist is reflecting that she is right, but first he should find a house that he likes. However, adding that people would look at him strangely if he suddenly bought a house. Currently, he should focus on gathering a large amount of money, trying to get stronger, and increasing his ranking. As for the stars, he is thinking a lot about that and why he should only take one. They all seem quite strong. So what was the reason for the obligation to choose just one? He wants everything they are offering him. It doesn't matter if the world ends. After all, if he is strong in the end, he will stand with the world beneath his feet. Our boy was flying in his thoughts until Min shouted at him, bringing him back to reality, telling him to eat the food at once. They start watching television and see the news, which is about the Baekdu dungeon. The news continues, saying that the Baekdu barrier could bring long-term peace to the Korean peninsula. Those watching begin to comment on the old collapse and the lack of attention this kind of thing is receiving nowadays. Our hero asks what event this was, calling it a flood. We are presented with the explanation. Flood would be when the monsters from a dungeon break free from containment, including 5-star monsters. To defeat them, weapons imbued with mana are necessary. It's a shot in the dark to try to invade a place like that. If Jitae Lee's team succeeds, it might lead to something. After all the clans agree that defeating the North is impossible. Our protagonist asks if they succeeded, as he can't remember. The news continues while our boy shovels instant noodles into his mouth. There will be a test over 3 days to select a talent. This test will be as extensive as possible since it will choose a group capable of entering Baekdu, so they are gathering large-scale talents. This catches our boy's attention, and he immediately turns off the television to start focusing. But this seems to have annoyed Min. In reality, she was just angry because he was always stopping eating to chat, which makes him apologize, embarrassed. In another location at the registration area for the test, we can see that the place is crowded. Our hero is super annoyed by the many people present, causing a commotion with a random guy shouting at him in the background. Hyun looks back, furious, yelling at the man who was bothering him. The man makes up an excuse, saying he wasn't talking to him but to someone else. The random guy continues asking if this would be the protagonist's first time. The boy responds in silence and reflection. Our hero starts to remember when he was little, he was classified during the orphanage, strangely being the only one to go through that. Our boy answers the man, saying yes, it was his first time. The man replies that this was obvious. You can see from afar that he is a newbie. But he also adds that since the evaluators don't filter who is new and who isn't, the line is pure chaos. Hyun asks if the hunters are simply all mixed together. The random guy confirms that since the clan is recruiting, it would be something like that. The boy asks him if he was there for the same purpose. The man says no, he just wanted to renew his registration, adding that they only recognize his level now, so when it was reviewed, if approved, he could charge higher prices. Our protagonist reflects on how everyone is classified by level, adding that not even weapons can stand up against users with weapons, but it's normal to become obsessed with that. It's quite easy to control people using this method. If he did anything out of the ordinary, he would be caught. And since this is the case, he will finish the competition so quickly that no one will notice. During the first stage, we have an explanation of how everything works. There are 3 different tests: identity, status, and skill. The registrar looks at the protagonist's identity, feeling somewhat confused. All of this is a big bureaucracy. If you fail the first stage, for example, it will become a big problem. The status test is done with a blood sample that will be analyzed in a laboratory. The most important next step after the status test would be the skills test. This test is simply a combat competency test. We are introduced to this system while we see Random celebrating his score of 140. The normal level for a man hovers around 100, some are above, some are below that. But despite all this, getting a high score doesn't mean much. Most don't care about numbers. Our boy thinks about this as his turn approaches. To start, he should place his hand on a device and hold a sphere inside it. He searches for what sphere it is until he finds one deep inside. He squeezes it, and we can hear a loud noise of something breaking. The scientists are shocked, and the boy is scared, with everyone looking at each other, not understanding anything, and feeling a bit awkward. Hyun quickly pulls his arm out of the device, startled by the noise, while the scientist is astonished by the numbers displayed. The evaluators cannot comprehend how the device broke if it was just a machine to measure skill levels. They try to think about what someone's level would have to be to do this, concluding that the device must have been defective. The boy is very worried about having broken the machine, but the evaluator comments that this is normal. He just needs to try again. They start fixing the machine while the protagonist wonders in thought if he should hold back his own strength. This time, he plans not to hold back too hard. Maybe this way, he can prevent the machine from breaking again with his strength. We can hear a beep and conversations in the background with the evaluators, not understanding why the machine didn't work and wanting to test again. In the end, our hero passes the test, leaving the evaluation as pending. After that, the divisions begin, those with higher defense to one side, those with higher attack to the other side. If you're unsure or have some kind of buff, you should go to the far left side. Hyun hears these instructions and feels confused, not knowing if he needs confirmation or not since his evaluation is pending. He remembers how he ended up there. His access was granted with the staff thinking his companions were just being lazy, and she subsequently asks if his skills were difficult to measure. Our boy replies that he isn't sure but thinks that was indeed the case, while we can see that in the test, he somehow modified the machine. The interviewer tells him that she can pass him, but will give him a pamphlet to follow. She adds that this current test will be different from the previous one, as it will now be guided by Clan Tae-seong. Therefore, she doesn't want to sound annoying, but there are great chances of the boy getting hurt or worse. So if he's worried about money, even though the company pays well, it might be better to look for another job. Hen says he isn't doing this for money, so the interviewer asks what reason that would be then. She asks about power, status, or some distorted sense of justice. The protagonist comments that no one can say, but one thing is true: dungeons are much harder to control than the human world. The woman responds that this is a possibility, then releases him, giving the information that the envelope contains an emergency number and comments on what the test will be. She mentions that the envelope can help him if he reads it, and adds that the current test will be a dungeon. Our boy lets out some friendly laughs and comments that he is super curious to know what a dungeon is like inside. Outside, we can see some corporate cars, as well as 2 tall, strong men in formal attire. A distinguished and shining case arrives at the location, making its presence known, and someone opens the door of this car. Certainly, someone very important will come out. Sure enough, who steps out is Jae Lee, a super elegant and handsome man with several fans surrounding him as soon as he exits the car. He asks his employee if everything is ready, with the latter confirming that it is. The formal man adds that the red butterfly is present, in addition to explaining about the presence of other clans and adding that there is no room for concerns. Jide comments that his goal is not Clan Taesung but the expedition to the north, pointing out that those who are most interested have talent, sense, and high skills, having already refused to join any clan until now. However, they accepted to participate in the expedition to the north, so they immediately accepted the offer to have the butterfly. Lee comments while laughing. In the end, he asks about the new participants, with his employee commenting that all are low levels, and there is no one close to the butterfly. But there is someone very interesting. The employee was talking about the protagonist while pointing to his photo with a goofy expression. He comments on the boy having poison blood, which catches the attention of the blondie. He shows the boy's test demonstrating his poison levels, which are well above normal. Lee comments that this is interesting. However, this ability could be a problem for group fights since the blood could harm his allies. Finally, he says it's good for them to keep an eye on the boy despite that. Then we are taken to a room called Gate B. Inside, we can see several participants: a tall one, a blonde with slicked back hair, a redhead, and a 4-eyed one. And finally, of course, our protagonist. Upon entering the room, an employee catches Hyun's attention, and soon after, he hands something to him, which he doesn't quite understand what's happening. The employee just turns his back and leaves, with the boy feeling somewhat outraged, asking what that was. He tries to ask the employee once more about what that object was, and the employee runs away to escape the questions. The The protagonist looks dumbfounded, not comprehending anything, while the others present pretend not to see anything. A voice in the background asks all candidates to enter the room, which is obeyed. This is the third dungeon of the Yongsen Department's User Skills Gym. As we are led to an evaluation room, the voice continues talking about the new participants, giving information about the dungeon, stating that it is a simulation of a 2-star dungeon, a copy of a dungeon from Eastern Europe. The participants' objective is to collect as many cards as possible until the end of the test. The theme of the test is dungeon. For the next 3 hours, everyone will have a true dungeon experience. All people will have 1 piece, while the monsters will have 3 pieces. Whoever collects the most pieces will receive the reward. This means that besides the monsters, humans are also prey in that situation, says the nerdy one while asking if Mu would like to join them. The protagonist responds to the call, just scratching his ear a bit as if he didn't care about it, ending his response with a simple no. While the others are surprised by this, he opens a mischievous smile with several lights drawn around him, making a cheeky face, repeating his denial. He doesn't want to. The one with glasses tries to argue that they have more people and still have defensive and recovery skills, but the protagonist doesn't care, ending his argument by saying that since the one with the most points is the one who wins, it doesn't make sense to have a group since they would have to share the prize. His counter-arguer tries to ask if that is really the reason, with him responding that there would be no other reason to refuse. The tallest one present tries to argue about the fights they will have against other groups, with Hilmu just wishing them good luck. But this response didn't stop there. The tallest one grabs the shortest by his clothes and pulls him while cursing at him, saying that if Hyunwoo is going to be robbed, at least he should hand over his piece to them. Our boy just looks back and says that if that's what he wants, then fine, he was right. But in a quick move, he positions himself lower than the tallest, and delivers a lateral punch right in the middle of his face, sending him flying, following up by taking the item from the one in front of him as if it were nothing, completing the action with a wicked expression, saying he forgot to take the pieces from those amateurs, threateningly asking the others who would be next to hand over their items. The short one with glasses, without thinking twice, raises his hands and surrenders, with the protagonist asking if that boy really believes he will just turn his back and walk away after someone has surrendered. The shortest one simply throws his piece on the ground in front of the strongest. Our boy asks if the four-eyed one doesn't need the item more than he does, but he argues that there was no information about that, ending his argument by saying that the knocked-out one was the only one with defensive skills and that no one else could stop him. Meanwhile, Kang finishes by saying he doesn't care as long as he has the pass. In another place, more formal and organized, we can see that the boy's actions were being monitored, with the one in white saying that the red butterfly was indeed very good, calling her talented and praising her ability to have stolen several cards, even saying that she could go into 3-star dungeons. The other one by his side says that this is very impressive, but he still adds that the girl could grow much more with the right support, ending by saying that there is no need to watch over her for now, since only the most talented would be able to overcome that challenge, a challenge that was about endurance. We can see the girl facing a humanoid being full of armor, and the man continues saying that when the time comes to face monsters, even the most talented would have serious problems, as we see that mechanized monster preparing its attack. When asked what creature that would be, the blonde boy says it would be a unique android produced by D&W Industries. These monsters are produced with spores and skin materials taken from mushroom monsters found in the Sea Noble dungeon. Its official name is Mushroom Droid, but despite the rather bad name, it is one of the best current technologies, with great combat skills, durability, and mana expansion, with even auto-repair due to the unique characteristics of the mushrooms. We can hear all this explanation while we see several of these robots fighting against the test participants, punching one of them, sending it into the air. And the man continues explaining that the weaker ones would have difficulties facing that monster. However, this is not so bad since in a group even the weakest have a chance. The real problems arise for those who fight alone, like the red butterfly herself. She would have some difficulties fighting a single one alone, especially since the card is very deep, making extraction difficult. Besides the fact that the monsters are not the only concern, as other participants could take advantage of this situation to finish her off. He gives the entire explanation until something catches his attention, and he tells his companion to be silent. He asks if he noticed something on the map, a very large red point, completing by saying that something interesting was about to happen. The robot watches the fighter in front of him seriously. This fighter was the protagonist, who at that moment was burning with rage and anxiety, until he bursts into laughter, saying he was expecting a real monster while his opponent approaches. Our protagonist quickly leaps forward against the humanoid, and delivers a precise punch to its face, even deforming it, shouting that the monster doesn't say anything. The mushroom fighter tries to resist the blow, holding onto the ground, but before he can take action, Hyunwoo is already preparing another punch, saying that the movements of that robot were very simple while delivering a precise hook to its chin. The monster loses its balance with the fighter at that moment, taking the opportunity to grab one of its legs, finishing his move by throwing his opponent up, saying that its skills were very low. The boy starts to grit his teeth and hyperventilate with rage, shouting to the skies that this situation was not fun at all, and when we see his surroundings, we realize he has already defeated numerous monsters. Not just defeated, but completely destroyed them, taking one of them and using the dismantle ability to break down its body, and taking from inside it the card he wanted, calling it too easy, something he didn't expect. He looks at the card in his hand while questioning how it could have been so easy, saying he is getting annoyed with the situation. Meanwhile, the event narrator shouts that 34 minutes have passed since the game started, and adds that more than 30% of the points have already been collected, and it's time to announce the ranks. In third place, Karmazim with 7 points. In second place, Red Butterfly with 9 points. In first place, Hyunmukang with 16 points. Our boy starts to brag, saying he prefers to fight against goblins rather than against such weak puppets. But anyway, he will check the items now, surprised by what he sees since they are just normal spores in meat form. He finds it intriguing that this material is treated despite being a monster item, saying that if this is made from the same material as the scarecrows, maybe that's the reason they are so resistant. The leather starts to shine and move on the protagonist's arm as he reflects that he might be able to do something with it. He activates his crafting ability, and a huge glow can be seen coming from there. With this, he managed to make arm and leg protectors using that leather. Excited about his new item, he prepares to continue. Without wasting time, he starts his walk to take care of the remaining ones. The butterfly girl, while looking at the score, laments in her thoughts about why she continues to be inferior to that boy, until in the background, several other competitors rush at her, trying to ambush her. They fire several spells at her all at once, but she reacts by making a great leap that even breaks the ground, soaring into the air. She begins to perform various maneuvers along the walls, jumping and running, dodging all the attacks, seeming as if she was truly flying. In a larger jump, she evades a sequence of blows all at once while spinning in the air, as if she were dancing in sync with those attacks that tried to surround her. The attacks explode in the air as they attempt to collide with the woman at the center, but she was already returning to the ground, easily dodging the explosion. She lands on the ground and looks seriously at her opponents, right after landing in the midst of others she had already defeated. Several others watch her incredulously, not understanding how she was able to perform all those movements. The butterfly prepares with another combat pose, waiting for the rest to come at her. But before anything else can happen, we see several fighters being sent into the air one by one with someone shouting her name. That someone was Karmazim, who was worried about the butterfly, saying that she could get hurt if she kept pushing herself so hard. The redhead tries to argue about her second place ranking, but her companion says that this is not relevant, because their goal was just to go on the expedition to the north, so they already had enough points, asking the remnant if she was right. He confirms, saying that they had a total of 88 pieces combined. But the butterfly believed it still wasn't enough as she distanced herself from her companions. Karmazim asks where she is going. As a farewell message, the butterfly says they can go at their own pace, and she jumps away while her colleague tries to ask her to come back. With nothing they can do to stop her, they just watch their ally leave while observing in the background. In the evaluation booth, the evaluators question who that Hyunmukang could be. The recruiter comments that all of that boy's skills are pending review. The one in white asks if that wasn't the boy with the poisoned blood, which is confirmed. Continuing their questions, they ask if that was the man who was in the dungeon before, which is also confirmed. He asks if that wasn't one of the talented men who enters dungeons even without permission. His companion asks if he was referring to the rogues, but adds that the boy has no criminal record. Then the blonde comments that the laws are more flexible in the opposite sea, so this was definitely a possibility, finishing his reasoning with a big smile. Returning to the test, we see our protagonist shaking one of the monster items while saying he can hardly wait to see the others fighting, while we can see that the red butterfly was running wildly in search of something. Our boy starts to consume that monster meat while the system evaluates it as something normal, but soon after, he spits everything out, saying it tastes horrible, adding that it will be hard to eat even though he is starving. The lighthearted atmosphere breaks when Hyun feels a bad premonition. Something was approaching him at extreme speed. When he looks back, he can only think that it was someone talented until he sees the butterfly behind him. This butterfly wastes no time and jumps with an explosion towards him, who dodges on the fly. She was extremely serious and angry, looking at the protagonist as she prepared for battle, finishing her preparation and asking if the one in front of her was alone. Sarcastically, our hero says he has 150 other men surrounding the area while asking the woman why she is questioning. The girl observes him in silence for a while and then states that he is alone in this, and with a war cry, she calls him to battle, asking him to show what he has to offer. We can see that the protagonist is at half the level of the girl, but that is all he can think before she comes at him with a direct punch. He doesn't understand how she can be so strong while blocking her punch with his arms. Before the protagonist can take any action, the butterfly already prepares a front kick against him. This time, instead of blocking, our hero dodges that blow, while reflecting that a well-placed punch could send him to the afterlife. The butterfly, even having missed the advance of the kick, prepares to come back with the bottom of her foot to hit the boy. But again he dodges, with her kick hitting the ground and causing significant damage to the floor of the place. Helen even starts to laugh nervously as he reflects that he is in big trouble if he didn't have a battle helper. and another kick goes straight past him as he dodges by bending backward. He reflects that since he has one, it's easier to adapt and evade the blows. But before he finishes his thought, the woman is already preparing a kick against him. This too is dodged, with the protagonist completing in thought that there is no room to launch counterattacks. He begins to feel tired as he tries to distance himself from the butterfly, saying he doesn't like the situation. Hume reflects that he was holding back something that would be too dangerous against humans, but he believes it's fine against someone so powerful. And more importantly, he wouldn't be able to keep holding this fight for much longer while carrying a counterattack against the butterfly. One of his fists starts to glow with a bluish hue as the redhead charges at him head-on at extreme speed. Both were about to collide, with both enormous blue and red energies covering the entire arena. The fight between the red butterfly and Kang Hyun-moo continues to be intense. The gaze of both reflects all the fury in their bodies. When the opposing energies cross, light spreads throughout the environment. Determined, they want to end that battle quickly. As she delivers a punch, the red butterfly notices something strange. Suddenly, she is hit in the arm and leg simultaneously and falls to the ground due to her injuries. Tired, Kang Hyun-moo tries to catch his breath. He demands that the woman hand over her pieces. Not believing she had lost the battle, she throws the bag to the ground. Curious, she wants to know what kind of ability he was using. Before she could explain anything, she hears a strange noise approaching. Turning her body, she gets nervous upon realizing the proximity of that person. Shortly after, he is hit with full force. His body spins on the ground, doing numerous somersaults. With no time to understand what happened, he becomes extremely anxious about the situation. He recognizes those people from before who were causing trouble for the protagonist. The man introduces himself as the Red Snake. Hongryong gets irritated upon noticing the injuries on her friend's body, but she tries to calm her down since the opponent was quite strong. Kneeling, Kang Hyun-moo claims to be the bastard who hurt the red butterfly. As he speaks, the announcer explains that after 3 hours, the match was concluded. Upon hearing that they would announce the rankings, the protagonist gets nervous about not securing first place. In third place with 21 pieces is Ha Yum-taek. Kang Hyun-moo is shocked to realize he came in second place with 69 pieces. The grand champion was the red butterfly with a total of 88 pieces. Hong Ryun isn't even surprised by her friend's victory. Meanwhile, the red butterfly is confused by the situation, but realizes she has many pieces near her. Kang Hyun-moo notices that she received more pieces while he was distracted, but she claims it's a misunderstanding. With pain in his back, he drops the subject and tries to leave. But Hong Ryan isn't going to let the boy leave without an apology for what he did to Uni's arm. Although he couldn't afford to be noticed by others, he also didn't want to apologize. Thinking about the situation, he notices his teammate's concern as she runs to see if the arm is broken. To her, it seemed like the young man was trying to steal the red butterfly's pieces, which wasn't the case. In the end, he just fought fairly and won even after having first place stolen. Moreover, he knew he wasn't a bad guy, so he was willing to teach them all a lesson. With just one word, he casts a domination spell. On the other side, Hong Ryan was shouting, trying to get the boy's attention at all costs. However, her expression changes as she notices something strange about her body. Worried, the red butterfly stands up and asks what happened to her teammate. The protagonist remains quiet as the spell spreads throughout the area. Suddenly, the powerful monsters behind him reveal themselves. Hong Ryan falls to the ground in despair, increasing all those fears. Near the woman, a terrifying figure addresses her. Only she can see those creatures, which is why she was so desperate. Meanwhile, the teammates gather to help their friend, who seems very frightened. A team of doctors and paramedics rushes to the scene. Kang Hyun-moo realizes the situation he caused was much worse than he imagined. Before things could get worse, he sneaks away. Meanwhile, the men watch everything happening as he discussed the red butterfly. The light-haired man thinks that for a misunderstanding, it was a very precise move. Noticing a user with skills who wasn't even at level 10, he concluded that the hunters could be surpassed soon. Nervous, the man asked the captain if they should meet with the red butterfly. But first, he wanted to have a conversation with Kang Hyun-moo. Meanwhile, the young man seemed quite tired, using a cold can to ease his pain. Although the battle assistant with brave energy was fine, the domination consumed a lot of his mana. At that moment, he wished he hadn't used that, feeling as if he had just wasted his mana. Suddenly, a mysterious figure calls for the boy. Tae Min-soo, leader of the Taesung clan's secretariat team, congratulates him for successfully passing the test. Handing over his card, he states that his clan would very much like to provide everything necessary for the young man to enhance his skills. Moreover, they would ensure that Kang Hyun-moo would be able to reach his greatest potential as a hunter. Confused, the protagonist carefully analyzes the information on that business card. He murmurs something that leaves the man not understanding his words. With curiosity in his gaze, he asks if they can help him reach the stars. Meanwhile, the captain is sitting in the back of his car. His gaze attentively analyzes the video on the laptop. Repeatedly, he watched the fight between the red butterfly and Kang Hyun-moo. A smile grows on his face as he analyzes each of the strikes. For him, it was like watching a movie. With a tap on the glass, he notices the return of his subordinate, who was apologizing for being rejected by the young man. He informs that the boy didn't seem interested even after hearing about the conditions, but the captain had already expected that. Tae Min-soo informs that upon rejecting the proposal, the hero mentions something about the stars. At that moment, the man explains that it could be some kind of new term among the younger generation. Curious, he questions if the leader had any idea of the meaning, but it was the first time he had heard the term. However, the offer was accepted by the Red Butterfly since her only goal was to join the Northern Expedition. The captain thanks for the information brought to him and informs that he would go to his house. Bidding farewell to his boss, Tae Min-soo asks him to be careful on the way back. Inside the car, the man in the white suit tried to determine what that type of response meant. Not arriving at an acceptable conclusion, he realizes he would have to keep his eyes on Kang Hyun-moo. Meanwhile, the young man was in the car with a woman who seemed curious to know what was in his hands. The protagonist explains that it was a reporter's card from talent recruiters who came to him after the test. But the woman wanted to know what the large box on his lap was. Opening the box, he begins to try to explain what it was about. In front of him, Yooni desperately apologizes, saying that Hongreon intended to do her best. At that moment, he remembered the strong woman from before who was terribly scared. Onryeon had to be helped by her teammates. But the young man considers all that past, asking the Red Butterfly to forget everything. Saying it should have been his by right, he hands over the prize for first place in the test. Thus, the young man had no choice but to accept that item. Inside the box were two tenacious gauntlets that increased the strength and defense of the hand. Beside him, the blonde informs that she sold the crystal to Park Hwiso, who showed genuine interest in the item. Confused, the protagonist asks if all that was for him. He thinks that someone acting behind the scenes would explain why they needed the crystal moss so much. In that case, it would be more beneficial to contact them directly without the intermediary, like Park Hwiso. At that moment, he notices how that old man was extremely suspicious, not being an easy target. The conversation continues with the girl questioning if the gloves were the only prize for the test. Rummaging through the box, he wonders about the cash prize. Shortly after, a piece of paper falls into his lap. Extending his hand, he shows it to the woman beside him. Excited, he asks if the blonde would like to eat some meat to spend that newly acquired prize. The total prize amount represented 50 million won. Soon after, she parks the car in a spot. Arriving home, the two talked about the association that seemed to have much more respect for hunters. Worried, she questions if the young man shouldn't be more careful, but he shrugs. Suddenly, he begins to sniff a suspicious smell. As Yumin presses the elevator button, Kang Hyun-moo realizes it was blood. The smell starts to get stronger. Sensing something wrong, he orders the girl not to enter the house and to return immediately to the car. Kang Hyun-moo asks her to lock herself inside the vehicle and not to leave until he returns. Walking, he follows the scent that calls him. Suddenly, he comes face to face with a horrifying scene in the back of the building. A mysterious figure quickly defeated several men with intense blows. Old Park Hwiso seemed pleased to reunite with the protagonist after a long time. He explains that those were members of the Japanese Yakuza who were after the mysterious crystal moss. If the old man hadn't shown up, perhaps Yu Min could have been hurt. But the man had ulterior motives and, as a small offer, asked Kang Hyun-moo to form an alliance with Taesung. However, the hero informs that he had just rejected an offer from the clan. After doing some research on Kang Hyun-moo, the old man couldn't find much information. It was as if someone had erased everything about his existence. Moreover, he heard that the boy displayed movements that only experienced people in dungeons are capable of. Noticing his intentions, the young man thanks Park Hwiso for his help. Still, he insisted that the man was misunderstanding things since he didn't want to join organizations. At that moment, his expression completely changed, realizing he had chosen the wrong approach to that problem. Nervous, the protagonist senses the shift in the situation. Before being hit by a powerful blow, he shouts for the old man to listen a little longer. Despite the plea, Park Hwiso tries to strike the young man, ignoring those warnings. Kang Hyun-moo manages to dodge the attack with great effort. Putting his hand in his pocket, he tries to make the old man stop. The protagonist wanted the man to hear what he was saying. With his gloves, he strikes the man's face, who didn't expect such a strong attack. Suddenly, the precise blow is capable of pushing the old man away. Park Hwiso recognizes that item as the first-place prize given to the Red Butterfly. With determination in his gaze, the warrior claimed that it was merely self-defense. Face to face, the two converse with their bodies fallen beside them. Kang Hyun-moo is confronted by the old man, who believes the boy likes to make the hardest decisions. With anger etched on his face, he removes his overcoat. At that moment, he knew the boy wouldn't listen to his words. Therefore, his only choice would be to be rude and combat the young man's actions with an intense fight. Quickly, he throws his suit to cover the protagonist's vision. But the boy is very skilled and was already watching all the movements. Suddenly, Park Hwiso transforms his cane into a sword, determined he would end that discussion once and for all, even if cheating. However, Kang Hyun-moo screams desperately, implying the use of the battle helper skill. Without caring about anything, the man charges forward with his weapon drawn. While exchanging intense blows, the young men managed to dodge with difficulty. Shortly after, he supports himself on the ground. But not giving up, he gains momentum and leaps. Kang Hyumu flies over the confused old man. Suddenly, he lands on the other side without his opponent noticing that kind of movement. Happy, the young man realizes he has achieved his goal of getting behind. But his happiness is short-lived when he notices a blow coming in his direction. Even with difficulty, he is able to dodge and approaches the adversary. With determination in his eyes, he uses the domination spell to defend himself. Park Hwiso notices his opponent's intentions. Realizing the man's distraction, Kang Hyumu manages to hold him. With his eyes rolled back, the old man seems desperate in that situation. Meanwhile, the protagonist remains determined to finish him off once and for all. However, the young man stops walking for a second, noticing something strange. Park Hwiso woke from the trance and brought his weapon close to the boy's face. Feeling something strange, he realizes it is an illusory spell. Suddenly, a deep cut strikes the warrior. The sweat on his face reveals all the pain felt by his body. That old man had no intention of killing Kang Hyumu. That's why he made a cut on his wrist instead of the neck. At that moment, his main goal was to extract certain information from the person who was giving him orders. Not understanding anything, he notices strange laughter coming from the young man. His expression reveals all his irritation as he questions whether the old man was forgetting something. Confused, Park Hwiso doesn't understand those mysterious words. However, he observes smoke coming from his sword, which was apparently being corroded. While watching his instrument, he thought about the possibility of poisonous blood. With one of his hands, he approaches the face of the distracted old man. Using his gloves, he pushes the man's body until it hits a thick wall. At that moment, Park Hwiso had already dropped his sword and was trying to defend himself from that immense force. Despite all his experience, he probably still didn't have resistance to poison. With a smile on his face, the young man realized he had just turned the game in his favor. However, his opponent was very skilled and was already preparing a counterattack. Using his elbow, he manages to hit the protagonist's arm. Screaming in pain, he notes that it was a powerful blow and loses some of his strength. Suddenly, Park Hwiso kicks his enemy's stomach, sending him flying away. Face to face, each of them carries the pains of battle in their bodies. Meanwhile, the old man searches for something inside his vest. A small vial is found with a mysterious liquid. Without wasting time, he pours it all over his face. Kang Hyumu taunted him, saying it was a very effective medicine. As he stood up again, he asked to be shared with him if there was any left. Confused, Park Hwiso was sure he had managed to break the young man's arm and ribs, who was now standing normally. To him, the protagonist might possess some kind of healing ability, but he just wanted to fight more. Park Hwiso observes his weapon very close to his body. However, he declares that fight had come to an end. Rising, he states that his goal was to offer an agreement to the boy, not to fight against him. Upon encountering more resistance than expected, he wondered who was behind Kang Hyumu's actions. With determination, the boy asserted that he was completely alone, with no one pulling the strings. Park Hwiso wanted him to join Taesung, but the young man showed zero desire to work for anyone. Although some thoughts crossed his mind, they caught the old man's attention. With a smile on his face, he claimed that everything could change if Park Hwiso decided to work for him. The mustached man noticed the nonsensical things coming out of that spoiled boy's mouth. If he continued with those delusions, he would leave immediately. Kang Hyumu wanted the man by his side because of his connections, as well as being a skilled user capable of handling information. Determined, the protagonist realized he couldn't let this chance slip away. As the old man turned his back, he began to speak about the Taesung clan, considered smaller than the Lotus clan and others. He would try everything to make Park Hwiso forget Taesung and Lee Jide and invest in someone young like him. Before leaving, Park Hwiso began to respond to the boy's arrogant words. To him, only a fool who was unaware of the truth, an ambitious loser, would say such nonsensical things. Laughing, Kang Hyumu didn't seem to care about what he had just heard. When provoked again, the old man prepared his weapon for a possible fight, but he would be unable to use that broken weapon. Contrary to the boy, Park Hwiso began to run towards him, wielding his sword. At that moment, the boy's eyes widened, noticing the intense movement. Cutting a bit of his hair, Park Hwiso knew that if he intended to kill the young man, nothing could be done. His powerful sword caused damage to the wall behind him. The man explained that many members of the Taesung clan were stronger than him, and above all was Lee Jite. To him, it wasn't even funny for someone who barely reached level 10 to speak that way. However, the protagonist didn't understand what was so impressive about Lee Jide. Upon hearing that, the old man was shocked. With determination in his gaze, Kang Hyumu would show everything to his opponent. As energy coursed through his body, he asserted that he would show he was better than Lee Jide. Curiously, he asked how much stronger he should become compared to the powerful man. At that moment, Park Hwiso realized he was validating the hard-headed boy. Even so, he explained that Lee Jide reached level 20 half a year after becoming a hunter. That's why a person like him had the support of a clan like Taesung, as an ordinary person would take over a year. If the boy wanted to show he was different, that was the minimum to be done. As the old man gathered his belongings to leave, Kang Hyumu exclaimed that he would do everything in 2 weeks. He wanted to ensure the man saw that he was better than Lee Jide, making him change his mind about working for him. However, Park Wiso believed that was a completely nonsensical and absurd offer. Turning his back, he warned that the place the young man was training should be better than Lee Jitae's. With silent steps, he distanced himself more and more, leaving the boy completely alone. Smiling, Kang Himu had only one place on his mind. The landscape revealed the buildings completely destroyed and corroded over time. Suddenly, the protagonist approached with a clenched fist, ready to punch someone. On the other side, the monster lets out a scream of fury. The boy's speed is truly impressive and hard to keep up with. With his enemy falling to the ground, he continues with various attacks. But his enemy spots an opening and begins to bring its mouth full of sharp teeth closer. Suddenly, it bites down hard on his hand. The young man wasn't expecting that movement and feels the pain coursing through his body. Even so, he knew he could defeat the creature and used his hand to go deeper into the monster's throat. Now he was pleased to realize all his skill in a fight with it. While the monster thrashed, Kang Hyumo joked about not spitting out what was put in its mouth. Soon after, the trail of blood spreads throughout the area. The monster's head was completely destroyed, and its jaw shattered, causing the protagonist to reach level 15. At that moment, the Star of Conquest, Arden watched with curiosity. Looking at the sky, he tried to see something different. Kang Hyumu's hand was completely injured and covered in blood from the monster's bite. Shortly after, he reflected on the recent fight. After managing to bandage it, he realized he shouldn't have pushed his body so hard. The fairy beside him scolded him for his butler fighting so boldly. Noticing Renian's appearance, a warrior asked where she had been for so long. However, the fairy seemed much more concerned about her friend's hand. With a straw, she tried to suck his blood. But he didn't care about the situation since he could be revived in hell when he died fighting. Moreover, things seemed to be improving for him. Compared to going to rent those unknowns to find a bunch of monsters to fight, that was a big improvement. The only problem was with the red-hooded goblin he encountered before, the creature from the first time. Of all the goblins he fought, that one had yet to be found. Probably, the red-hooded goblin could be the strongest of them all. While he was distracted, Kang Hyumu didn't notice the stealthy approach of the creature. With a hook in place of its arm, it walked calmly through the surroundings. Upon noticing the opponent, he jumped away. Desperate, he shouted for Renian to hide as quickly as possible. However, the fairy had long since left the protagonist completely alone. Meanwhile, that beast approached the pile of bodies, sniffing each one. Suddenly, the red-hooded goblin let out an angry scream. Looking at Kang Hyumu, it observed him with fury in its eyes. It seemed very sad to notice that its own kind was dead. Putting weapons in its injured hand, the warrior didn't want to waste any more time talking and prepared for battle. On the opposite side, the goblin seemed determined to end the life of that young man. Its terrifying face showed all its rage and intent to destroy its enemy with its own hands. Soon after, the system indicated that the protagonist had died. The new mission, Enemies on a Wooden Bridge, had begun, and the objective was to defeat the black-handed goblin. Remembering his opponent, Kang Hyumu realized he had left the monster terribly enraged. At that moment, he couldn't do anything to defend himself and ended up defeated. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, he reflected on the fight. In the end, it was just a goblin, and he shouldn't worry. Determined, he got up ready to start the new mission. His plan was to lure it into a trap with poisoned spikes and a deep hole. While counting all the necessary items to put his idea into practice, the creature approached quickly. Hearing the sounds of footsteps, Kang Hyumu turned his body to observe better. However, he ended up dead again, with a total survival duration of 1 minute. On the 6th attempt of the mission, Enemies on a Wooden Bridge, the protagonist ran in despair. The goblin pursued him without giving him a moment's rest. Angry, the monster was ready to defeat the warrior once more. With determination in his eyes, the young man didn't want to be defeated again. Using his gloves, he attempted a counterattack on the goblin. At that moment, he seemed quite pleased to have discovered some kind of weakness, but his happiness lasted very little because the creature managed to hit him with a powerful sword. The protagonist was no match for the goblin and considered the possibility of hiding as soon as he resurrected. An old saying that revenge only leads to more revenge, and forgiveness is the only way to achieve true victory. But Kang Hyumu would rather die than forget that goblin and spend his time trying to level up. Therefore, he wouldn't let anyone escape unpunished or regret their actions. If someone tried to stab him in the back, he would make them pay in kind. However, if he couldn't do that and continued to flee from them, in the end, he wouldn't believe that his pride could handle that. As his thoughts flowed, the red chaos goblin wandered over the wreckage. After a long time without fighting, the presence of the human Curson assumed he might finally have left. Even so, it was still too early to relax since his opponent had the ability to revive and was very cunning. His ultimate goal was to prevent the human from getting close to his kind. Suddenly, a monster calls for Curson, tears in its eyes. The creature came to warn its friend that everyone was dying. Someone had poisoned the entire water source, and therefore the powerful goblin should return. The situation was desperate, with many goblins sick and fighting for their lives. Apparently, someone mixed the poison into the water supply, and now they couldn't even eat the animals. The two discussed the motivation for doing something so cruel, but Kurson already had someone in mind. His eyes revealed all his anger upon realizing that Kang Hyun-moo was the only one who could do that. The goblin felt extremely guilty for not capturing the young man and ending his life. Shortly after, another creature called for Kurson, even knowing he was very busy. However, his presence was requested to observe something. The child in his arms cried more and more, looking for Kurson all the time. His eyes filled with tears as he watched his son. Determined, the red-hooded goblin ran away. His friend tried to hold him back, preventing him from doing something stupid. Even with all that ambition, it wouldn't be possible to fight against an enemy who had the ability to revive. The goblin declared that they should give up on revenge so that the human wouldn't have a reason to bother them again. They should flee and find a new place before things got worse. But Kurson did not agree with that kind of attitude and was willing to take revenge. Upon realizing they were whispering to Kurson, they concluded they had no choice. At that moment, one of the monsters noticed something strange that deserved attention. Lying on the ground was one of the scouts who had just come out. Smelling the poison, they were sure it was some trap set by the human. The best thing to do would be to return to the hideout as quickly as possible. The fact that they were leaving clues must mean that the human was trying to lure them away from everyone else. Kurson would stay outside to go after the enemy who was still not stronger than him. The goblin declared it would be an easy fight, killing the opponent with his eyes closed. Despite everything, his companions were genuinely worried about his safety. But Kurson assured them he would return alive from the battle, even without resurrection powers. With determination, he walked through the destroyed landscape in the apocalyptic setting. His ears heard a noise in his direction, but the goblin was faster and managed to hit the weapon with his hook. With fury in his gaze, Kurson was determined to ensure a painful death for that human. Kang Hyun-moo was already positioned behind his enemy, waiting for the fight to begin. Smiling wickedly, he informed that he would give the goblin a chance. However, he was toying with the adversary while declaring he was giving him the opportunity to die by his hands. Not understanding anything, Kurson did not comprehend the meaning of his actions. Apparently, his opponent was trying to buy some time. The human explained that if he wanted to use the poison to kill everyone, no one would be alive. Although some of his people had died this time, he wasn't sure what could happen next. Knowing he could resurrect, he was curious to see if the goblin would be able to prevent his own death. Kurson's goal was to bring the boy back alive to cut off his limbs and ensure he regretted it. With his magical gloves, he held the goblin's sword, claiming he could kill himself and come back to life. The protagonist could threaten the opponent's family, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. All Kang Hyun-moo wanted was to have his revenge without harming his innocent family. However, if the enemy kept coming at him, his plans could change completely. At that moment, Kurson found himself with his hands tied, as he would do anything to protect his people. Suddenly, he threw his sword in front of the protagonist. His goal was to offer his life in exchange for the safety of his family. Without wasting time, the young man stated that this was his greatest objective. That's why Kurson demanded that he leave that place once and for all, as soon as he killed him. Moreover, Kang Hyun-moo should agree and not lay a hand on anyone from his people. Realizing the favorable situation, he bent down to pick up the sword, assuming everything was fine. However, the goblin hit him precisely upon noticing how he had fallen into the trap. With a blow, his body flew away. Shortly after, he falls to the ground, hitting his head. Irritated, he realizes he has been deceived by his opponent. Without wasting time, Kurson is already flying through the sky, determined to end the man's life. With a powerful attack, he brings his sword closer. But he senses some reluctance and decides to exert more force to finish off his enemy. His expression reveals all the anger he felt towards that disgusting human. On the other side, Kang Hyun-moo tries to defend himself with his magical gloves. The goblin doesn't seem to be giving up easily, preparing for another attack. Launching his sword, he shows his determination to disagree with everything that has been said. Kurson was going to make sure to guarantee the most painful death of all. However, the protagonist continues with a smile on his face. Even at a disadvantage, he believes his enemy is a complete idiot for not killing him earlier. At that moment, his health was below 10%. With regeneration starting, the warrior regained his strength and counterattacked. The monster feels pain from a powerful blow to its stomach. Soon after, Kang Hyun-moo grabbed his opponent's neck with force. Kurson tries some kind of approach, a way to retaliate against that attack. Suddenly, he decides to use his hook-shaped arm, but the boy manages to dodge, showcasing all his skills. The goblin is thrown far away and ends up hitting a wall. Even so, he wouldn't end the fight that way, letting his opponent go unpunished. With a smile on his face, the boy doesn't seem tired at all. Desperate, the monster can't believe all that audacity from the young man. The hole in the wall grows larger with a new powerful attack. Shortly after, a bright and unusual energy comes in his direction. Even injured, the protagonist was recovering quickly and efficiently. To Kurson, his opponent was hiding some kind of powerful ability. Despite taking so many hits, he seemed fine and determined to finish off the goblin. A knockout is delivered to the creature's face, which no longer knows how to defend itself. Suddenly, his enemy became 10 times stronger than before, delivering increasingly powerful blows. Meanwhile, Kurson was sure something strange was happening. It was impossible for someone so close to death to do all that. At that moment, he was trying to regain his strength amidst the rubble. For the protagonist, it was nothing special since the goblin was just careless. For all the time he had, he always killed him with the same blow. Thus, the two had never had a real fight. That's why his enemy believed he could kill him whenever he wanted. In the end, the blame was on Curson for that carelessness. Tired, the monster claimed that the human was very arrogant and could be easily defeated. Rising, he declares that he would destroy the opponent's neck. But shortly after, blood spurts from his mouth, causing the young man to smile. Apparently, the battle had come to an end with Kang Hyumu's victory. The goblin was already losing all its strength, unable to stand on its 2 feet anymore. Unlike a certain someone, the young man had no intention of being careless. In complete despair, Curson begs for forgiveness for all the times he killed the human. The souls that could not be blessed cannot live in that place, and if he dies, all his people will die too. Curson remembers the boy's words when he said he did not intend to harm his family. With the tension in his gaze, Curson waits for the boy's response, but he seems determined to end the life of that goblin and all the others. In the end, he wondered if he would gain the experience of all the others by killing the opponent. Laughing with satisfaction, he brings his weapon closer to put an end to the enemy. Curson's gaze reveals all his nervousness about the situation. Without remorse, Kang Hyumu cuts off the goblin's head and throws it away. The red sky illuminates the entire environment filled with buildings. Kang Hyumu takes a deep breath as he observes the landscape. Opening his arms, he reflects on how everything was really clean. The system informs him that he had defeated the level 21 red-hooded goblin, completing the mission Enemies on a Wooden Bridge. As a reward, he would receive a silver box converted into a gold box. In addition to having his return stone activated, he managed to level up 3 times for killing that goblin. Suddenly, Rainian appears, calling for his butler. As soon as the body passes through a thorough inspection, the fairy could drink all its blood. The young man sought to discover what made the goblin so strong, as its physical capabilities were too great to rely on a weapon. Suddenly, his eyes turn to something strange. With curiosity, he holds the creature's hand while observing attentively. On your skin, there were some writings different from everything that had ever been seen. At that moment, the fragile Gaulish star was guiding your hand. An unusual movement begins, leaving the boy completely lost. Soon after, something forcefully crosses his hand. His expression reveals curiosity about what just happened. The boy had absorbed a piece of the fragile Gaulish star with a tattoo on his hand. Now he had learned the family of skills at the legendary level. In a white room, Yumin sleeps peacefully in her bed. With the curtains closed, she tried to rest a little longer. However, a voice begins to desperately call for the girl. Opening her eyes, she tried to see what it was about. With her hair messy, Yumin turns her body towards the intruder. Not hearing the noise of the door, she realizes it was just Kang Hyumu and feels more at ease. She focuses her eyes to observe the situation more closely. Curious, she asks the young man if he has eaten anything. Getting out of bed, she comments that there weren't many things to eat in her house, so she informs him that she would go to the nearest convenience store. At that moment, the boy grabs her arm. Preventing the young woman from leaving, he tries to talk about a delicate subject. He didn't know what to do, reflecting on whether to tell Yumin the whole truth. Suddenly, she starts talking about how Parkwiso appeared 2 days ago asking if something was wrong with the boy. The old man's curiosity didn't seem related to the crystal moss, but something much more mysterious. Yumin begins to ask what kind of secrets Kang Hyunmu was hiding and what he did outside her presence. Losing control, she demanded to know the reason for his disappearances and sudden appearances. Noticing that the girl was out of control, the warrior assured her by holding her arms. Nervously, he asked her to calm down. From that moment on, he would explain everything to Yumin. Despite everything, the protagonist understood the girl's way of acting. She was deeply involved in what was happening. Even if something urgent was going on, she pretended as if nothing had happened, so it wouldn't be strange for her to be so stressed. Kang Hyumu had always relied on her help whenever he needed it, until it reached a point where he couldn't imagine his life without her. If something were to happen to her in the future, he would end up alone in that horrible place. Thus, he had no choice but to tell Yumin everything that was happening. Kang Hyumu tells about the returned stone capable of resurrecting him countless times in a row. Shortly after, the young woman begins to understand the many consecutive disappearances. For the protagonist, it was very difficult to predict how long it would take to return. Nervously, Yumin questions the chance of him not returning in the future. Feeling the pressure on his shoulders, he realizes he should have told her everything much earlier. In the end, it didn't matter how long it took, he would always come back. The hero declares to Yumin that she would be his beacon in the midst of darkness. Understanding the situation, she moves closer to his body. Yumin states that she wouldn't want to be just a beacon. Moreover, she emphasizes that Kang Hyumu could let her know if he needed any kind of help. If he needed, she would make sure to save him and ensure his safety. Nervously, he asked the girl to move away because he was smelling bad since he hadn't bathed. But Yumin seems not to care about the smell and settles on his legs. With a simple smile on her face, she tells him that she also hadn't bathed. At that moment, the protagonist realizes that the girl might be suggesting taking a bath with him. A day after that encounter, the rays of sunlight illuminated the apartment window. Walking through the rooms, The young man seemed quite calm. Since he had spent the promised day with Park Hwiso, it was necessary to act soon. At the time, he was thinking about how he should contact the old man. The worst option was to arrive suddenly in a car. The young man tells the old man that he leveled up 13 times even though he was at level 7 2 weeks ago. With a happy smile, Kang Hyun-moo knew that all of this was hard to believe. However, Park Hwiso did not back down from his decision, saying that there was no way to verify that information. Without an agreement, he warns that he would stop trying to force the young man to join the Taesung clan. Moreover, he would increase the purchase price of the crystal moss by 15%. But the boy doesn't seem interested in that proposal, demanding double the price. Noticing his intentions, Park Hwiso realizes that the young man was doing this on purpose. Irritated, he couldn't believe he had faced so many problems just to satisfy the demands of that old man. Listening to his laments, the man grew increasingly angry. Despite all the work the boy had done, nothing had changed. With a smile on his face, he doesn't let himself be intimidated. He knew that getting angry wouldn't solve any of his old problems. Suddenly, he starts to show his powers. The intense light can be seen even from outside the car. Park Hwiso can't believe what he's witnessing, growing more and more furious. Shortly after, Kang Hyun-moo holds the crystal moss in his hand, claiming it to be a monopoly. No one but the boy could obtain that crystal moss. Basically, he had the entire monopoly in his hands. The old man explains that he is already matching the price of the crystal moss, in addition to offering 5% over the price. But the protagonist didn't seem interested in his negotiations at all. Instead, he had other plans in mind. Suddenly, he sets his fingers, waiting for something to happen. His goal was to deliver something quite interesting to the old man. Watching that situation, suspicion is evident in his eyes. The young man asks Park Hwiso to open his hands and see for himself. Believing the boy, he observes his closed hand. At that moment, his gaze becomes lost, not understanding anything. For Kang Hyun-moo, that would be a type of deposit. In his hand was the trust of Erhast, capable of temporarily doubling the owner's senses when used. Recognizing the item, he realizes it is a true legendary item. The protagonist explains that the object had the effect of temporarily doubling the user's senses, and believes that not even Lee Ji-tae would be able to give such a gift. He definitely considered himself much more useful than Lee Ji-tae. The gift would remain in the old man's hands until the day he admitted that Kang Hyun-moo was better. Pensive, he reflects on the legendary class item that was probably real. Even so, he was still a bit suspicious of the situation. Looking at the shape, it seemed there was another ring that matched, and he questioned the boy. However, he claimed to be unsure of anything, saying that was the only item found. Storing the ring in his jacket, Park Hwiso hoped to eventually find the other pair. Now the young man had managed to get double the value he always received. Park Hwiso was extremely skilled, doing everything to ensure the other was satisfied. That's why the protagonist tried at all costs to bring him to his side. Meanwhile, the obedience ring of Yukel Heart that tracked the other pair was hidden in his pocket. After finalizing the negotiations, the old man asks if there was anything else of interest to the boy. Thoughtful, he begins to reflect on all the possibilities. Curiously, he asks what the name of that car is. In the school hallway, Yu-min thanks someone near a door. Answering a call, she informs that Kang Hyun-moo was a bit busy, but the boy asked her to leave work and meet him. Across the street, he waved patiently. Standing in front of the beautiful car, people around took pictures and were shocked by the vehicle. The protagonist took Park Hwiso's car and was determined to take the girl on a date on the way back. Even without a license, he drove alone to school. Noticing all that recklessness, Yu-min asked him to wait a moment. The concern on her face revealed her irritation with the young man who was breaking traffic laws. On the way back, Yu-min drove the car since the warrior had a driver's license. Meanwhile, two people were fighting in a ring. The powerful man was throwing intense blows at his opponent. Showing his determination, he claimed that the clan was not the best organization of users with skills. In fact, the clan is a place for hunters to train and prepare their bodies for the battlefield, the dungeon. Advertising, tax services, housing, clothing, training, everything a hunter can research is at their disposal. Fighting with Kang Hyun-moo, he stated that every hunter is like a small business. Among them, Taesung has the best benefits in the whole world. For glory or for money, it would be a loss not to join him. At every moment, the old man tried to convince the boy to join the clan, but he seemed determined not to accept any tempting offers. With a surprise attack, he tries to hit the old man's face, but is shocked to realize how quickly he can dodge. Suddenly, his body is thrown away. Even with quick reaction time, Kang Hyun-moo falls to the ground, feeling intense pain. Trying to get up, he warns that he might have a fracture in his rib. The old man hears the boy's question, who wanted to know if he had lasted a long time without skills. Not giving in, Park Hwiso said he would analyze more carefully to draw his own conclusions. With his muscular body, he was ready to fight the boy again. On the other side, the protagonist seemed incredibly prepared to retaliate against any type of attack. The only known information about the leader was his name, but he was referring to the association known as Anno. Throwing punches and kicks, they discussed the dark place. To the young man, everyone there was welcoming, with others being extremely kind. Even so, some people say it's too much for them. Suddenly, he notices the perfect chance to take down his enemy. However, he is surprised by the blow that quickly grabs his arm. Declaring that the place shouldn't be bad, Park Hwiso twists his opponent's arm down. At that moment, his health drops below 10% and regeneration begins. The old man watches closely as the young man heals, putting the limb back in place. Thus, he concludes that it must be the same formula as the last battle. Moreover, Park Hwiso was excited to see what could happen based on the boy's growth over the past 2 weeks. The old man had been called to the location just to receive the car. Curiously, the young man sitting in the ring asks if the opponent had ever heard about the stars. Confused, he understands that the young man was referring to the user class system with abilities. But he wanted to know about things like the brittle star or the star of lamentations, parts of the stars. That information had been heard among the top rankers, even from Li Jitae, as something only the few chosen ones know. The old man remembers the top ranker Xiao Og from China, who spoke about a group called the 5-Star Association. Without giving more information, Park Hwiso warns that the boy could find out on his own and questions if he wanted to clear a dungeon. Confused, the hero seems not to understand that sudden invitation. The boy wasn't planning to work for someone else but continued to aspire to reach the top, just like Li Jitae. In Park Hwiso's view, attracting people could help him on this journey. In the end, he would need to socialize with others. Undecided, the young man doesn't put much trust in that idea. Moreover, there was no official record of him entering or leaving a dungeon. Thus, the lack of a record means that obtaining information would be difficult, seen merely as an inexperienced hunter. Reflecting on his options, Kang Hyumo is still not completely convinced. But out of curiosity, he questions the old man about what he should do. His only job would be to enter a dungeon. Even a genius would need to learn the basics. Park Hwiso would help prepare everything, choosing the location and date. For now, he should wait for the old man's call. The street is completely empty and calm, with no living being walking on the asphalt. The protagonist spoke to himself, making observations. At that moment, he was on top of Cheonggi Mountain, a permanent 1-star dungeon known as Cheonggi Dungeon, where novice hunters test their skills. The place was filled with people of all kinds. Normal people appeared to walk and enjoy the scenery. Suddenly, a woman begins to ask for the attention of all registered users with abilities. Kang Hyumo seems not to understand anything that was happening, but the woman seemed determined to gather as many users as possible. Shortly after, 4 people were already lined up near her. The 5th person introduced themselves, making the situation perfect. She was the supervisor of the great unknown, No Howl. As she spoke, a strong smell of alcohol came from her mouth. She knew that everyone must be wondering why they received a supervisor. Many novices with inflated egos came to the mountain and started fights with each other. The number of accidents because of that was more than enough, being something that couldn't be repeated. Because of this, they received a supervisor as a preventive measure. An intermediate rank hunter from each clan would be closely monitoring. As she stretched, she concluded the quick and basic explanation. Lastly, she warned that those who didn't like it should cooperate in the same way. All the novices watched her instructions attentively. Moreover, she would explain the basic knowledge of the dungeon, where the more stars, the higher the class, the more difficult. An unstable type dungeon constantly changes terrain, making it harder to complete. On the other hand, permanent type dungeons have a defined terrain, making them easier. A permanent 1-star dungeon like Cheonggaeshan was extremely easy, and they would still have her help. Suddenly, she starts to feel unwell, as if she were going to vomit. All the novices realize that the supervisor was not having her best days. After feeling ill, she apologizes and explains that she went out the night before. Confused, the protagonist seemed quite disgusted by the whole situation. Starting from the left, she asks to begin the introductions. The first boy was Park Simun with 2 stars. Then there was Han Nagyeon and Kim So-young, both with 1 star. The boy with glasses was Kim Soo-won, also a star. Reflecting alone, the warrior realizes it was a group of 5 with 2 girls and 3 guys. When it was his turn to introduce himself, he says his name with a star. The supervisor seems intrigued by that young man. Taking cautious steps, she approaches him. Nervous, he realizes the woman was coming in his direction. Standing in front of him, she observes attentively. The 2 stand still while she repeats his name and analyzes him from head to toe. Her eyes seemed glazed on the figure of the protagonist. Meanwhile, he could do nothing but let her observe him. Like an object in her hands, she tries to get closer. She starts asking various questions about the boy's school, but he wasn't enrolled in any. Due to her hangover, she couldn't remember where that young man was coming from. However, she realizes it wasn't anything important and questions if the boy had equipment. At that moment, he simply releases his energy. Shortly after, the figure of a staff begins to form in his hands. Curious, the supervisor observes the boy's instrument. To her, that was a very interesting skill to be used. Despite its appearance, that goblin staff makes monsters drop any item when you defeat them. At that instant, Park Simun appears furious in front of the 2. After noticing that staff in his hands, he complains that the young man had been acting gracefully for quite some time. To him, that wasn't a type of weapon qualified enough to defeat monsters. Showing his backpack, he warns that Kang Hyunmoo should have brought at least that amount. Meanwhile, the supervisor remains silent, observing the scene. Wielding his weapon, Park Seo-moon seems extremely irritated with the situation. Stealthily, No Howl approaches the boy and grabs his leg. With a strike, she spins in the air and makes him drop his sword. She holds the weapon's hilt and pulls the boy away from the discussion. Meanwhile, Park Seo-moon falls to the ground, not having enough time to realize the attack. Desperate, he notices that the supervisor was approaching with the sword, but she only wanted to scare the boy by planting the weapon beside his face. Respectfully, she questions if Mr. Park Seo-moon had gone mad. Showing weapons outside of dungeons was strictly prohibited, as it could cause disputes and anxiety among ordinary citizens. Frightened, the boy apologizes for the situation he created. While he composed himself, the supervisor extended her hand to help him. Now everyone was ready to start the expedition. Although the woman wasn't as strong as Park Wiso, she was still a mid-rank hunter from a large clan. At that moment, the protagonist begins to think of an ambitious plan. His goal would be to test No Howl's abilities. With a smile on his face, he starts moving towards the dungeon. However, something slimy can be seen from within the forest. Suddenly, that mud begins to take on a strange and unexpected shape. From beneath all that sludge, the figure of an enraged goblin becomes real. A sign indicates the entrance to the starred dungeon. The place appears to be a minefield filled with armed officials. Under the supervisor's command, the gates are opened for the newcomers. The officials wait for the last boy to pass through the entrance. Shortly after, the gate is sealed again with a lock. Suspicious. The newcomers seem nervous about the situation they faced. However, No Howl begins to draw attention to himself. The woman stretches again and asks the young people to follow her. At that moment, they were observing the interior of the dungeon. Although it doesn't seem so dangerous now, the deeper they go, the more goblins would appear. Curious, the supervisor asks if anyone in that group knew how to clear that dungeon. Quickly, Park Seo-moon responds accurately that it would be necessary to obtain the return crystal. As a first condition, they would follow the goblins, find a cave, and inside they would be able to obtain the crystal. The return crystal allows one to exit the dungeon once certain objectives are completed, something akin to hell for the protagonist. An additional condition would result in a greater reward, but as newcomers, they would complete the first condition without No Howl's help. Suddenly, Park Seo-moon takes control of the situation and asks his companions to gather to distribute roles. The goblins had a sensitive sense of smell, so he would use some grass to mask the scent of their bodies. Additionally, he advised that everyone be prepared for any stealth attack, keeping their heads up. While he explained the tasks, Kang Hyunmoo didn't understand the reason for those orders. All of that was what Park Seo-moon learned from the famous streamer, Wild Breath Hunter, on his channel. Again, the fight between the two begins, needing to be controlled by the supervisor. She asked the boy to stop arguing and to cooperate with the others, saying what he found strange. The young man did not understand the use of grass since, having a sensitive sense of smell, they would be able to differentiate fresh grass from old. Moreover, they did not need to worry about their heads but rather their ankles, disregarding an attack from above. Irritated, Park Seo-moon could no longer tolerate the abuse from that young man who considered himself so clever. However, he is quickly stopped by the supervisor. She claimed that Park Seo-moon's suggestion was true. However, she added that it was information from 10 years ago. The streamer Wild Breath no longer cleared one-star dungeons, and all tips had changed over time. On the other hand, she stated that the information brought by Kang Hyunmoo was true. That information was very specific, knowledge that could not be obtained without experience. At that moment, No Howl suspected the possibility that the boy had hunted goblins in the past. Contradicting the suspicions, he simply declared that he had done all his homework. Even so, the supervisor seemed quite suspicious of that strange unknown. Moreover, he claimed it was his first time in a dungeon. Watching closely, Park Seo-moon noticed that his companion had also searched for information online. Suddenly, they heard an unusual noise coming from a dark part of the forest. A creature approached quickly, destroying everything in its path. With a leap, the monster came closer, ready to attack. The supervisor noticed the threat behind her group and was already prepared to defend herself. However, Kang Hyunmoo was much quicker than she was and hurled the goblin away. The creature's body flew through the air. With just one powerful kick, the protagonist defended everyone from the imminent danger. Watching the scene, Park Seo-moon was left speechless. All the other newcomers could not believe what had just happened, but Kang Hyunmoo did not seem impressed at all. Now, those people would irritate him because of his simple weapon that had even been used. Still, the supervisor was very suspicious of that boy's intentions. Moreover, the best thing to do would be to stop the discussions and pay attention to the goblins that could appear along the way. Finally, the woman declared that they were ready to start clearing the dungeon. Shortly after, another monster appeared in front of the group. A gigantic rope was thrown towards the creature. Without wasting time, the girls sliced the goblin's body in two. They were all determined to eliminate the monsters approaching them without showing fear. The creatures tried to defend themselves with weapons and whatever they had in their hands. But the newcomers were quite powerful and determined in their mission. With a sharp disc, the young woman began to make circular movements. Skillfully, she cut the enemy's belly, which had no way to react. On the other side, her colleague prepared for a triumphant attack. The boy with glasses used his powerful sword to slice the goblin. His expression showed his objectives and all his determination. Another goblin was taken down due to that boy's strength. Suddenly, they noticed footsteps approaching. Everyone paid attention to what was coming. With his weapon drawn, Park Si-moon displayed all his powers. With just a few strikes, the young man was able to defeat many goblins at once. Meanwhile, the supervisor was attentive to every movement. Taking a break to rest, she noticed that no one was afraid of the mission. If they continued like this, it would end soon with just a few scratches. But even so, she felt that something seemed off. Even before they started fighting, the goblins appeared to be scared. Sensing that there was something more, she knew they couldn't be terrified by a bunch of novice hunters. As soon as they finished the mission, they would be sent back, and she herself would take a look at the dungeon. Noticing a strange situation, she began to run uncontrollably. Desperate, she questioned what had happened during her absence. With fear etched on her face, the girl called for the supervisor. In front of her, monsters were tied up with pieces of wood. The scene was truly dark and desperate, with dozens of dead creatures all around. That was exactly the opposite direction from where they had come. At that moment, Yahello tried to reason about what was happening before his eyes. In despair, she stated that this was an emergency and they should return as soon as they found the returned stone. Something mysterious had massacred the goblins and played with their bodies, which was not common in a one-star dungeon. Not knowing what had caused that situation, she was sure it was something dangerous. They needed to leave as quickly as they could before someone got seriously hurt. At that moment, they realized that a colleague was missing from the group. Desperate, she asked everyone where Kang Hyumu was. The supervisor shouted the boy's name but received no response. Meanwhile, the red-hooded goblin watched the scene closely. Upon hearing that terrible name, his eyes turned to pure hatred. 1 hour before everything that was happening, the newcomers were still there in an intense battle. From afar, the supervisor watched the fight closely. Behind her, Kang Hyumu also observed the scene with curiosity on his face. After easily defeating several goblins, he realized that it was nowhere near the difficulty of hell. At that moment, he could understand why the supervisor was so calm. Watching from a distance, he began to have an unusual idea. Without thinking twice, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Shortly after, Yahello was already tired of waiting for the battle to end. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already inside the forest. Alone, he trained his skills with determination. Using the tattoo on his hand, he began to spread all the energy around. Suddenly, the training started to take effect, and he propagated the familiar skill through the space. One arm was used as support to lift a body. Kurson, the red-hooded goblin, used all his strength to get out of the mud. Meanwhile, the protagonist seemed extremely focused on giving the monster a first task. The familiar skill was the ability he learned after defeating Kurson in hell, allowing him to bring someone back from the dead. However, the reason why this skill was so impressive was not just because of the resurrection of the dead. With determination, he ordered Kurson to kill all the monsters that inhabited that forest. Moreover, with the skill, Kang Hyumu was able to revive them outside of hell. However, Kurson did not believe that the boy was asking him to kill his own people. With a card up his sleeve, he threatened to kill Kurson's tribe if he refused to obey the order. With no way to escape, the goblin grew increasingly irritated with the situation. Suddenly, noises indicated that the monsters were very close. One of them showed its face, coming out from behind the bushes. To protect his people, Kurson would have to exterminate that goblin. Even with his will, he realized he had no choice. Obeying, he approached his target. At that moment, Kang Hyumu noticed a strange feeling without understanding why. Due to the bond with Kurson from the familiar skill, they probably shared certain emotions. That feeling he experienced was a bit uncomfortable and repugnant. It seemed that the goblin was trying to deny something within himself. Meanwhile, the creature was getting closer and closer. Unsure if it was really a goblin, Kurson prepared to attack the target that didn't even have a weapon. With a strike, he hit the creature that only wore rags as clothing. Irritated, he couldn't believe that the two could be of the same species. In the end, it seemed like a truly funny situation to him. Thus, he declared that that monster could not be a goblin. The protagonist realized that the feeling was hatred for his own kind, not believing that something weak could be his people. Despite everything, Kurson remained in complete denial. Suddenly, he heard a noise with his huge ears. Looking back, he noticed that another creature was watching him closely. The strange goblins were frightened to see Kurson destroying all of them. Without wasting time, he launched himself purposefully against his enemies. He was determined to end the existence of those disgusting creatures. Meanwhile, the monsters didn't even move upon sensing the imminent danger. Kang Hyumu observed the new victims of the red-hooded goblin. A bit of blood splattered on his face. Kurson seemed completely out of control, destroying all those green monsters that could not be compared to him. Realizing that his orders were being followed, he decided to return to the group. On the other side of the forest, they were desperately searching for Kang Hyumu. The supervisor believed that the boy was already dead at that moment, completely losing hope. Suddenly, a head emerged from the bushes. Irritated, she began to scold the boy, saying that he wasn't allowed to act alone. Confused, he didn't understand anything about the situation, but the supervisor was glad to find him without serious injuries. For now, she just ordered him to stay close since they were going after the return stone. Amidst some bodies, an image caught Park Si-moon's attention. That was the return stone that would help them get back to a safe place. Without wasting time, the 2-star rookie began to run towards the stone. Even knowing it would be dangerous, his goal was simply to get out of the dungeon once and for all. From the supervisor's reaction and the corpses, he didn't want to spend another second in that cursed place. However, a very well-made trap awaited him. Hidden among the leaves, Curson grabbed the young man's leg with his hook. Moments later, the boy fell to the ground. His head hit the stones hard. Suddenly, the goblin appeared, ready to destroy any kind of threat. At that moment, Park Si-moon realized he had been completely deceived. Meanwhile, the goblin prepared to destroy the boy. But the supervisor wouldn't let that happen before her eyes. The hook was already very close to the boy's face. Quickly, the woman grabs one of her powerful weapons. With a precise strike, she hits Curson in the stomach using her formidable skills. Everyone around is extremely shocked by the situation. Fear was evident on their faces. However, the hero seemed quite calm, understanding everything that was happening. Without backing down, the supervisor appears determined to defeat her opponent. But Curson was not weak and was determined to fight until the last second. With a sword in his hands, he tries to strike No Howl. She manages to dodge, but her arm is hit by a cut. From afar, Kang Han-moo wondered what a mid-level hunter could do against a hell goblin. The fight seemed so interesting that he couldn't take his eyes off it. In the end, the hunter from the clan, the Great Unknown, knew she would have to face a difficult battle ahead. With determination, her goal was to protect the newcomers at all costs. But Curson watched her as if she were his next victim. His gaze reflected the anger he felt towards the wretched humans. Suddenly, he starts running towards the supervisor. However, she doesn't stay still for long and advances with her knives. The clash between the two reflects a light that illuminates the entire environment. The familiar skill allowed the user to give orders to those who are bound. The only disadvantage is that if the bound target is of a higher level, the user will have limited control. However, this was not a problem. If the protagonist died, Curson would die too, leading to the destruction of his entire tribe. Perhaps the goblin was frustrated by that situation. Even so, he was making a huge mess as a way to express his pain. Meanwhile, the newcomers remained frozen, doing absolutely nothing. The most important piece at that moment was the supervisor, No Howl, a mid-level member of the clan, the Great Unknown, who had extensive skills on her resume. However, Kang Han-moo wondered if she would be able to fight against Curson, level 21, and come out victorious. The fight continued without pauses or rest. The combatants were truly very powerful, and neither side wanted to give up so easily. Suddenly, the monster finds an opening and lunges towards the group of newcomers. Desperate, the hunter starts cursing the creature in every way as it advances with its sword. No Howl steps in front of its path and ends up getting hurt. She couldn't understand how something so powerful existed in a 1-star dungeon. That monster had better equipment than many hunters, in addition to being meticulous and cunning with its movements. At that moment, she became pensive after being hit by a mere goblin. Irritation spread across her bloody face. Determined, she preferred to activate a new skill to fight against her enemy. The skill Accelerate begins before the eyes of all those spectators. Curson feels a bit threatened, confused by the situation. From afar, Kang Han-moo notices that the supervisor has already managed to disappear quickly. Now the protagonist tried to warn the goblin to hurry and flee before something worse happened. Without wasting time, the monster begins to move with the goal of leaving. But the supervisor was already following her enemy like a mysterious shadow. Looking back, he realizes the arrival of the great threat. Wielding her weapons, she was ready to defeat the goblin once and for all. A blow heads towards his body. Kang Han-moo is worried about the situation of his subordinate. The cut on her belly is large and deep, spreading blood across the stones. Shortly after, No Howl disappears again without leaving a trace. For a short period, the skill Accelerate doubles all the movements the user makes. If she didn't hurry, other people could get seriously hurt, so she wanted to finish as quickly as possible. Like a shadow, she reappears above the head of the distracted goblin. Now was the opportune moment to end that imminent danger that tormented everyone. Irritated, the monster didn't know how to react since it couldn't even see the swift supervisor. At that moment, a great explosion filled the dungeon. Smoke spread everywhere, leaving the newcomers extremely worried. Suddenly, the hunter jumps out of the confusion and lands on the ground calmly. Upon realizing that her enemy had smoke bombs, she begins to suspect the origin of that species. While searching for her opponent, she hears a threat asking her not to move. On the other side, she sees Curson pointing a sword at Park Si-moon's neck. If she moved, the goblin would kill a human mercilessly. The supervisor couldn't believe that the creature was capable of taking a hostage. Moreover, it could speak normally, which was very strange. Shocked, she realizes that this creature was not only intelligent, but also had the gift of speech. First of all, the situation needed to be assessed immediately, prioritizing safety or calling for backup. If they lost, they could end up dealing with something even worse. While silently evaluating his options, Kang Han-moo watched the supervisor closely. The woman seemed desperate, not knowing how to proceed with the situation. The rookie Park Seo-moon appeared increasingly terrified, pleading for help with his eyes. While apologizing to the young man, No Howl decides that he would not lower his weapons at any cost. Suddenly, a stone is thrown into the chaos. Kang Hyun-moo enters the fight, asserting that one of those subordinates could not die like this. Kurson notices the boy's interference and observes the situation created. The stone's throw causes him to release the rookie, leaving him free to escape. The force of the stone is so great that it pierces the tree with precision. The protagonist's stick could have increased his attack power. Nervous, the supervisor starts to argue with that crazy boy who was interfering and doing whatever he felt like. Ordering him not to show off anymore, she asks the young man to protect himself behind her. But his plans were different, and he smiled without showing any fear. No Howl did not understand all that disobedience from the boy he had just met. Apparently, he was not interested in listening to anyone's orders. Terror takes over the woman's face as she no longer knows how to proceed or control the rookie. To the young man, the hunter was much more disappointing than he had thought. He did not believe that everyone with a level close to hers had only those abilities, being so weak. If No Howl had fought Kurson when he was alive, she would surely have died in an instant. Moreover, she thought she had given clear instructions to the goblin not to kill any humans. Even now, when No Howl began to run, Kurson intended to kill the hostage, not being fully under his control. If things continued like this, he could end up killing someone innocent. Clearing his throat, the boy decides to have a clarifying conversation with the supervisor. He explains that Park Seo-moon's death would become a big problem for her, but she was not being judged for her decision. However, if the goblin disappeared, things could have been worse. Additionally, it seemed a bit cruel to sacrifice a rookie like that. Kang Hyun-moo asserts that he had done nothing on this expedition and did not want to waste any more time. Therefore, this was the perfect situation to intervene in the battle. With a stone, he prepares for the new strike with his powerful stick. His only request is that the woman does not interfere and does not stand in front of him. On the other side, Kurson realizes he is being attacked. The stone hits his face with precision. Determined, he starts to run to finish off the humans. Quickly, the supervisor No Howl reappears in the fight and approaches the goblin. With her weapons displayed, she tries to defeat the creature to correct her mistake that nearly cost a new hunter's life. Her desire was to handle that threat alone. However, Kang Hyun-moo would not let her participate in that fight. With the stick in his hands, he approaches eagerly for the fight. Kurson merely observes everything happening before his eyes. Without moving, he perceives the imminent attack coming in his direction. Suddenly, the two instruments clash, causing an impact. The goblin's gaze reveals all his fury, but the protagonist, extremely skilled, knows the creature's weak points. Shortly after, his body is thrown away with a precise attack. Meanwhile, the creature tries to catch its breath. Analyzing the environment, it is ready for a new attack. Suddenly, its eyes notice an extreme danger appearing from behind along with the boy's warning. No Howl approaches with lightness and determination. Once again, she is able to cause damage to Kurson's body. The goblin feels the impact of the surprise attack since he was not expecting it. As he falls to the ground, he supports one of his hands to hold his body, and quickly, he manages to use his uncovered feet to kick the supervisor's face. On the other side, someone takes advantage of that opportunity to get even closer. Kang Hyun-moo uses precise movements to rotate the monster's body in the air. At that moment, Kurson falls to the ground after losing all his balance. Irritated, he realizes that the fight is uneven with 2 against 1. But it was not time for complaints as he notices a blow coming in his direction. The supervisor approaches with her weapons drawn. Her wide eyes reveal her entire purpose, to destroy that feared creature. The fight between the two becomes increasingly intense with quick blows and kicks, leaving minimal space for defense. Both stand with crossed swords and sweat running down their faces, the tension about to explode. The goblin snarls with its teeth bared, but the warrior does not back down. Suddenly, a monster feels something touch its feet. Distracted, it turns its gaze toward that thing. In that moment, No Howl realizes the perfect opportunity to attack. On the ground lies the body of Park Seo-moon, still unconscious. Without thinking twice, he kicks the boy toward the supervisor. With impact, his back hits the ground. The weight of the young man allows her to get up immediately. Meanwhile, the creature approaches, ready to put an end to that irritating situation. Recognizing the danger around him, Kang Hyun-moo decides to seek an escape route. Using his abilities, he orders Kurson to stop immediately and leave. However, the goblin does not seem willing to obey that command. But there is nothing it can do due to the familiar ability. Meanwhile, the supervisor watches everything happening in front of her with apparent nervousness. A smoke bomb is thrown, spreading chaos through the atmosphere. Noticing that her enemy is fleeing, she tries to say something. With trembling hands, she pushes Park Seo-moon's body to manage to get up. Alone in the face of destruction, she stares into the thick smoke. Supervisor No Howl becomes extremely irritated upon realizing she let her opponent escape. The other rookies watched the extensive fight that was coming to an end. On the ground, the young man with 2 stars remained unconscious. Kang Hyun-moo's first dungeon exploration was coming to an end with an unbelievable accident. He watched closely as another of his plans came to fruition without showing any suspicious reactions, but inside, he wondered if that was good enough. As the smoke began to clear, No Howl started to notice some things in the environment. The woman finds a trail of blood and affirms her determination to track the goblin while the others could leave. At that moment, the protagonist couldn't believe what he had just heard. Before they could stop her, the supervisor ran desperately after the opponent she had let escape. Shortly after, she leaned her hand on an office desk. Talking to an employee, she discovers that no one found any hidden conditions. Moreover, there seemed to be no signs of change in the dungeon, and none of the hunters saw anything similar. Nervously, the man said he could do nothing to help the supervisor. But she was not convinced, as she knew what she had witnessed. Outside, she took off her cap to rest a bit. Sitting on a wooden bench, she couldn't be satisfied with the fact that no one was hurt. Disheartened, she reflected alone while a voice began to call her consciousness back to reality. Beside her, Kang Hyamu appeared suddenly. Startled, the huntress couldn't hide her shock at the boy's appearance. He was worried about the situation the woman was in at that moment, looking quite reflective. The protagonist was curious to know if the woman had managed to deal with that goblin. Upon hearing his question, she took a moment to respond. In the end, she commented that she found the creature. While showing the red hood, she stated that she was unable to recognize the monster. Apparently, it had been dismembered by someone when she found it. Her assumption was that other goblins might have noticed it was injured and attacked when they had a chance. With a smile on her face, the supervisor thanked the boy for his help inside the dungeon. Extending her hand, she affirmed that the young man had done a good job earlier. Although she almost lost someone's life because of her decision, none of that happened due to the boy's actions. Thoughtful, he reflected on those words spoken by the supervisor and asked her not to forget the thanks. Curiously, he asked her if one day he would be able to enter 2-star dungeons with his abilities. However, the supervisor was sure that the goblin could be from a 3-star dungeon. In the woman's opinion, the hero's abilities were something remarkable. She even speculated that he was a hunter who took a break or chose the 1-star dungeon due to ranking restrictions. Without confirming with total veracity, the protagonist stated that the second option could be more accurate. In fact, he affirmed that it was something similar to that. At that moment, the woman began the interrogation by asking if the young man had any associated clan. The important fact was that he seemed not to be used to working with other people. No Howl was sure he was looking for a clan to join, so she offered an invitation to the Great Unknown. As long as he was associated with a clan, he could register to enter difficult dungeons and would receive support. With a smile on his face, he seemed excited about that offer. Even so, he doesn't back down and claims it would be better to think a little before making a hasty decision. All that time, he had been doing very well on his own and found the process of dividing spoils with others problematic. As he turns his back and walks away, the supervisor is shocked by his attitude. Before leaving, he states that he would expect a positive report from the supervisor soon. A man in a suit rushes by, carrying a clipboard in his hands. In the corridors, the man reaches his destination. Shortly after, he knocks on the office of the research team leader. Inside the room, a woman is typing something on her computer. Suddenly, she starts to get increasingly irritated as she hears someone calling her desperately. However, the man grows tired of waiting outside and opens the door with determination. Fearing the leader's reaction, sweat runs down his face as he informs her that he had received something. The researcher tries to control herself and stay calm to listen to the information. The man begins to speak about determining the rank, but the woman starts to rant since she didn't want to be bothered about that subject. Before asking the employee to leave her office, something catches her attention. Reading the report, she pays attention to each of the details. Nervous, she believes there has been some error in the machine, but everything was checked and was functioning properly. In addition to observing the use of drugs, investigating the supervisor. Calmly, the woman takes off her glasses and thinks about what she will say. What was in her hands was extremely strange and unexpected. She didn't know how she should respond appropriately or what kind of reaction would be acceptable. Suddenly, another employee enters with a clipboard received from the User Management Center with abilities. Despite checking 3 times, the result was always the same. Shortly after, information reaches the boss reporting the receipt of a phone call from the Great Unknown. They said that if they released information about the results before the official report, they would receive 1 million in cash. Startled, they are perplexed to hear the same analyzed name, Kang Hyun-moo. With a smile on her face, the researcher begins to think of a good solution. Determined, she orders that the request be ignored. Even so, one of her employees asks her to reflect on the donation of 1 million. But Wang Young suddenly throws the clipboard with the protagonist's information on the floor. To her, that report was worth much more than 1 million, and the boy should be investigated as quickly as possible. Moreover, all information should remain confidential. Until the boy was found, the release of the official report would be postponed. Quickly, she orders her employees to leave the office and gather as much information as possible about Kang Hyun-moo. Pensive, she is alone with that powerful name. Her goal was to discover who that young man really was. The protagonist was sleeping in a cold chamber for testing. A properly protected employee approaches the boy who was waking up. Calmly, he looks at the figure beside him and awaits the next steps. For users with abilities, there's a ranking system known as ranks separated by level. With each rank, there are specific levels that exist once the user with abilities reaches a certain level. It becomes impossible to increase their level any further. Because of this, exposure to mana, normal humans can awaken from 0 to 1 star. Recently, the young man was able to reach level 20, the highest possible, and now he wondered about increasing his rank. Shortly after, he received unexpected news from Yu Min, who began testing on his body. The girl carefully drew his blood to be analyzed cautiously, but he didn't seem to trust the veracity of the results based solely on a blood test. The department for users with abilities could only administer a temporary test to discover people's ranks, but in their laboratory, they could detail things that were not capable of being explored previously. Yu Min is a graduate student without a published thesis, but currently works in a laboratory studying mana. They were analyzing the possibility of increasing the ranks of users with abilities, so his blood would be collected. The girl finished the collection while the protagonist seemed to have millions of questions. Later, they discovered the conditions of his blood. All instruments used in the collection were disposed of in toxic waste. After a shower, she hands over the documents regarding the increase of ranks. The relation to high-density mana exposure could cause rank increases, making the young man reflect. There were 9 days, 4 hours, 55 minutes, and 21 seconds left until the next mission. Kang Hyunmoo was entering the Star of the Apocalypse. His goal was to discover what that hell was. At the top of a building, he observed the landscape filled with lightning. His next mission was approaching, but he still had some time left. The protagonist knew that the amount of time spent inside hell was the same as outside of it. In that case, it would be better to spend more time in hell whenever possible. Suddenly, red beams of light spread throughout the room. Sweat dripped down the hero's face, who seemed to be engaged in an intense activity. While testing his skills, he knew he had to make that time worthwhile. Through synthesis, he was able to create legendary items like the blood-soaked short blade. Excited, he realized how incredible that was while being watched by the hungry star Yogoleme. The crystal stone was a highly efficient item that is only generated by dismantling rare items using the dismantle skill. Renian explained that it was a material created by refining crystal moss. If placed near his body while sleeping, it would help with blood circulation and rid him of evil spirits. The hero would appear strange and desperate for more power. Suddenly, his smile appeared upon noticing Kursan's arrival. Fearful, the goblin responded to his master's orders. Kang Hyunmoo wanted his subordinate to hand over half of his rare equipment, but none of that was a cause for concern since he would be rewarded for it. Outside, the landscape remained the same with the sky terribly red. Shortly after, the hungry star Yogolame began to appear. As it shone brightly, it approached and observed the entire situation. 9 days later, the warrior continued to achieve his goals. His new item was a grand arm of Oshet. Now he possessed 2 new legendary items, the blood-soaked short blade and the arm of Oshet. Although it was old, it would make the place function well enough as a shelter. The powerful energy reflected throughout his body. His strikes became more intense and fearless, creating a fissure in the wall. Even worried about having only 1 glove for his left arm, he realized he was already getting the hang of it. In the last 9 days, he survived the pain of his body melting in acid, generating a new attribute for his blood. Moreover, Kursan had devised a map illustrating everything nearby. After all that, he still believed it wasn't enough. Curiously, the hungry star watched him daily, until the day of the mission at the bottom of the pyramid arrived. Confused by that name, he reflected on his next steps. Kang Hyunmoo had to survive for the next 24 hours, meaning the mission would restart every time he was killed. Again, the system showed that the hungry star Yogolame was watching closely. Suddenly, a challenge was issued by the star, and the protagonist accepted immediately. In the sky, all the other stars showed themselves. The stars of the brittle, destructive, conquering, monstrous, battling feast were all watching. At that moment, a new mission was beginning. The family members of the star would now pursue the young man who must survive for 48 hours. Nervous, he realized he was cursed. Not knowing how to react to that information, he remained frozen in place. Suddenly, he noticed the impact coming in his direction. His expression showed fear at the situation he was in. His body was seen as something tasty, ready to be destroyed. Behind him, his companions observed the confusion in his mind, as the young man seemed desperate. At that instant, he understood they were referring to his body. Suddenly, he felt a chill take over his veins. Kursan and Renian were salivating at the possibility of eating their boss. Frightened, he noticed their intentions. The creatures approached his body stealthily. Realizing they were crazy, he wouldn't let his colleagues savor him like a meal. That was the effect of the curse placed upon him. But Renian seemed unconcerned, as he only smelled the good scent of time. If he were caught while under the curse, it would agitate the hunger of each one around him. Moreover, if he ate anything cursed, he would end up addicted. Renian claimed it was because of a fairy with a promised end. All the people of the Hungry Star were like that, living to eat or be eaten. Upon hearing a laugh, the young man's attention turned to the other side. Kursan seemed to salivate instantly just by observing his boss. Being hit with a punch, he flew back to regain his composure. That curse would generate an attack the moment any living being could notice the young man's presence. Curiously, he asked about the people mentioned by the fairy earlier, but before she could respond, a loud bang resonated in the environment. Concern and nervousness became evident on the hero's face. His colleagues also sensed a frightening presence with those noises, but Kang Hyumu wouldn't be shaken by the situation and was already ready for the fight. With his legendary items, he was confident he could defeat any kind of enemy. Suddenly, something powerful shattered the thick wall into 1,000 pieces. Confused, the protagonist has to note what kind of creature or income he would have to face, but his body is taken over by flying bugs that come towards him. Quickly, they spread all over his skin. Those mosquitoes start to suck his blood, piercing their beaks into his skin. However, shortly after, they fall dead due to the consistency of his blood. Upon realizing what kind of creatures they were, he begins to stomp on all of them. Noticing they were just mosquitoes, he destroys as many as he can. At that time, mosquitoes shouldn't have been active, meaning they were being irritated for no reason. Mosquitoes are at the lowest position within the power chain of Yogolem. Rinian explains that they are the youngest spies among Yogolim. Mosquitoes are also one of the fastest monsters, so the others would soon follow. At that moment, he had been found by the mosquitoes that arrived first. Thoughtful, Kang Hyumu calmly listens to his friend's words. Shortly after, he decides to leave the hiding place to observe what was happening outside. Some feathers come in his direction, falling from the skies. Soon, all those under the control of Yogolem would arrive at the location. Those terrible and disgusting pigeons were already watching for the perfect opportunity to attack. Upon noticing the other creatures of the Star People, he showed some interest. When they were noticed, the pigeons began to transform. They quickly ran towards the protagonist. Those filthy birds were eager to catch him. Without wasting time, the young man began to flee from all those threats. Meanwhile, the mosquitoes had not given up and were flying after him. Using all his strength, he increased his pace while running faster. His expression showed fear from a situation that couldn't be easily controlled. The mosquitoes and the pigeons chased him in grand numbers. Desperate, the hero couldn't find a good way to deal with all of it alone. By his side, Kurson followed the master at all times. Kang Hyumu needed to come up with an urgent plan. Curiously, he asked the goblin if there was space in his village, but the monster couldn't help in that case. Recently, the growth rate had increased in his village, causing the population to grow. Nervous, the protagonist realizes he was prepared for any type of mission, but he wasn't thinking it would be some kind of strange curse with mosquitoes and pigeons. Moreover, Yogolem seemed to be enjoying his sweet moment through that obscure mission. In front of him, he was able to notice the end of the bridge. Using all his strength, he plants his heels on the ground and launches his body an impressive distance while asking someone to fight seriously. His face gradually transforms as he realizes what awaited him below. Countless hungry monsters were ready to attack Kang Hyumu. That situation was truly not favorable for the protagonist, who seemed increasingly nervous. As he fell to the ground, debris scattered in all directions. Thick smoke spread through the environment, covering everyone's vision. Meanwhile, the creatures eagerly awaited the hero. From the midst of the fog, he tries to recover from the free fall. His eyes observe the situation he was about to face. With his legendary items, he would have to give his best to survive the mission. However, he seemed shaken as he was expecting a real fight. As the infernal creatures approached, he declared that Yogolem should have sent those first. With determination on his face, he launched himself into battle. The monster's gigantic fangs were capable of slicing bodies in half with a single bite. Suddenly, the creature grabs Kang Hyumu by the arms, preventing his advance. At that moment, the young man realizes the kind of trouble he was in. When the creature opens its giant mouth full of teeth, he realizes he was done for and starts to scream in despair. Without much difficulty, the monster manages to eat the warrior's head. Lifeless, his knees support him on the ground, and he falls. At that instant, the system shows that he had died after a survival time of about 2 days. A warning shows that the hungry star Yogolem was watching. The character screams desperately as the scene becomes chaotic and terrifying around him. The creatures approach with quick steps. One of them states that no matter how many times he comes back to life, the fight remains intense. The monsters are on top of the warrior, leaving no room to breathe. Realizing that the same thing always happens, it would be necessary to act decisively. The warning still appears on the screen as the character asks the other to stop staring at him. At that moment, he thinks it would be better to run. His survival time is at 47 hours, 39 minutes, and 50 seconds. While running, he realizes he has no other choice but to play hide and seek with those monsters. The holidays continue chasing him with their enormous fangs. Kirison was not by his side in that situation, but even if he were, it would be just as bothersome. Thus, he doesn't know what he should do alone. A voice assists him, telling him to turn into the alley on the right. Listening to the voice, he accepts the hint, deciding he needed to act quickly. With enormous precision, he stops and turns right, changing direction to avoid the imminent danger. Desperate, he continues running without stopping, his heart racing and adrenaline pulsing through his veins, even without understanding why he had taken that path. Apparently, the protagonist was speaking with his conscience. Now he should turn right again at the next alley. After dying so many times, He presumes he was going crazy, but that was not his case. Confused, he doesn't understand what was happening to him. With few choices and knowing it wasn't his first time dying, he continues following the voice. He thinks a ghost has started to possess his body. With a push, he turns right. Meanwhile, the holidays do not keep up with his swift movement and crash against the wall. Happy, he realizes the situation was favorable to him. Without wasting time, he doesn't stop running for a second. Arriving at a place full of debris, he notices some red lights. Not understanding what it was about, he gets nervous, until he realizes it was a giant monster in front of him. The voice continues giving tips for him to protect himself. After dodging the blow, feces are thrown at the monsters. Fallen on the ground, the boy just observes. It looked like spider webs that wrapped around the shadows around him, creating an oppressive environment. Looking up, he perceives the size of the enemy, the threatening presence looming over him. It was a level 87 Black Widow, a creature feared for its cunning and lethality. Fearing for his safety, he feels incapable, doubt and fear taking over his mind. Meanwhile, the voice still whispers in his head, but the boy has no idea who it is. In the place, the stars were silenced and could not live unless they were bound by the rules of this world. The voice belonged to one who could whisper to him. After the explanation, he understands who she was talking about. It was the star whispering named Monstrol that he had been observing all this time. The star says that everything he did would now appear as if he were being rude to Yogolemi, who would presume everything was a coincidence. Moreover, the boy should not speak anything loudly from now on so that Yogolem wouldn't discover that things were wrong. However, the star could not read his mind. She only spoke to him through his mind. After that discovery, the boy wanted to know what she wanted. Yogolemi was planning to use the protagonist as food for as many family members as possible to increase their rank. The star's request was for him to end that senseless test before it was too late. Finally, she wanted to make him a member of her family. The boy does not understand the interest placed in him, but the need for a new player was a priority, and everyone was trying to create a plan to resolve things. At that moment, that information was unknown to him. The star tells him that if the young man knew what the others wanted to do with him, he would want to join her. In conclusion, the character thought she was better than everyone else. Compared to the other stars, serving should be simple. He just had to love her. Touching his face, she asked him to praise her, adore her, and obey her as in a diamond relationship. In the same way, the star would return the compliments to be loved warrior. The feeling is sweet, as if he were falling into a deep swamp. As long as he acts like a lover, he could gain more power. What he really wanted was to be approved by anyone, and surviving alone in that hell was too painful. The young man is left speechless as the creature of light grabs him. A warning shows that the fragile Gaulish star was watching him closely. At that moment, he returns to his reality. Above his head, Monstrael continues with her intense glow. While waiting for a response, he says he already had a girlfriend. Upon realizing that the star fell completely silent, the protagonist thinks she might have been upset by his words. Radiant, Monstrael shows her angelic face, lamenting that a hero like him has only one woman. He is shocked by the star's attitude. Meanwhile, the giant spider approaches him. She had thought he would gain sense after being placed inside Yogolemi's mouth a few times. Despite that, she should have at least provided a way to overcome. Since he had rejected the easiest way out, the tension increased with every passing moment. With each phrase spoken by the star, the spider drew closer, her presence becoming increasingly threatening. From now on, he would need to start making an effort, knowing that his survival depended on his choices. Countless small red spiders begin to crawl up his body. He tries to get rid of them, but there are too many. In a Machiavellian way, the character would complete the incomplete toy for him. With a breath, she makes the spider obey her. She wraps the character in her immense webs. The moon in the sky has a light pink color. Webs are observed in the corridors, covering every corner. A foot with gigantic nails can be seen, and a mysterious hooded figure appears. Step by step, the character climbs the stairs. Upon reaching a room, he comes across numerous bodies trapped in silk webs. With doubts, he questions something to Kiruk, who is by his side. The small flying creature asks him to stop doubting her. Thus, with his hook, he tears through all the webs. A character reveals himself inside the cocoon, slowly emerging from his prison as if being reborn. With one of his hands, he holds him, carefully and determinedly pulling him out. He removes his body, but the boy remains unconscious, showing no signs of awareness or reaction. His face looks lifeless, and his pale skin reflects the fragility of his current condition. Near his ear, Kira calls him Butler, but he does not move, remaining still. With a strategic blow, she demands that he wake up immediately. As if startled, he returns, and his eyes shed tears. Upon regaining his consciousness, the character remains extremely tired. The fairy said that if she drank a little of his blood, he would feel better. She rejoices upon realizing that he is awake and well. The creature flies through the air while he continues to shout. By a hair's breadth, the protagonist did not have to start the mission again. Removing a web from his path, he did not know what place that was. He felt something hit his head. Startled, he looks at a huge monster standing in front of him. The mysterious orc does not move. The two stand still facing each other for a second, the tension in the air almost palpable. until those small spiders begin to crawl over the orc's body, their agile legs creating a shiver. At that moment, the protagonist begins to understand what it was about, realizing the gravity of the situation he faced. It was the same spider webs that held him. Apparently, that was some kind of bait. But while he reasoned, he did not want to be interrupted, focusing on finding a solution to the situation. In his left hand, there was an item that went unnoticed, an object that could be crucial to his plans. Curious, the subordinate did not recognize that piece, intrigued by its appearance and possible utility. Not even the protagonist knew what it was, feeling a mix of anxiety and expectation regarding the item. As he moved his left hand with 6 fingers, he realized it was an Osket gauntlet. At that moment, he remembers that the star said she would complete his toy. Opening the system, he wants to check something suspicious, searching for information that might help him. He touches the screens patiently, looking for something that could offer an advantage amid the chaos. He asks Kiruk if he remembers the place where they found the skeleton last time. It was the place where the two found a dead person. While investigating, they took the skull and thought it could be something useful. Using the legendary Admiral's monocle, he examines that hand. It was a 6-fingered Ashet hand, a glove that uses mana to shoot Black Widow webs. Upon looking more closely, he realizes it was a real item. Even so, he had never seen an item with that title before. That is, all the other items he had collected so far could be fake, like his blade, the Ashet arm, and the scythe. Thus, that item was a grade higher than legendary. Upon realizing he had something very valuable in his hands, he gives a slight smile and begins to reflect to himself that with a toy like that, he could achieve many things. While he looks admiringly at the arm, his companions inform him that it was time to leave. Outside, the wreckage was evident, with destroyed buildings. The holidays awaited attentively for their next victim. They sniffed out any trace of suspicion, their flared nostrils picking up the slightest hint of movement. Getting close to a hole, they tried to observe something that could indicate the presence of prey. A trail of blood runs through the area, leaving a visible path that the creatures cannot ignore. The smell catches the attention of all the creatures, attracting them like a magnet in search of food. They are desperate for a sample of the red liquid. Like bloodhounds, they are drawn in. They all gather and head toward that smell, attracted by the promise of food. Desperately, they enter the dark tunnel, the darkness enveloping them like a heavy cloak. While walking, they encounter some spider webs signaling the presence of dangers ahead. With long strides, they continue forward, determined to discover what awaits them in the shadows. The creatures were thirsty for a bit of blood. Inside the tunnel, a peculiar creature approaches. It clings to the body of one of the beasts. After some time, it stings one of them. The poison runs through the monster's veins, causing the others to become extremely agitated. Its mouth opens, revealing its enormous teeth. The creature begins to receive numerous bites all over its body, its agony becoming evident with each attack. At that moment, the protagonist appears in the dark, emerging like a determined and relentless shadow. In his hand, he holds a level 3 mosquito, the key to the transformation that was occurring. It was he who was controlling that transformation, using the power of the insect to turn the tide in his favor. His arm is ready to unleash numerous webs. With a smile on his face, the character was extremely powerful, the royal item. Meanwhile, the creature was being torn apart, its form disintegrating under the attack. Watching the scene, he was amused, a satisfied smile forming on his face in the face of destruction. He sent more mosquitoes into the midst of the beasts, and they attacked each other, making his passage much easier. The mosquitoes stung all the monsters, creating a commotion that made the situation even more chaotic. Soon after, the situation spiraled out of control, with screams and attacks echoing throughout the environment. The beasts tried in every way to enter the tunnel, their desperate attempts increasing the tension in the air. His plan was to make them fight among themselves, feeding off their rivalry and continuing to devour each other. Before receiving the mission, he was experimenting with his familiar skill when he learned something new. Although there are limits to how many things he could have under his control, when it came to small beings like mosquitoes, he discovered he could have more of them compared to smaller beings. Moreover, the mosquitoes that died from his poisonous blood, which were affected by his familiar skill, came back to life with a slight resistance to poison. That situation was already under control. Thus, he could deal with those level idiots. It was lamentable to see such strong ones without brains. Due to its various exits, that was the perfect place to wait while he dealt with ghosts. The character could stay there the entire time and survive for 48 hours. However, his expression changed when he noticed something. The boss fell to the ground, looking extremely weak. His subordinate rushed to see what had happened. Dizzy, the protagonist felt weak upon realizing that the mosquitoes had drained too much of his blood. At that rate, he wouldn't last long since they were taking more blood than expected. The new solution would be to look for another method, an alternative that could change the course of the battle. Meanwhile, the subordinate carried his boss, demonstrating loyalty even amid the chaos surrounding them. But he noticed something strange coming from behind, a sense of danger alerting him to what was to come. A sharp sword could be seen among the webs, glinting threateningly and promising an imminent attack. Apparently, someone was cutting the webs and approaching them. Pushing his friend, he asked him to stay out of the way. Those creatures had noticed it was a trap, Perhaps that was no longer the ideal plan. Preparing for combat, his gaze revealed extreme concentration. With a dagger in one hand, he asks Kurson to stay out of the way. However, two glowing green orbs are observed from the darkness. The protagonist does not understand who they belong to. Shortly after, those lights multiply. Upon realizing the number of adversaries he would face, he becomes a bit desperate. In the darkness, the eyes were many, suspicious. He does not understand how there were so many enemies, the quantity surpassing his darkest expectations. Moreover, the creatures kept multiplying as if they were an unrelenting plague with no end, until a person in military clothing appeared in front of him, bringing a sense of distrust. Immediately, he thinks it must be a soldier, but he remains prepared for combat, his determination firm in the face of the unknown. The enemy does not reveal his face, remaining in the shadows, creating an air of mystery and threat. The protagonist waits patiently to see what would appear, attentive to every movement around him. The soldiers reveal themselves as numerous undead rising from the darkness, increasing the tension of the situation. Now he understood what kind of battle lay ahead. It was a level 22 zombie, the hungry one. Slowly, the creatures continue to draw closer. The zombie commander orders them to capture the protagonist. At that moment, they would come after the boss. Suddenly, instead of walking slowly, they begin to run. But with his items, he is already preparing for the fight and starts to launch webs. And he knew it would be too easy if it were just the ghosts. His weapon hit precisely the brain of one of the zombies. The short blade bathed in legendary blood had a special effect where the user could inject blood into the opponent. Holding the opponents with his real ones, he realized they must be starving since they were quite thin. The zombies thought of nothing but eating. Upon receiving blood from the hero, the hit zombie became a target for the others. It created the perfect opportunity for him to escape. Angrily, the commander realized how foolish his soldiers were. While they devoured each other, the man was fleeing. When one of them noticed his exit, he realized he was in trouble. Quickly, he tried to climb the stairs. The commander ordered his men to catch the boy. Without looking back, he continued climbing the stairs. A lid stuck to the ground began to move as if something was about to emerge. With vibrant energy, the lids were thrown away, creating a thunderous sound that echoed through the environment. With force, the hero tried to escape the hole, determined to face whatever followed. He walked away, hoping the zombies hadn't followed him. Noticing the landscape, he saw items shining all around. They were at the same level, but they had military training. Thus, it might not be possible to reason with them. Since they used to be human and had become mere undead, they already saw what delicacies the Yogalim could offer, now under their control. Screams could be heard in the darkness. With each passing minute, the noises intensified, creating a cacophony of terror around him. The protagonist knew he couldn't talk to the zombies. Communication was impossible in the face of insatiable hunger. Like a precise shot, a bullet came towards the boy, cutting through the air with deadly accuracy. His leg was hit almost instantly, the pain exploding and making him stagger from the impact. Realizing the attack, he twisted even more. He supported one of his knees on the ground and tried to stay firm, fighting against the pain that tormented him. The zombies boasted about hitting him with just one shot, celebrating the small victory amid the chaos. He decided he would save bullets to avoid waste, aware that every shot counted in this battle. Nervous, the hero didn't know how to free himself from that situation, feeling the pressure increase with each moment, until he felt a very intense and powerful wind. Looking up, he began to reason. He noticed that the surroundings had gone quiet out of nowhere. Thinking a bit, he remembered the blood, realizing that this could be his only salvation. Nervously, his eyes showed an unexpected fright, reflecting the gravity of the situation he was in. Voices could be heard coming from afar, an echo of hungry creatures approaching rapidly. They were those who were getting closer, even hungrier, drawn by the smell of blood that permeated the air. At that moment, the protagonist would be unable to survive in an open place like that. Looking at the system, he realized he had only 46 minutes and 46 seconds. Even though it was less than an hour, it was enough time for the creatures to kill him 100 times. One of the soldiers reported that all the zombies had come out of the sewer. The system informed that the boy's health had fallen below 10% and regeneration would begin now. The captain of the dead wanted to ensure that the boy would be easy to eat. Apprehensive, he didn't know how to defend himself from so many attacks at once. On the other side, the beasts were coming towards him, their eyes shining with insatiable hunger. The zombies also watched him with extreme desire, the need for fresh meat evident in their movements. He was caught between the two groups, feeling the pressure increase and the need to act quickly. Taking something from his pocket, he bit into something with the strength of his teeth. Standing in the middle, he didn't know what to do, feeling the pressure of the situation rise around him. After eating that piece of stone, a strange sensation began to spread through his body. A warning showed that the mana from the crystal stone was flowing through his body, revitalizing his energies. In the end, the mana was completely restored, giving him a new breath to face the challenges ahead. Noticing the proximity of his enemies, he prepared for domination. Still standing, he calculated what would be the best strategy, analyzing each movement of the monsters in front of him. Meanwhile, those terrifying monsters advanced, their intentions clear and threatening. They threw their bodies at the boy, creating a wave of terror that forced him to act quickly. But he seemed invisible because the zombies went towards the spheres. Hungry, They bit into his entire body. A fight began between the two groups. The protagonist was not exactly controlling the monsters. Everything he did was to take all the ghosts bitten by his mosquitoes and amplify the scent they emitted. In that way, the undead are attracted to the ghosts since they are larger targets to deal with. Seeing the destruction caused, he remains quiet. He wonders if humans before the devastation had witnessed scenes like that regularly. GPT-4o Mini. He imagines that hell would be like that, surrounded by creatures and threats at every moment. While he was lost in thought, a blow comes in his direction, abruptly breaking his concentration. Turning around, he realizes it was a gunshot, the bullet slicing through the air with deadly precision. The commander was controlling some of his men with weapons drawn. Apparently, the domination had no effect on those others. After thinking for a moment, he understands the problem. The men were too far away for the spell to work on them due to the activation range. The commander gives orders to the soldiers, his firm voice echoing over the noise of battle. With weapons equipped, the shots were automatic, creating a symphony of destruction around him. Upon ordering fire, they all begin to shoot, the coordination among them demonstrating rigorous training. A beam of light comes toward the corpses, illuminating the scene with a blinding and devastating intensity. With a precise strike, it cuts off all the heads at once. The hooded figure had returned to save his boss, saying he could save the thanks for later. The protagonist is shocked to see his friend. The Green Goblin takes an instrument from his back. It was the Winter Collector's scythe, capable of tracking living beings and freezing the area around. The subordinate prepares to defend his boss at all costs, determined to protect his life. Heads begin to roll everywhere, the scene becoming a spectacle of chaos and violence. The protagonist realizes it was Curson, recognizing his friend's unmatched skill in combat. His friend was extremely skilled with that scythe, cutting down enemies with lethal and impressive precision. Meanwhile, he insists that his boss can save the thanks for later, and adds that he would have to be very grateful for the rescue. The character believed he was very powerful for what he had just done. The commander couldn't believe how humans and goblins could fight against his soldiers. Stealthily, he grabs one of his weapons, adrenaline pulsing through his veins as he prepares to act, and aims at the two characters, focusing on neutralizing the approaching threat. However, he did not expect that the machine gun would be frozen. The surprise leaves him momentarily paralyzed. Not knowing how to react, he simply compares himself, waiting for the fatal blow. Without showing mercy, the goblin cuts off his arm. Confused, the captain was realizing he was going to lose the battle. He took a kick that made his head turn 360 degrees. Curson was indeed very skilled at that moment. In the past, the protagonist would have tried to ask for help if a friend was complaining, but after he got that weapon, he listened to him quite well. While watching the goblin, the hero did not notice the attack from the ghosts, but he was very quick and managed to dodge. Stopping for a moment, he realized he had almost been crushed. Meanwhile, the creatures were looking at him as if he were the next snack. He was already in a fighting stance, ready to defend himself. When the papaya held the mouth of one of the creatures, the scene became even more chaotic and unexpected. They were zombies, still attracted by the blood, their threatening presence increasing the tension in the air. Turning from side to side, he seemed confused, trying to understand what was happening around him. Apparently, the number of zombies had multiplied. At that moment, he realized he was running out of time and would be unable to maintain the domination for long. Thus, he would need a plan B to avoid being devoured by the creatures. However, everyone stops fighting for a moment. Apparently, something is hovering over their heads. The sky has a blood-red color. The mosquitoes are usually nocturnal, although they were only weakened by the protagonist's blood scent. As soon as the sun sets, they begin to become hyperactive. Standing still, the hero still doesn't know how to proceed, feeling the pressure of the situation rising around him. He decides to open the system and check some information, looking for a strategy to face the approaching challenges. Some lightning radiates through his body, energizing him and awakening a latent strength he didn't know he possessed. He decides to test the spider webs, imagining how they could help him escape or attack his enemies. His movements attract the attention of the ghosts. Moreover, the zombies also become interested. The hero covers his body with the spider web. Meanwhile, the undead are already heading toward him along with the ghosts. The protagonist says he hopes the two will take care of each other. At that moment, a swarm of mosquitoes descends from the sky and heads toward the hero. The ghosts try to protect themselves just like the undead. While fighting, Curson takes a kick from the mosquitoes. He hovers over every corner, occupying all the places. In a fight like that, it would be hard to tell friend from foe, and thanks to the effects of the scythe, many were frozen. If it continued like that, the warrior would manage to survive until time ran out. Although he was getting a bit euphoric, he needed to play it safe and calm down. He couldn't forget that his goal was not to kill everyone, but to survive the 48 hours. The boy didn't notice that a zombie was approaching his leg. He only feels an intense pain as if every fiber of his being was screaming for relief. Looking down, he realizes he has been bitten, the wound pulsing and threatening his sanity. With his foot, he crushes the head of the undead, releasing a satisfying crack that echoes in the air. When he let his guard down, the creature sees the perfect chance. This was terrible for his plan since he was low on blood. A few more zombies were crawling towards him. The hungry star Ugulame was still watching him. The situation seemed extremely dangerous, and he didn't know what to do anymore. As he looks at his leg, he notices the wound, feeling the pain pulse with every movement he makes. It would be necessary to replenish the blood he had lost. The urgency to recover was becoming increasingly evident. The zombies continue to eat the bodies of the ghosts, devouring the flesh with insatiable voracity. Looking at the liquid flowing on the ground, he realizes that the battle was not over and that he needed to act. He has a somewhat unusual idea. He orders his mosquitoes to grab one of the ghosts. The species of Kanghayanmu was a level 3 mosquito and was tasked with sucking all the blood from the creature. In the end, only skin and bones remained, a grim reminder of what had happened. Loaded with red liquid, they rushed to their master. The urgency in their movements evident, and they stung him, transferring all the stored blood, a macabre exchange that could change the course of the battle. Even though it was a stupid idea, there was nothing else he could do besides that. He holds on tight while receiving several stings. At that moment, his fury becomes intense. Kneeling on the ground, it seems that his body is completely sore. He leans for a while, trying to regain his strength. The ghosts are already approaching his body, their ethereal presences creating an atmosphere of terror. They show their sharp claws, preparing to destroy the boy, ready to attack mercilessly. With a strike, they try to hit the boy, the speed of their movements surprising even the swiftest. Like a spray, blood is splattered everywhere, staining the ground and revealing the brutality of the confrontation. But the boy doesn't seem to have suffered any attack, his agility surprising everyone around. He flies off after cutting one of the beast's arms, demonstrating impressive skill in combat. Now he had regained all his energy, feeling revitalized and ready to face new challenges. He throws the creature's arm to the ground, a disdainful gesture symbolizing his victory over the enemy. His face reveals a frightening expression, and his teeth are sharp. Desperate, the ghosts begin to run. Flying over them, the boy goes to meet the others. The creatures try to reach him, but he is too fast. The mosquitoes continue to help in the battle, flying all over the place. The protagonist's agility is something never seen before, surprising even the most experienced in combat. Without his enemy noticing, he quickly positions himself, stopping behind him in a stealthy move. With both hands, he grabs his face, holding it with unwavering strength and determination. His mouth has teeth like those of the ghosts, sharp and ready to cause pain and terror. Thirsty for blood, he bites the beast's head, showing his ferocity and insatiable thirst for victory. Without shame, he tears a piece of its skull. The trait of the greedy was added to his venomous blood. In the end, he finished off his opponent using only the strength of his new teeth. Consuming blood from the acid in his body increases physical abilities by 30%, but the effect will stop when all the blood is used. During the activation time, the user will suffer extremely and absorb food into the body quickly. However, if the user is in a fasting state, they could die when the skill consumes the body. Although it may sound good for a diet due to the fact that the user also loses muscle, it has no merit. That skill used his physical body as a cost to strengthen itself. Thus, it uses the nutrients from his body to become stronger. He feels a strange sensation as if something is about to happen, disturbing his concentration. Crouched down, he feels a sharp pain in his chest, a sign that his body is resenting the battle. A protagonist was hungry, the need for food becoming increasingly unbearable and urgent. It felt like his stomach would digest him from the inside, crying out for sustenance amid the chaos. A zombie came toward him, dragging itself slowly but with a terrifying determination in its gaze. But he was already prepared for the attack, his arm positioned. He held the zombie high with his hand. The strength in his body was staggering. Laughing, he realized how powerful he felt, the adrenaline pulsing through his veins as he dominated the situation. Now more stars were watching him, like the Conqueror, the Whispering, the Monstrous. All of them were paying attention to the boy, and he would give people a pain worse than death, making them submit to him. Those stars watched everyone from above. At that moment, he had a question. He wanted to know what the stars thought of him, seeking validation amid the chaos. Showing all his powers, he unleashed lightning and thunder, illuminating the darkness with impressive energy. He floated among the creatures while hitting all of them at once, his combat skills standing out. Once again, ghosts and zombies faced off, ready for a confrontation that could decide everyone's fate. Meanwhile, the protagonist flew through the air. With an expression of extreme rage, he looked at his opponents. Determined, he launched one last power at them, concentrating all his energy into a single devastating attack. Causing a huge, gigantic explosion, the impact reverberated, completely changing the landscape around him. Debris was thrown in all directions, creating a chaotic and terrifying scene for the survivors. As he observed the destruction caused, a satisfied smile formed on his face, revealing his satisfaction. Evil could be seen in his eyes, reflecting the darkness that dwelled in his heart. With his Gaga, he showcased his numerous abilities. The ghosts were thrown with extreme force. His cuts were precise and quick, hitting his opponents in the head, in the body, and even slicing them in half. There was no escape for any of them as the protagonist's victory drew ever closer. Even so, the monsters did not give up attacking him. With a precise strike, one of them managed to hit his face, surprising him with the force of the attack. He was thrown backward due to the impact's strength, feeling the gravity of the situation in his body, and he fell to the ground, rolling back, trying to recover and get back up quickly. Hurt, he felt a bit of pain from the blow received, but his determination remained intact. Hearing something, he realized the monster was coming toward him. He jumped precisely toward the boy, trying to hit her. With his hands, he drove his head into the ground. All the other creatures were around, creating some kind of power. A hand with extremely sharp claws was revealed. The protagonist tried to curse his opponents but realized he was losing the fight. Blood began to flow from his body. While the monsters were thirsty to end his life, the monsters plunged their hands into the protagonist's body. He felt all the worst pains in the universe. He could do nothing to escape that situation. On top of his body, the creatures completely devoured him. His blood draining from his body, forming puddles around him, highlighted the gravity of the situation. His veins were completely dry, as if life was being slowly drained from his being. However, he flashed a dreaded smile, challenging death and showing that he had not yet given up. Upon noticing the perfect chance, he bit into the body of one of the ghosts. He clung to the skin with his giant teeth, displaying a ferocity that impressed everyone around, and he tore a piece from the enemy's body, savoring the victory in a brutal and bloody manner. He would not lower himself to those corpses, for his determination made him superior to that situation. Determined, he would tear them all apart, limb by limb, without hesitation in search of his revenge. With immense fury, his eyes revealed all his rage. The undead and ghosts were trying to reach him, but he ripped them in half and cut their bodies. With his powerful weapon, he held the heads of his enemies and crushed them as if they were watermelons. He was just one against all the opponents. With his smile, he seemed to be having fun, as if the battle were just a game to him. More attacks were launched from all directions, creating a chaos that made the situation unbearable. At the end of the battle, only the bodies remained, silent witnesses to what had occurred in that place. Apparently, everyone was dead and fallen, leaving a trail of destruction and despair around. The zombie thought that none of them should have shown up. Although they had decided to bring the entire squad due to the invitation received, all were killed by that gluttonous bastard. The last undead tried to flee, even without its legs. Curiously, he asked what its name and rank were. But the boy doesn't want to answer anything, he just wants to destroy everything in front of him. At that moment, the zombie realized it was his. Quickly, the boy walks towards him. Meanwhile, the character begs him to have compassion and to stay away from him. He holds one of the weapons and aims it at the enemy, but it remains frozen, unable to fire. On the other side, he finds a sharp claw and decides to use it. He tries to land a non-protagonist blow. He manages to tear his leg, leaving him weaker. Unable to stand anymore, the warrior tries to approach the soldier. While he pleads for him to stay away, the boy pays no attention to his request. With his skillful strikes, he tears the opponent's arm, showing impressive dexterity in combat. His teeth are extremely sharp, glistening in the light, ready to cause more pain, and they head towards the enemy's face, threatening a potentially devastating attack. He rips off his nose without showing any difficulty. He was determined to finish off that undead. A warning shows that the mission at the bottom of the pyramid has been completed, and he would be rewarded with a golden box. After some time, the curse of hunger was deactivated. Lying on the ground, the boy was missing a leg. He activated his powers to absorb a fragment of energy that floated around him. Looking up, the moon seemed too pink, illuminating the scene with a surreal light. Tired from the battle, he lay on the ground, feeling the weight of exhaustion in his body. Breathing calmly, he was still hungry, the need for sustenance weighing on his mind. Opening the system, he realized there was still some time left. Looking around, he noticed the destruction he had caused. Even though he was dying of hunger, what he did was dreadful. Closing his eyes, he tries to rest a little. As hunger advances, he realizes he was on the brink of death. A loud sound plays, and he composes himself, trying to understand the source of that unexpected noise. As he lifts his head, he carefully observes what was happening around him. Intrigued, troops advanced towards him, marching with determination, and he felt a chill in his stomach. He was surprised to realize what it was about, as he hadn't expected this situation. He thought the mission was over, but now he found himself facing a new challenge. Huge flags could be seen from afar. The tribe was getting closer, playing curious instruments. The master rode atop a monster with sharp teeth, while his men moved a carriage. Upon hearing that scene, the astonishment on the boy's face was evident. Each of those beings was bigger and stronger than the ghast and those zombies, but he still hadn't discovered why they were protecting the carriage. The vehicle moved slowly. Meanwhile, someone inside could be seen through the shadow. Shortly after, the creature was in front of the protagonist, saying he seemed to have enjoyed the meal, even though he wasn't fully prepared. It was Kowaro from the Society and Laziness of level 118. Nervous, the boy didn't know how to respond. Getting closer, the creature realized he knew him, but the protagonist already knew he was being tested at that moment. Curiously, he asked how he managed to survive at such a low level, thinking that all humans had been extinct, wanting to know if there were other survivors. The two characters exchanged glances, the tension between them growing every second. Suddenly, the boy's skin was cut, an unexpected blow that surprised him. The creature brought the blood to its mouth and savored it. relishing the essence of life flowing. Upon tasting, it claimed that it seemed he had fallen from the sky, an irony that echoed amidst the horror. After John and Maria Keller, some believe humanity had been wiped out like a candle. Thus, the character would never think there was such a fresh human in the area. He wouldn't let a precious child like him be out in the open. While picking up some bodies, the protagonist felt a lot of disgust, repulsion taking over his senses. He asked the creature to stop doing that immediately, his voice trembling with the urgency of the situation. But the creature was already touching his body, ignoring his request and advancing with its intentions. It gave him a new leg, allowing him to walk again, a second chance amidst the chaos. He stood up, asking the young one to follow him. However, the hero asked to wait a bit. He questioned whether the goal of that being was to make him part of the Ugolin family. Before he could explain, he was interrupted. The boy stated that he had no intention of becoming a mere delicacy. Upon hearing that, the smile turned into astonishment for just a second. Placing his hand on his forehead, the character began to laugh. He claimed that the boy had misunderstood everything. Asks if he knew what the most basic and simple desire was. While licking his lips, he answers that it was hunger. Squinting his eyes, he said that the hunger of Yogolame is infinite. Influence, sexual discipline, capital, power. He devours everyone and uses them whenever he wants. The creature said that when he was merely human, he was unable to achieve anything he wanted due to his morality and discipline. Attentively, the warrior listens to his wise words. Continuing his outburst, he says that all of that should have been his, and everything should be the result of his effort. Irritated, that jewel-filled monster screamed that the rage was unbearable. He believes that the young man was also filled with greed and anger, thinking he deserves what is rightfully his. However, he said that most people are unscrupulous, and some electrons are completely greedy. Trying to get into the boy's mind, he asks if he isn't curious about how high he could rise. Observing everything attentively, he remains silent. Concluding his explanation, he says that this was the reason he would become a being capable of swallowing the entire world, and he alludes to his serpent that despises everyone. Extending his hand, he asks him to join and become part of that being. Sitting in the same place, the boy still doesn't move, lost in his thoughts and reflections. The pages of a book are shown. A girl rests, leaning on her extensive notes. With a snap, she wakes from a dream. Looking out the window, she remembers someone special and calls for him. At that moment, she is thinking of her boyfriend. The city is filled with tall buildings and silent streets, creating an atmosphere of loneliness and desolation. Against the sadness in her gaze, the girl observes the landscape, feeling the weight of the stillness around her. Meanwhile, the light is reflected in the despicable environment, illuminating the details that contrast with the melancholy. Smiling with few teeth, the protagonist says he wasn't afraid, his confidence shining. At that moment, his arm begins to glow, emanating an intense energy that attracts everyone's attention. Supporting one of his feet, he stands up, determined to face whatever comes next. Confident, the creature realizes that the boy has made a wise choice. Meanwhile, the subordinate stands still. He grabs the hand of his new acquaintance to support himself. Calmly, he rises, regaining composure after the attack. However, the creature feels an intense pain, the surprise catching her off guard. Without thinking twice, the boy bites her hand, seeking an advantage in the fight. Angry about what happened, her eyes transform, revealing a fury that makes her even more dangerous. And she throws the boy away, the force of the movement causing him to lose his balance. He can't believe the audacity of that cursed beast. Even tired, the protagonist tries to provoke his opponent, saying that he tasted worse than zombies. Finally, he asks if all traitors had that flavor. The monster feels extremely affected by the taunts, and does not accept being called a traitor. Noticing her fury, the protagonist realizes he has gotten himself into a bad place. As he gets closer, he says there was no point in talking to her. Thus, the only way out was to kill the last human. But the hero couldn't die. A variable is needed in the game they are playing. The star had said they needed a new player, and everyone was looking for a good solution. At that moment, he remembers that explanation, and realizes that the solution was himself. Although he could try to settle elsewhere, he wouldn't let this chance slip away due to fear. He asks the creature to go ahead and tries to kill him since it wouldn't be his first time dying. While grabbing him by the neck, he lifts his body into the air. He starts to think about what the most painful death would be, breaking his bones or crushing him completely. Noticing that his mouth wouldn't stop talking, he decided to offer a little help. Asking the boy to scream, he unleashes all his powers. Holding firm, he feels pain throughout his body. The character laughs, remembering he was called a traitor, something extremely inappropriate for him. Not everyone was on the side of the monsters to exterminate humans. Holding tighter, he decides he would end his miserable life. At that moment, the monstrous star Augustro was watching everything, and the creature was startled to notice something unusual. The boy had become stronger than ever. He throws his opponent away with a defensive move, but shortly after, he loses his strength and falls to the ground. His head hits hard, and his eyes are almost closing. Meanwhile, his enemy is feeling a lot of pain. The force causes debris to hit those who were merely watching. A wind takes over the entire place, sweeping through the destroyed buildings and bringing a tense atmosphere. Noticing what had happened, the creature asks for calm. He said he was just excited and had no intention of breaking the rules. At that moment, he realizes his troops should retreat. Hastily, everyone flees the location. The skies have a pink color mixed with black, giving a shadowy air. The protagonist remains fallen on the ground, having no strength to stand. Throughout the space, there are numerous striking lightning bolts. Confused, he didn't know what was happening. The clouds in the sky continue to move. Rising, he realized that his enemy had fled out of fear. As he tries to walk a little, he looks up and shouts at someone who seemed to have enormous power in their hands. He was irritated by the threat of being torn apart, broken into pieces, or burned alive. Even while shouting, he felt weak, and he realized that it didn't matter what they did to him. The protagonist begins to reflect on his life, as the formation of the clouds starts to change. Alone, he is kneeling amidst the wreckage of war. A girl with long hair watches. Her name is Yumin, and she is extremely happy to see someone. Smiling, she said she was glad for his return. Remembering the girl, his eyes sadden. The girl with wings asks if the butler was awake. Showing her leg, she asks to see the bite. She came to find him thinking it was all over. However, the man's eyes were shining green, and he simply bit. After he had said the consciousness, he remembered nothing else. Finally, the fairy claims she made sure to eat beforehand. Trying to forget what had just happened, he was interested in seeing how many rewards he had received. Looking at the system, he is surprised as the screen reveals something unexpected. It was a gift box Yogulame glowing with a mysterious and intriguing aura. A light comes towards his eyes, momentarily blinding his vision. That was a platinum card promising powers and rewards that could change his destiny. He had never seen a card that wasn't silver or gold. Again, the light undergoes a transformation. The two try to protect themselves as best they can. A blade appears in the room. Observing the object, he realizes that the gift was quite disappointing. But he decided he shouldn't be disappointed yet since he had received a platinum card found in a gift box. Looking closer, he confirms it was a common and authentic gluttonous sword. According to its special effect, it absorbed sacrifice weapons and gained their effects. That sword had been used by people of authority like Yahello, a direct member of the Star family. He asks Rinian's opinion on the new object. He decides to sacrifice the short blade stained with blood. Bringing the two weapons close, he hopes something will happen. But everything seems exactly the same. Disappointed, he realizes he was being quite foolish. He tries to offer the blade as food for the sword. Noticing a different spark, the instrument opens, appearing to have a hungry mouth. It breaks the blade in half, and the protagonist is startled. Desperate, he doesn't understand what is happening. In the end, that sword had modified and taken on the appearance of the blood blade. After that transformation, the system changed the sword from common to legendary easily. Everything had a high rank, pleasing the protagonist. Changing the subject, he realized he could become stronger with that thing. Rinian pays attention to his words. Smiling, she says that seeing her butler happy also made her happy and hoped he would become tastier. Nervous, the boy doesn't know how to respond. Now he would have to visit another place, a place he had been thinking about returning to. A lit candle illuminates the environment. Walking down the street, the character carries a box in his hands. He is determined to reach the location. He says that taking the items from the deceased person and just leaving was something weighing on his conscience. Sitting, he thinks about life. It would be great if there was some way to identify that person so he could raise a tombstone, since staying until the end could mean they were rankers. At that moment, he begins to remember everything he had faced. The hungry had the intelligence of humans but would attack just at the sight of human flesh. The other creature had joined the monsters and commanded them all, the human Kawaro. Besides that, there was him who commanded Kurson and Renian. With some doubts, the protagonist begins to think he wasn't so different from the others. Regaining his consciousness, he presumes he is not like them for not giving up his sanity for greed. Thus, he was the reason to think the skull was someone very impressive. For while fighting in a world full of people like them, he had managed to protect others alone. Maybe it's because he was the exact opposite of the boy, being installed deep in his mind. Searching through the drawers, he tries to find the identity of the skeleton. He thought he would be able to discover it after returning to the real world, but he had no clues. A book appears in one of the drawers. Flipping through the pages, he discovers that his dead friend had a diary. As he reads his notes, he is shocked. Items with high stats are not the only important things. Even a book with substantial information is valuable as it can become an item that can change the world. Opening the book, he makes a significant discovery. All the information from the first dungeon to the end of humanity was contained within it. He closes the book and heads out of the room. Every event in human history was documented on those pages. What happened and when, and a way to prevent them from happening. He begins to think about the veracity of that information. At that moment, he is already walking the streets again. With a light smile on his face, he starts to devise a plan. With that book, he possessed the key that could save all of humanity. Waving goodbye to his colleague, he asserts that the skeleton man was incredible. Thus, he decided to put his last regret to good use, not wasting the valuable information found. What he held in his hands could change everything. The young man's priority was to save humanity from that hell. The sun rises on the horizon, and the rays pass through the branches of the trees. In the forest, a woman calls for Maru but receives no response. She asks him to come back home. With no answer, she begins to feel scared. A hooded figure approaches stealthily. Frightened, the woman asks if it is Maru. She sees someone hidden among the foliage. The figure reveals its face with shining eyes. After witnessing that scene, the woman starts to scream in fear, thinking it is a zombie. In a restaurant, two characters laugh. After hearing the funny story, the girl asks how he was dressed to be mistaken for a zombie. The man does not find the situation funny since the police have been called. The girl reflects on something while sipping a glass of wine. She wants to know why he taught her to use money. In the present time, people like to be extravagant, buying luxury products and cars. One thing the girl liked about her companion was that he thought differently. They toast to celebrate the high-class experience while the character says he wants to live like a minister. Intrigued, she thinks he believed things were superficial. However, he thought that only those who had experienced something like having to work hard to earn money should be able to criticize. With each passing moment, the girl becomes more enchanted with him. Being honest, the protagonist desired a life of a magnate, but not through the wrong paths. He had a rough side, but would not take advantage of the loss of his parents. He believes nothing would have changed if his parents were alive. Amazed, she says he was the best person among all the men she had known. She feels jealous, thinking that the graduate student had many dates. She did not believe she would have so much free time to visit restaurants like that. She explains that when he doesn't call, she usually stays overnight at the lab. Moreover, the girl's professor was someone peculiar for sending students to be collectors for corporations. Changing the subject, she informs him that she did research on the amount of mana needed to rank up. Looking at his system, he says it is hard to access information. Upon opening the page, his eyes catch something strange. His rank showed exactly level 26, which made no sense since he had been stuck at level 20 for a long time. The girl returns to talking about the results, but he feels a bit lost. She wants to know why the protagonist's user skill rank was marked as non-existent. The character does not understand what that meant. He wanted to know if it was something good or bad, but it didn't work that way. A star begins to shine in the sky. Meanwhile, Kurson defends himself with the scythe. He cuts the creatures in half, dividing their bodies into two parts. In place of one of his hands, there is a hook. His muscles begin to double in size. His clothes tear as his body grows. She was about to be knocked to the ground. The goblin lets out a terrifying scream. Now he was at level 27, becoming a hobgoblin. The creature is frighteningly immense with muscles all over its body. The lights of an apartment remain on. Some books are scattered on a table. Concentrated, the protagonist reads one of them. Coming out of the shower, the girl informs that it seemed to be German. Due to his language skill, he could read it. But even so, he couldn't understand it. Prepared, the girl had already prepared a copy of the summary for him. She explains about bacteria and viruses. While the character pays attention to her words, pointing to something on the sheet, she informs it is the blood and crystal accumulated in his Danton, used as indicators to estimate the rank. 1 star is the shape of a needle, but 3 stars have the shape of a triangle. However, the boy's crystal was circular in shape. That shape had never been seen before, only in the case of monsters. Hearing that word, the boy becomes scared. Shocked by the information, the boy starts to compare himself to a monster and sweats cold. Even so, the girl says that Appa was not a monster since everything else was like humans. The crystals were just the part that stood out, and the effect of mana on the human body is varied, possibly being of a special class. There was a rumor that there was a person with stars, and probably the protagonist was even better than him. Smiling with her eyes, she waits for his reaction. The good side of all this was that he was not a star. The message the human body awakened appeared even without indicating its rank. Curious, the girl asks how he leveled up so quickly, but even he didn't know what he had done. She still wasn't sure what level her colleague was at. Smiling, he claims to be at level 26. Thus, he managed to level up 6 times in just 11 days. The girl noticed something different about him, and the reason for that was the level change. Now he was at a level that even she couldn't identify without help. She starts to think that maybe an assistant would be necessary, but he doesn't want any strangers around. The girl claims she hasn't told anyone anything. Even so, she believes others have discovered something. Curious, the boy asks who she was referring to. Not being sure, the girl thinks that the Sejong Institute might know something. Not knowing the place, he feels confused. It was the skill management department, and she had sent many emails with his data there. The announcement about the skill level this time must have been intentionally delayed due to Appa's exam results. She received some calls since he left and thinks the institute was doing that to divert attention. Taking his phone, he claims he thought it was spam. Since the girl knew everything, he would still keep in touch with her. Huffing a little, she agrees with the statement. He notices that she looks a bit sad, but he wanted to put that aside for now. Grabbing a hairdryer, he started drying her hair. In the meantime, he asked Yu Min to keep analyzing everything for him. The possibility of buying more advanced equipment comes up in the conversation, or even buying a large house with few employees, being hard to access like a bunker. The girl complains when the hairdryer gets too hot, but he apologizes for burning her. Blowing on her hair, he states that he couldn't continue living in that place, but the girl doesn't want him to leave her side. However, his plan was to take the girl wherever he went. Looking at her skin, he notices many wounds this time. Laughing, he claims they would fade over time. Looking more closely, it seemed painful. Even so, he reaffirms that it would disappear quickly. Suddenly, the girl bites his arm. Confused, he doesn't understand the situation. To her, somehow Appa had a delicious smell. Her expression changes when she sees what happened. The girl bit so hard that it left a mark. Happy to have such an important person by her side, he caresses her hair. Getting closer, she bites his cheek. The girl lets out a scream that can be heard from outside. The next day, some birds fly near the building. The rays of sunlight invade the room. In bed, only the girl sleeps peacefully. The protagonist has been up for a long time. He remembers everything he had to face in the other world. All the deaths, all the destruction, and everything he had to do to survive. He starts to cry, feeling bad. Those memories were extremely disgusting to him. The passive recording function of the battle assistant is helping to keep the experience of that battle alive. He could feel everything as if he were trapped there again. A message shows that fragments have been acquired. Looking at the palm of his hand, he notices that the pattern has changed. Those star fragments were level 2 and had the power of absorption. However, that note was very confusing due to the blank spaces. With that ability, the summoner can absorb the target's followers and learn some skills, physical strength, and human abilities from the target. It would have been much easier to pass the Yo Golem approval if he had that mark. At that moment, he starts to think that everything was related. An elderly man asks why he had been called. The protagonist states that he had some corrections to make regarding his classification. Holding a lens close to his eyes, he asks the man to stay still. Confusion etched on his face, he was not liking the situation. He wanted to understand what the boy was up to now. That gentleman was Park Hwaiso, and he was level 40 with dual wielding and stealth skills. Bravo questions if Kang Hyun-moo thought he had nothing to do. The boy throws something into the old man's hand. He wanted the man to see what he was seeing. It was the only way to believe in what he was saying to correct his rank. With a lens in his eyes, he notices that the boy was at level 26. It was still hard for the man to believe, even with so much evidence. The Sejong Institute had only postponed the announcement of the skill rankings once, having no precedence. The talent ranking is reflected in the real-time salary, and this cannot be taken lightly. Thus, the old man states that he would be in touch soon. Before leaving, he asserts that despite the boy hiding his abilities, he was not a small vessel. Understanding the conversation, he asks if he was willing to change his tone. The old man thanks the boy's greed. Although he liked him, he could not follow him since he had to consider his own allies. But for now, the protagonist accepted only an oath and the man's word. His goal was to catch Lee Ji-tae. Despite the boy's cheeky demeanor, the man continued to like him. But the protagonist knew that Lee Ji-tae was nothing more than a step on the ladder waiting to be stepped on one day. Thus, he would listen to the boy's wishes. His first request was for the old man to meet someone special. He casts a spell on the ground. A bit of tar begins to move, and something emerges from within. Upon seeing that, the old man is astonished. Even the boy couldn't believe what he was seeing. With his sword, he asks what it was about, but there was no need for any kind of panic. Kurson is happy to see that his boss was alive since he hadn't heard any news about it. Looking at the creature, Park Hwaiso realizes the form of treatment. That transformation was thanks to the scythe that the boss had given him. The character worked hard to slice all the Yogoleme dogs, leveling up like a Pokemon. As he approached, the old man realized how incredible it was to talk to a subordinate monster, and he noticed that he was very intelligent for a goblin. Upon hearing that, Kurson becomes extremely irritated. He steps closer with his scythe and states that he hadn't mentioned being a goblin. While defending himself, the old man thought that the creature was very fast and strong, not comparable to a goblin. The woman to the side notices that the scythe was starting to freeze her sword. The protagonist asks his friend to stop, but he is not interested in hearing his orders. Ranting, he demands that both behave. The characters look at Kang Hyun-moo and begin to calm down. Now he wanted to know if the old man liked what he saw since it was not an ordinary goblin. At that moment, he decided to keep his sword. Curious, the hero asks how No-Hao was doing. With seriousness and concern, the man informs that he noticed he had gone through some problems. His request was to allow his friend entry into a certain place, but he would not take the monster with him, knowing that it could complicate the situation. The creature would only be sent to the location to fulfill its mission. Specifying a bit more, the protagonist wanted him to send it to a dungeon. In the Hell Scrapbook, the main characters died, but it does not mention who and when. As a result, it is written that the Earth comes to its end. If it is the most recent event, it happened from the Geoldus and Mountain Dungeon to the Tide. The barrier broke in just 10 minutes, but somehow, in the end, the corruption of the hunters is revealed, causing even more confusion. No one will be able to prepare for the other catastrophes that followed. However, that had not yet happened. Therefore, if Kang Hyun-moo wanted to catch them in advance, he should be prepared and would do everything his way. The old man informs that he did not know what type of monster he was associated with, but the protagonist is giving him a nice gift, as a way of thanking him for his tireless efforts and hard work analyzing the landscape. Therefore, he would have to analyze if his profits were worth it. Calmly, the old man states that it was very difficult to increase by 150% like last time. Thus, the protagonist asks to double it. Upon analyzing the situation, the man realizes that the boy was not a thief, but even so, he was wanting to steal. Upon noticing the abuse, He says that if the young man was not the only one providing the crystal moss, he would be unable to walk out of the place. However, the boy asserts that he should listen to all the sentences until the end, since he was also interested in doubling the supply. The old man thinks that it wouldn't be possible, because until now he has never managed to increase the supply. The people who buy crystal muscle were high-level hunters. In a situation where money is worth nothing, there is only one reason why a person would want to obtain more moss. Nowadays, they wanted to become stronger. The sky is blue and surrounded by clouds, creating a serene and beautiful scene. The characters are side by side, sharing a moment of camaraderie and expectation. A man in a suit guides them confidently as they head into the building. That wasn't a place he usually showed to his clients, but he had to accept the unusual request. Upon arriving at a huge house, both are good and open. Slowly the doors open, revealing a gigantic mansion that looked more like a bomb shelter than a house. The house was built during the military dictatorship by a paranoid man, and his grandson completed the construction when monsters emerged from the dungeons. The protagonist's memories take him back to a moment when the end of humanity became a reality. The broker explains that this was an air defense friend prepared for military tanks, bombings, and monster attacks. The protagonist became increasingly interested in that house. Curious, he asks why this house hadn't been presented to him earlier, but the problem was related to the grandson who built the shelter. He was found murdered outside the bank a few years ago. Upon leaving his shelter, he died. Despite this, they never managed to discover the culprit. There is only one entrance to the shelter, but they said they couldn't find it, leaving the case unsolved to this day. Due to that macabre story and the instability of the house due to illegal renovations, the broker hadn't shown the house yet. Apprehensive, the protagonist believes that Yu-min wouldn't live in an illegal and cursed house, but the girl is more interested in ghost stories than afraid of the place. She jumps with happiness, realizing that this would be a lot of fun. The broker is extremely shocked when the boy claims he would buy the house and pay in cash. Crossing her hands, the girl prays that the asking price is fair, but the negotiation wouldn't be easy since the man would have to make some calls. Meanwhile, the two waited anxiously for the response. Passing the phone to the hero, he asks him to answer. On the other end of the line, he hears his name, but that is extremely suspicious since he hadn't given his identity to the real estate broker. Won Kyung introduces herself as the director of the Sejong Institute and is happy to hear about his interests. The woman wanted to meet him in person so they could talk. Yu-min becomes desperate upon realizing he was talking to the director. Quickly, a red car parks next to them. A woman in high heels steps out of the vehicle, carrying an extreme elegance. She approaches the protagonist, showing how eager she was to meet him. Moreover, she said the boy is quite different from the photos, the surprise evident in her tone. Feeling awkward, he merely mentions that it is a pleasure to meet her, trying to compose himself. Noticing that the girl was by his side, he greets her with a friendly smile, and she begins to talk with the director, who asks if she still worked in the lab, saying she was wasting her talent. The two exchange barbs since Yu-min never liked working with the director. Changing the subject, the director turns her attention to the protagonist. She said she knew he didn't belong to any clan, thus, she wouldn't sell this bomb shelter to him. At that moment, the boy became extremely confused. The director's plan was to give him the house with an annual salary of 8,000 as well as a public servant's pension. In exchange, he would have to work at the research institute with not-so-complicated tasks. Just some tests, questions and answers, and occasionally a blood draw or a simple physical exam. Realizing he would be hired as a guinea pig, he asks if the director thought he didn't have money to buy a shelter, but she claims he wouldn't be able to buy that property just with money. Not wanting to waste time, she wants to get straight to the point, receiving a positive or negative answer and being open to negotiation. However, he sets some conditions like the non-disclosure of the research content. After his response, he gives the director some time to think. The two seal an agreement by shaking hands. The conditions were acceptable, and if he needed anything, he could inform the woman. Even so, everything seemed too easy for him since he believed she had an obligation to present research results. He knew that with these conditions, she would have to conceal the results as she would know something about his body. With Kang Hyumu by his side, perhaps the success of the plan could be accelerated. A person walks on top of a puddle. The heavy rain soaks everything around. The weight of the suitcase is enormous, but it's not something that could be left behind. The man stops when called by someone. Presenting his identity, he claims to be a hunter, visiting the Jeoldusan dungeon on business. While they talk, the soldiers aim their weapons. Raising his hands to the air, the man says the return of Song Jinha's team is delayed. Showing his documents, he asserts that he was only making deliveries. Checking the report, the soldiers realize the man was telling the truth. Thus, his entry was cleared, asking him to be careful. They warn about the monsters. While listening to the officer's tips, he leaves. The man continues walking under the heavy rain, each drop falling like a reminder of his journey. Upon noting the portal, he crosses over, feeling a pulsing energy around him. Quickly, he was already on the other side, the transition being almost instantaneous and surprising, carrying supplies to a strange cave. He opens the suitcase and is surprised by what comes out. It was a monster being stealthily transported. Soaked by the rain, the boy asks what that creature would do. With a smile on his face, he simply asks the boy to go away. Not understanding Waiso's plans, he finds that talking creature very strange. Taking the paper in his hands, he claimed he owed nothing more to the man. Then he tore it into two pieces. Soon after, he disappeared completely into the darkness. Kristen thinks that the monster hunter was very frightened. However, he began to hear noises coming from the darker parts of the cave. He had already been warned by Park Waiso. Common hunters take a week to clear that dungeon. Finding humans pathetic, the monster picks up the scythe in his hands, confident that he would finish the task in just 3 days. A book is thrown to the ground with great force. Screams can be heard from outside the building. Meanwhile, Yumin tries to defend herself with spray and a lighter. Seeing that strange scene, the protagonist doesn't understand the girl's objectives. Completely desperate, she claims she had killed something. Those mosquitoes didn't die even after spraying with repellent, so she had to hit them with the encyclopedia and burn them. Desperate, the girl thinks that the method of the house must have died because of one of those giant mosquitoes. While lying on the couch, Kang Hayamu said he was making some investments. Curious, the girl didn't know he understood that. Showing his phone, he asks her to take a look, but she is very confused by his investments. Desperate, she asks if a nuclear bomb was going to drop on Seoul, since he had sold the blue chip stocks and not the others. Even thinking he was an idiot, he couldn't tell anything about the future. His only goal was to build a base for Taesong-do before it was too late. Realizing that the book was actually an album, the girl became interested in seeing the photos. With the object in her hands, she asked the girl not to be surprised, since that was the diary of the final judgment, a record of the end of humanity. Shocked, the girl doubts his words. She thinks he is suffering from some illness that people in the early stages of awakening might have. At that moment, she becomes desperate to find out what it was. She screams at him upon realizing he had been pretending to be nice all along while being terribly sick. But he still insists that it was the Apocalypse Diary. Laughing, the girl throws herself on the couch after hearing that ridiculous name. Wiping her tears from laughing so much, she asks if the message was from the lab. A notice informs that the delivery was made today. He tells Yumin it was about the cornerstone of his splendid debut, but the girl knows nothing about that subject. Mocking, she asks if that was also in the diary of the final judgment. Meanwhile, the protagonist dies of embarrassment at that situation. The day was clear and filled with clouds. A building is surrounded by trees with various people walking around. Kang Hyung-moo arrives at the location dressed very well. Looking around, he realizes it was a very peaceful place and no one knew the danger they were in. People enjoyed the view and took pictures with their friends, but the character knew that soon the end of humanity would begin there at the Jail-Duzen dungeon. The phenomenon of the monster wave from the dungeon is only the ignition point. At that moment, he remembers he found the end of his life as a crystal moss collector. Despite everything he faced, he was reborn, emerging stronger and more determined than ever. And now he would be the savior of all humanity, carrying the hope of a better future on his shoulders. Looking into the abyss, the character gets lost in his thoughts. As he looks around, he searches for someone. A person in a public servant uniform taking a photo. Noticing more carefully, he sees his target. Haechul Kang was the first person to notice the wave of monsters from the Jail-Duzen dungeon. Approaching cautiously, he greets the man, trying to break the ice of the situation. Curious, he wants to know what he was doing in that area, intrigued by the unexpected presence, showing his identity as just a hunter interested in dungeons. Observing more closely, the young Haechul Kang says he doesn't think he was a local hunter, and finds it very suspicious that he is interested specifically in the Jail-Duzen dungeon. Informing that he is a novice and has numerous questions, he wants to know what the man was filming. He replies that as a novice, he wouldn't understand what he was doing. The man explains that he was looking at an unstable type dungeon and thinking about the possibility of knowing which monster would appear. Apparently, the conditions in unstable dungeons change very frequently, but it wasn't something simple. An unstable type dungeon has terrain and structure changing every time someone enters to explore. Moreover, the entrance of the dungeon is also unstable, and unlike stable types, monsters can come out of it. Thus, it would be a great disaster if a monster appeared in the center of Seoul. But due to the number of hunters and military troops stationed, it wasn't something to worry about. The man was just worrying unnecessarily, and that was the reason his research wasn't receiving attention. Even if a monster managed to appear, it would die unless something happened like in the Baekdu dungeon 8 years ago. The number of monsters can increase exclusively in unstable dungeons. With their numbers out of control, a good portion of them could escape and cause a wave of monsters. There is a story that a huge mushroom-shaped cloud was seen in North Korea, where the Baekdu dungeon was located. At that moment, the man feels embarrassed, realizing he just said something very serious. He explains that he often hears people say they worry too much. The protagonist thinks that the man didn't know how useful that was for humanity. Smiling, he asks how the dungeon was today. Looking at his phone, he notices that the pattern was a bit strange. Pointing to the object in his hands, the boy asks to see it too. He hands over the phone so he can observe the photos. In his hands, he analyzes something on the screen. With a smile on his face, he looks at the man. And while returning the phone, he says that one day, Haechul Kang's research will have great hope for humanity. Shocked, the man is left speechless, the surprise leaving him dazed. With the scene, the boy walks away. disappearing quickly into the crowd. The man stands holding his phone, his mind still processing what he just witnessed. Noticing a strange situation that just happened, he feels a restlessness as if something was about to change. He looks through the crowd in search of the boy, realizing he hadn't mentioned his name to him, yet the boy knew him. A huge staircase has people going up and down. With the book in his hands, the protagonist knew it was the same as the photo he had just seen. Looking back, he senses the tension in the atmosphere. He was well prepared to take action. According to the records, the barrier collapsed 10 minutes after the occurrence of the wave of monsters. However, he was still being a bit premature. He was very early since all of that would happen in 2 months. For this reason, he let Kurson wander through the dungeon, and it would be very difficult to get another opportunity. He knew that when the game officially started, he might not survive just being a hunter. Thus, his goal was to become a clan leader seeking recognition and power. Passing by the officials, he concludes his busy day reflecting on the challenges he faced. He knew he had to be more than just that, much more than the imposed expectations. Nothing would be enough before reaching the sky, his ambition driving him to fight for great achievements. It should be enough if he could grasp the stars. Dandelion seeds fly close to my face. The wind blows the plants, leaving their traces wherever they pass. Calmly, people walk through the park enjoying the sunny day and the gentle breeze. Elderly people, children, and even dogs are taking strolls, creating a scene of tranquility and joy. Everything was extremely peaceful, since no one knew what would happen. The protagonist had just felt something like discomfort, an intuition warning him. Looking at the ground, he notices something near his feet. He begins to make a strange movement as he senses something. The landscape starts to change completely. The soldiers observe something appearing in the dungeon. Understanding what it was about, the young man already knew that this was a wave of monsters. Remembering his friend Kurson, he thanks for the good work done. A helicopter flies over the area. The news shows images of the dungeon from where the monsters were appearing. The reporter informs that over time, more and more monsters appeared, leading to the hypothesis that it was a wave of monsters. The government and the Hunters Guild mutually took responsibility for the negligent management. Meanwhile, the soldiers were reporting the situation. The helicopters continued to fly over the location, casting beams of light. They didn't know if the cause was an intervention by the Hunters or the explosion of a stable dungeon. A soldier reports that the first line of defense was breached and the second line was blocking the wave, not holding out for long. The man tells the branch manager that a monster wave declaration needed to be made urgently. With a population of 20,000 people in Hapcheongdong, it would be impossible to make a withdrawal declaration without causing panic. If they made a monster wave declaration, the responsibility for everything would only increase. Director Oh Dae-sung was still rescuing isolated hunters in the Jiri Mountain dungeon. CEO Lee Ji-tae went to Switzerland to attend the inauguration ceremony of an organization. Director Park Do-ryung was out of contact, and the vice commanders were coming. They needed support from other clans and guilds. If the damage and casualties increased due to the absence of leaders, the superiors would cut the heads of the generals. The news shows that the second line of defense was breached. At that moment, the man becomes desperate and asks the hunters to be prepared for battle. They would have to fight against the rat men, a type of beast. Even though it was more complicated to deal with than orcs and goblins, he could still use his skill against them. Preparing himself, he cast the provoke spell. The rats began to scream as they tried to hold onto the wall. Due to the force, some fell to the ground, dazed by the intensity of the impact, while others charged into the attack, determined to continue the fight without hesitation. Despite the efforts, it was impossible to hold them back with just the soldiers' power. The cracks in the barrier began to become evident. After some time, the wall could no longer bear the weight and ended up being destroyed. Debris flew towards the general, the scene becoming chaotic in an instant. He was hit in the head and fell to the ground, the force of the impact leaving him dazed. A man stood beside him to ask if he was okay, concerned about his state. Not understanding what had happened, he declared that he was fine, trying to regain his composure and focus on the situation. His eyes widened upon seeing what awaited him. That was the feared boss monster, fierce and terrifying. It was a level 28 werewolf howling to provoke its adversaries. The rat men continued to spread out everywhere. The general thought that this couldn't be happening just now when they were without the leaders. A hand touched his shoulder as a form of comfort. Looking up, he didn't recognize that person. He called for Director Oh Dae-sung, thinking it was him. Even though it wasn't the person he expected, the boy would take charge from then on. Confused, the general didn't recognize that face. The news continued to show new updates, filming the moment the protagonist approached. He didn't seem to be a high-rank hunter, but someone completely unknown. With a leap, he advanced towards his enemies, saying he would be the salvation of humanity. With his powers, he eliminated many rat men at once. The smile on his face was evident as his plan was unfolding as agreed. The level 17 rat men wielded their swords. Laughing, he realized that those creatures didn't even have names, and even the trash-eating rats were at level 15 inches hell, so he had nothing to fear. As the creatures advanced towards him, he didn't even worry. With kicks, he sent them all flying. He grabbed them by the neck while fighting several at once. That was the sound of bones breaking. As he finished annihilating the rats, he boasted. The general was astonished at how the unknown could kill those rat men so easily. The The protagonist didn't understand how those creatures died with a single blow. The rat men outside of hell were quite inferior. Meanwhile, he observed the werewolf from a distance. Casting his domination power, he thought he would have to complete his plan first. Blood could be seen flying everywhere. Even so, the boy seemed shocked by the ease of the fight. The guards were frightened upon noticing a movement. The werewolf approached to show all its abilities. Worried, the general realized the situation was dangerous. The beast showed its sharp teeth. All the soldiers stood up upon noticing the movement of the boss, but the boy is eager to fight that monster. In battle stance, he awaited his opponent, the tension growing with each second. He was anxious to see the results of the hell, prepared to face any challenge that arose. Meanwhile, the general shouted for the boy to be careful, his concern echoing in the air and warning of the imminent danger. His expression changed completely upon seeing what was happening. In the blink of an eye, the boy was on top of the werewolf, managing to defeat him completely. The fight between the two was not close at all. The boy's strength was much greater than that of the werewolf. With a kick, he managed to injure the chief. When he was already kneeling on the ground, he threw him back. Getting closer, he catches the creature's attention. With his eyes shining, he asks it not to die so quickly. Meanwhile, the beast is completely desperate, tears running down its face. While he supports himself on the beast, he asks it to stop its tail. Confused, the soldiers did not understand what was happening. It was the first time they had seen a monster do that, thinking it was some kind of ability. Even not knowing what the situation was, it still felt strange. Monsters, even if weaker than humans, are unconditionally hostile to humans. Watching the scene, the general cannot believe what he sees. He thinks that boy could be a monster. As he turns, the werewolf tries to flee, but he would not let that rabid mutt escape. Putting one of his hands in his pocket, he decides to use the ultra-small hell dart with the blood of the famished. With a leap, the creature tries to jump the wall, seeking to escape the situation. Meanwhile, the warrior throws his dart, his precision demonstrating years of training. With perfect aim, he manages to hit its neck, the impact being immediate and devastating. Upon being hit, the werewolf falls to the ground, the force of the blow incapacitating it instantly. Feeling the transformations throughout its body, the monster is restless. From now on, it would be stronger than ever. The soldiers are shocked by the scene they witness. Everyone is dumbfounded, watching that transformation happening before their eyes. The werewolf is 1,000 times more terrifying, and the protagonist realizes that his plan is working. With fear, the general realizes it was his son. As the monster howls, it manages to show all its power. Trying to support its feet on the ground, the soldier is swept away by the wind. Even the howl of that beast had power, requiring at least 4 vice leaders for the fight. The sound made by the wolf attracted its friends. Now the general believed that victory would be impossible. Even with all his resources, this was not a disaster they could resolve. That was the werewolf bathed in madness at level 38. That dart had been responsible for making the creature rise 10 levels. Even so, there was still a great difference between the difficulty of hell and that of that place where level 38 was nothing. The protagonist is already ready for a new fight. Upon absorbing the blood of the famished, the absorption ability is activated automatically. The wolf leaps to attack its enemy, the ferocity in its movement evident. When he sees the scene, the soldier tries to warn, shouting to alert about the imminent danger. A great explosion occurs, the deafening sound echoing across the battlefield, and he shields his eyes. The wolf has to grab the protagonist with its claws, but he blocks it. Angrily, the werewolves attempt a second attack without success. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues to taunt the monster, saying it had forgotten the beating it just took. The powerful howl of the beast is not enough to make the protagonist move a finger. With a punch, he attacks his enemy, but he notices movement coming in his direction. It was another lower-level werewolf trying to grab him. Laughing, the protagonist states it was good to see the camaraderie. The fight intensifies with kicks and thunderous blows. There is nothing the soldiers can do, imagining that the situation would end with their deaths. That guy was risking his own life to do something that was the duty of the officers who were dying of fear. For a hunter, that was the greatest humiliation. Meanwhile, the protagonist fought against the 3 werewolves. He did not seem tired at all. Even though there was a difference in difficulty, he still declared himself disappointed. He asked the werewolves to try harder to fight against him. His goal was to make a brilliant debut, showcasing his combat skills. Suddenly, the level 38 werewolf receives a blow, the force of the attack surprising everyone. The general decided to join the fight, his imposing presence changing the dynamics of the confrontation. As he approached the boy, he asked if he was okay, worried about his state after the battle. However, the boy's reaction showed something unexpected. His eyes were shining with an intense red. He didn't want any interruptions in the middle of his fight. At that moment, the general thought the boy would attack him. But the boy tries to protect the general, hitting the monster behind him. Jumping over his shoulder, he quickly positions himself to strike. He grips the wolf's tongue tightly, determination in his eyes reflecting the intensity of the moment, and he tears it out with an extreme blow of violence, the brutality of the act echoing in the air around him. Angrily, the boy is thrown back, the beast's head in his hands. The lower-level wolf feels sad upon realizing what happened to his friend. Seeking revenge, he goes after the protagonist, who jokes, thinking they were all part of the same family. But the monster can't take revenge since the young man's fury is uncontrollable. Now there was only one opponent left. The tension in the air palpable between them. With an air of superiority, the boy flashed a smile at the beast, confidently challenging it. All bloodied, he simply lowers his head as if preparing for the final blow. The wolf was hit by knives, arrows, and swords in the back. Finally, the soldiers entered the battle. With their weapons, they finished off the beast. They celebrate the victory against the monsters. Meanwhile, they observe the giant head of the level 38 werewolf. The men are tired and breathing heavily. In the midst of it all, the protagonist remains standing, looking at them. He informs them that the wave of monsters is not over yet and the rat men are escaping. Confused, the general doesn't even know what orders to give. Regaining his composure, he orders them to drive away the rat men and organize the lines. The boy gazes at the stars in the sky. Thinking he made a significant impact with his debut, he estimates it took about an hour and a half to defeat the creatures. The general approaches him. Removing his cap, he shows a tattoo of his clan. He appears as Seo Tae-kyung, head of the gangbuk branch of the omnipotent Lotus clan. The man's level indicated he was among the top 10% in the country. Thus, this was of interest to the protagonist. Shaking his hand, he thanks him, saying that thanks to him, many lives were saved. Thinking the boy was testing something, he doesn't believe his gratitude was directed at them. Looking to the side, the general is astonished. A news report was already showing that the situation had been resolved, and the branch general was shaking hands with the hunter who contributed the most. Suddenly, many microphones were pointed at the boy. Everyone wanted answers to their questions. They asked him to dedicate a few words to the citizens who might have been terrified by the monster wave incident. Clearing his throat, he introduces himself as Kang Hyunmu. He says that even as a new hunter, he will work hard for the citizens. At that moment, a multitude of arrows comes in his direction. For him, the situation was nothing bad. His past version in orphanages and the life of cleaning wastewater in search of crystal moss residues. They should watch because that was just the beginning. Laughing, the boy appears extremely embarrassed on the news. He talks about his abilities, comparing them to the much-used provoke in the field. The comments online reveal divergent opinions from the public. One woman said it seemed to be something new, a type of insanity ability. Another man says it doesn't seem to be a single ability, but rather at least 3 types in combination. Experts discuss the possibilities of dual casting and multicasting of abilities. They explain that there is speculation that also says one can gain traits beyond abilities. There is also an extremely rare case where the ability is obtained by a hunter who reached level 50. They thought that the officially confirmed hunters with final abilities were only Lee Ji-tae and Oh Dae-seung in Korea. Meanwhile, the director of the institute watched the program, realizing how foolish it was. The protagonist had intimidated the rat men just with his presence, and that was the biggest problem. A few times in the past dungeon, she had seen that, but only in monsters, as only they can intimidate with their presence. When she saw the characters' crystals and the blood, they were very similar to the monsters. Even so, she believes that it was an idea. However, the reaction of the rat men was very close to rigidity, and there were no signs of physical changes. Someone knocks on her door and enters with a cell phone in hand. She becomes very irritated upon realizing that Lee Simon was bothering her. Fearful, the employee tries to talk to the woman. Who would take that call if it were something urgent, more important than her studies? He just warns her that if he says the name Bravo Hotel, she would understand. However, she doesn't believe he was there to answer a hotel phone. Delivering the phone to the director, she says it's from the Blue House. She answers the phone, saying she was quite busy. On the other end of the line, Chief of Staff Park Yu greeted her. It had been a long time since she last spoke with the secretary. Noticing something strange in his voice, she realizes he was speaking faster than usual. The only thing Won Kyung needed to remember was that he was the Chief of Staff. Curiously, she asks if the president has any interest in the skills management department, but the man wanted to talk about the rookie who had appeared, showing his sudden interest in talented people. While boasting, he claims that the boy belonged. But the man already expected that attitude from the director. At that moment, he mentions the lack of response to the Taesung clan. She apologizes for the situation caused and says she doesn't know much about Kang Hyunmo since the ranking machine was broken. Letting her anger show a bit, the chief of staff wants to know if the delay in announcing the levels was to protect the boy. However, the woman scoffs at the situation, saying that was the reason. He doesn't believe her audacity and arrogance. Continuing the conversation, the man asks to release the information a day earlier. In the end, he waits for the woman's response, anxious for her reaction. But she pretends not to understand, ignoring his words and leaving him frustrated. Thus, he thinks of throwing a bait, looking for a way to attract her attention and obtain the information he desires. He states that the Taesung clan said they would donate 100 billion won over 3 years to the Hunter's Retirement Fund. Within weeks, the rescue of Kang Hyunmu more than doubled. If she didn't accept that offer, she would be in danger. The man knows that director Do Won Kyung was a perceptive person who would know when to yield. The woman decides to agree to that situation, and she decides to hand over the data, asking him not to be too surprised. After seeing the boy in action yesterday, nothing would surprise him anymore. He felt chills when thinking that people like that walked around him. having to put ankle monitors on all of them. Listening to his words, the woman remains thoughtful. She states that he always thinks that about talented people. In the end, she informs him that she sent the data that would be forwarded to the Taesung clan. Even so, the chief of staff didn't know if they would pay the stated amount. Looking at his phone, he has doubts. A message said that the promise was not fulfilled and she would end that subject. At that moment, he realized he had been deceived. Turning on the television, he pays attention to the latest news. The results of the ranking, scores, and levels have just been released by the Skills Management Department. He feels immense anger upon realizing that the director had revealed everything. The reporter states that they would inform viewers about the ranking results of Hunter Kang Hyumo. Knocking over his wine glass, the man's expression transforms into something frightening. He can't believe he was deceived by Du Won Kyung. A little water flows down the drain, creating a soft sound that fills the room. The protagonist is enjoying a hot shower, feeling the relaxing heat envelop his body. As he steps out of the shower, some drops of water drip onto the floor, forming small puddles that reflect the light. Ready to sleep, the girl informs him that his ranking was 5 stars. The two watch the news while he positions himself beside her in bed. The man explains that after level 20, each additional star increases the level by 10. Thus, theoretically, with 5 stars, you could even rise to level 60, making the protagonist the strongest. In addition to the level cap, the protagonist's skills are also very important, and the higher his level, the rarer skills he possesses. Deciding not to make a hasty judgment, one of the specialists points out that Lee Ji-tae was far superior in terms of achievements. That debate table turns into something uncontrollable, with numerous questions being asked. One of the women states that this was the only record of the event in Korea. Looking at his phone, Yoo Min states that he was receiving several calls. Besides hunters, people were reaching out or calling for some advertising agencies. Calmly, the protagonist is happy to be so famous, but he is more interested in the investment after the wave of monsters. She informs him that the game was only about 30%. This time, the protagonist had made a profit. Next, he would buy all the shares of the Taesung clan. Even in decline, the girl believed they had a plan to conquer the north. Confused, she doesn't understand the hero's plan. Questioning his intentions and strategies, he informs her that he was focused on Lee Ji-tae, aware that he would make some kind of move soon. He knew he would make some kind of move, analyzing each step of the opponent carefully. Waiting for the perfect moment to face him, his determination strengthens, ready for the decisive confrontation. Then night falls, and the moon reveals all its beauty. The forest is quiet with tall trees. A car drives through the woods with its headlights on. As it approaches a building, it begins to slow down. An old man gets out of the car, leaning on his cane. Meanwhile, the boy welcomes him warmly, inviting him to enter the house. However, he prefers to enjoy the night breeze by walking through the garden. Silently, the two walk side by side. She talks about creating a project called Well-Being as a retirement for hunters. The boy thanks the man for creating a good disguise. Analyzing the situation, he realizes that all were good things. With a strange movement, a robust motion is detected. The protagonist goes on high alert. The birds fly across the sky upon sensing the strange situation in the forest. As a result of the tidal effect, the strongest man in hell, his abilities have increased compared to his level. At that moment, the man realizes that his human level is at 40. Thinking a bit more, he asks if the wave of monsters was provoked by the boy. Without answering directly, the protagonist says that the man already knew the answer. Upon hearing that, the man becomes extremely angry at the boy's foolishness, as something could go wrong. He tries to hit him, but with his new abilities, he becomes much faster and more agile. Showing his powers, the protagonist responds that he does nothing he can't handle. But the old man doesn't understand his purpose and still says he has a monster as an assistant. He thinks that young man wants to show off or gain more fame. With his arm weapon, he points at his opponent. A red light emits from an object. Meanwhile, the man does not give up the fight. But besides being younger, Kang Hyumu possesses several new abilities. Due to the intact, he tries to hold himself to the ground. With a smile on his face, he tries to provoke the old man. The two engage in an intense battle with strikes and defenses. The old man's sword is great since it is used as a cane. The protagonist thinks that must be a good item since it remained intact after competing, not breaking easily. However, the person wielding the sword is more important than the weapon itself. With intense movements, they continue fighting. Like a flash, a boy disappears from the man's sight. Suddenly, he finds himself behind him. Those abilities were indeed good and better. Realizing that the boy was really good, the man tries to start a conversation. Kang Hee-moo says that the wave of monsters from the dungeon was something that would happen anyway. However, the man thought the young one was trying to stop the wave. The boy knew that no sacrifice would be made and no one would die. Therefore, it would be good for him to appear to block at that very moment. Not satisfied, Park Hwai-so changes his curious questioning to know if the spotlight was the cause of his appearance. The only thing the protagonist responds is that the man with the mustache is quite stubborn, and words wouldn't convince him. Leaping, he says he will subjugate him. Using his equipment, he activates Urhas's confidence, capable of amplifying the senses of the bearer. Thus, the boy is thrown backward. Not expecting that blow, he knows it was beyond his imagination. Without wasting time, the old man attempts a second precise attack. The boy falls among the bushes. Irritated, he gets up to observe what was happening, but the man was ready to attack, holding his sword. Before he could position himself for an adequate defense, the young man is thrown far away again. This time, he manages to plant his feet on the ground to steady himself. Not giving up so easily, he stands face to face with the adversary. Upon realizing that the man was quite fast, he becomes a bit desperate. With his sword, he approaches the warrior's shoulder, but Kang Hyumu manages to quickly evade the attack. Suddenly, he appears behind his opponent. Noticing the adversary's intentions, he shows his movements. He lets out a scream when he receives a blow to the back. He leans on his cane to avoid falling, with a few stings on his neck. The old man knew that the warrior's abilities were improving. Therefore, he should already know what his end would be. Realizing he had been poisoned, the man feels the deadly venom and fears for his life. With one foot, the protagonist kicks the old man. Meanwhile, some guards run desperately. Not noticing the approach of the men, the boy stays alert. At that moment, he calls for his friend Kurson. With the scythe in hand and friends by his side, he starts to run. Disappointed, the boy believed there was a certain type of mutual trust between the two. As he activates his powers, he laments that everything ends this way. Equalhert's obedience tracks the location of the person holding her and can temporarily reduce their stats by 50%. Believing Li Jitae's words, the character thinks he has ignored the character's true interests. Accepting his end, the old man realizes it was all his fault. With a strike, the boy moves towards his body. He strikes the sword right in the middle of his chest. With the man fallen, he holds the weapon in position. He begins to inject a poison into his blood that comes directly from the sword. Park Hwai-so cannot hold on for long and loses consciousness. The goblins watch the scene of the boss closely. Closing his eyes, Kang Hyunmo realizes what he has done. After capturing the bodyguards, they decide to stay with the men. But the protagonist does not want to kill anyone and asks his subordinates to return. Finally, he informs that he still has a conversation with the man. The forest listens even more as the two characters stand still. Kang Hyumu orders the old man to stop pretending and get up. His hands begin to tremble constantly. Slowly, the old man starts to rise. Still weak and disoriented, he leans against a tree. The protagonist explains that the injected poison has some harmful characteristics for enemies and is beneficial for allies. But the final decision would be entirely Kang Hyumu's. Confused, Park Hwai-so questions why he was saved. The boy comments that his opponent also did not want to see him dead and had no intention of ending his life. Huffing, Park Hwai-so says the boy seems like a veteran of many battles. Accepting the statement, the boy says nothing but knows he is right. Deep down, the old man knows Kang Hyumu is a good person but is worried about his decisions. Not accepting the description, the boy agrees that he is not a monster or trying not to seem like one. Even so, the young man asserts that he does not want people to think he is a monster. Park Hwai-so asserts himself as a relentless gang leader with some principles. He claims that his motto will protect humanity and civilization when destruction arrives. The boy reflects alone on the meaning of that word. He only liked two types of people, a useful friend and a stupid enemy. The rest were faceless people he did not know. Ranting, Park Hwai-so asserts that it is necessary to understand that those with power have certain responsibilities. Contradicting the argument, Kang Hyumu says he had responsibility for all those people. To him, those in power are indifferent to so many unknowns. At that moment, the old man begins to reason what he was plotting. However, he wanted to establish himself in a place to live a luxurious life. Still, a thought occurred to him to ask if he was satisfied with all of that. The protagonist did not want just to reach the stars, but to return one. Shocked, the old man does not believe in that kind of thought and in his broad ambition. He believed that no one would be able to end him, no matter how powerful they were. If Park Hwai-so promises his loyalty, his word is already enough because next time he will have to crawl on his toes. A hammer with sharp points is thrown. The tips of a very red hair are observed. An intense fight happens shockingly. While holding a monster, the braided woman asks her Ani to look to her right. Listening to her colleague's command, the girl pays attention. A giant beast tries to hit her with a heavy weapon attached to a chain. With extreme agility, the girl moves to the opposite side. Reflecting, she realizes that this was the boss. Upon noticing the approach of the orc boss, a soldier asks everyone to remember to inform ranks. Without wasting time, the creature tries to advance again. With courage, the girl goes to meet the beast. Noticing her intention, her colleague asks the red butterfly to stop. He already has his adversary. Looking to her side, all her colleagues were running to help. The girl was determined to finish off that giant creature. As the heir prepares to deliver the first blow with her instrument in hand, deceiving the orc, she jumps and ends up behind him. Unaware, with the movement, she takes a blow to the head. The other girl tries to pull her weapon with a piece of wood. Skillfully, she grabs the chains and manages to hold the weapon. Behind her, a young man prepares to unleash some powers. Concentrated, he aims at the enemy and pays attention to everything. The creature begins to be hypnotized, its eyes taking on a completely different color. The boy does not give up his attack and continues to control the beast. Dazed, the boss starts to feel very dizzy with the situation, and the red-haired girl enters the scene. A reaction can be seen from afar in his body. In the end, the beast is torn into 1,000 pieces. After the fight, a desperate boy asks why the red butterfly ignored the commander's orders. Disobeying orders could lead her to the disciplinary committee. Her friends come closer to see what was going wrong. The red-haired girl says nothing, just stands still. Realizing she was being defended by many people, the boy falls silent. In a gentle voice, the red butterfly apologizes, not to the commander, understanding that she had disobeyed the order, creating an action that could have put her colleagues in danger. Lowering her head, she said she would accept any kind of punishment, but the commander said that all of that was unnecessary since she had apologized. Moreover, he also apologized for being too nervous over a simple mistake, feeling embarrassed. Despite everything, he declares that it was an honor to see her defeat the orc chief with just one attack. Extending his hand to the girl, he waits for a handshake, but she remains still, thinking he was too impatient due to his hasty reaction. Meanwhile, the girl doesn't move a muscle. Noticing he was ignored, the commander decided they would organize everything and leave. Behind the girl, the others also fall silent. A building is shown without revealing much of the place. A person is standing with white shoes and a large watch on their wrist. Looking at the time, they seem to be waiting for someone. Upon hearing a noise, they turn to see who it was. Receiving the young lady, Red Butterfly, they congratulate her for reaching level 21. But she doesn't forget to mention the support of her companions and the Taezong clan. Even proud, the man had something to discuss privately with her. Not understanding his intentions, the girl does not respond. The two talk in a car, and he asks if the character is okay. Sad, she said she made a mistake in a dungeon for not following the commander's orders. Even so, she had completed the mission without any injuries. At that moment, the man realizes that her nervousness might be related to Kang Hyunmoo. His theory was that to avoid stagnating her growth, she put herself in danger to test herself. Even so, he thought that competing was not her only goal. Handing something to the girl, he claims to have received it on the plane while returning from Switzerland. He asks her to take a look, and observing more closely, she's shocked. Apparently, it was about a wave. Sweating cold, the girl can't believe what her eyes are seeing. Looking at the tablet, she doesn't even know what to say. Noticing a person in the midst of everything, she asks if it was Kang Hyunmoo. The man in the white suit confirms it was him and that he was trying to find out as much as possible about the young man but had no success. That was a moment when even the slightest information was still necessary, so the only person who had ever competed with him came to mind. Curious, he tries to get the girl to answer his questions. She always knew he was hiding something. There was something different because she felt she wasn't giving her all. Kang Hyunmoo was hiding his abilities. With tears, the red butterfly asserts that she was clearly superior in terms of martial arts and skills. Recalling the day, she reports that she had some hallucinations, becoming mentally overwhelmed. Reflecting, the character begins to imagine that there might be restrictions. Even so, it was still something too powerful to be just a physical ability. Kang Hyunmoo killed more than one werewolf with a single attack. Looking at the girl, he states that she thought like him. Not knowing how to respond, she just listens. With a frightening look, the man in the white suit asserts that this was the height of abnormality. Upon uttering those words, his eyes bulge. No one knew when that boy had grown so much. Calling the attention of the red butterfly, he states that she was far above the newcomers, and everyone talked about how amazing she was. Pointing to himself, he said he had already been surpassed by the girl when he was a newcomer. Convinced, he claims she seemed to be the only one who knew something about that situation in common. Apologizing, she says she doesn't know much. The Taesung clan was forming a group to completely suppress that wave of monsters, so they needed to take advantage of this opportunity to focus efforts on stabilizing the dungeon. The girl had no experience with unstable dungeons, with Jaeoldeson being practically impossible for her current form. However, the Taesung clan and the man believed in the woman's potential. He leaves her shocked when he asks her to join them on the expedition. Meanwhile, her colleagues wait for their friend's return. Everyone was already aware of a wave of monsters coming from a dungeon. Curious, the boy asks what Lee Jitae had said. His plans included forming a team to stabilize the Jaeoldeson dungeon. The small girl with light hair asks about the guy who stopped the wave. Shouting, Ongrion asks if they were talking about that bastard. Ani closes her eyes and recounts that it was indeed Kang Hyunmoo. Even so, she didn't know how everything had happened. Understanding the situation, her friend asks if Lee Jitae asked her to join the expedition. The red butterfly received an offer to be part of the expedition team and accepted. Her colleagues are left speechless. Finally, the boy with glasses states that it was good, while the two think it would be fun. The woman feels extremely grateful for the support of her friends. The affection of that man comes to her mind. She knew that no matter how high he climbed, she would continue to rise until she reached him. In the end, she would surely be able to surpass him. A black car slowly drives down the road, enjoying the surrounding scenery. Something bright and fascinating comes into view, resembling a beautiful crystal. Lee Jitae looks at the purity of that material. He considers Kang Hyunmoo as a huge unknown monster. Alone in the car, he hears the sound of the phone. Answering the call, he asks what it's about. On the other end of the line, someone responds that everything would be ready for tomorrow, and he thanks them for the great work. He was extremely anxious about the possibility of achieving everything he desired. As night falls, the car continues its journey. The radiant sun brightly illuminates a large building, highlighting its impressive architecture. People begin to settle comfortably in their chairs, preparing for the event. Many photographers and reporters have their equipment ready. The press conference with clan leader Lee Ji-tae would start soon. As he approaches the microphone, the flashes begin to go off. Greeting his fellow citizens, Lee Ji-tae starts his speech, talking about the tragic incident at Jeoldusan Shrine. Meanwhile, someone is training martial arts on top of a building. Lying in bed, Yu-min listens to the words of the clan leader mentioning the hunter. The red butterfly listened to everything and continued her training while he stated that the incident served as a warning. He adds that fate had blessed them with a 5-star talent. He thanks Kang Hyun-moo for his heroic actions that prevented a great sacrifice. He asserts that the path taken by the hunters was a shared road. At that moment, Yu-min realizes his intentions to cooperate with humans, demonstrating that the crisis was not over. He promises that the Taesung clan would completely suppress the unstable dungeon. In the end, he said that no fees would be charged throughout the expedition. In the audience, Park Hwai-soo thinks that with the expedition, the Taesung clan would monopolize the items and corpses of the monsters that emerged. Lee Ji-tae's idea was to take everything for himself. Finally, the man invites someone who was at the forefront. The spectators are shocked to hear his words. Kang Hyun-moo is shown practicing his moves. The flash is intensified more and more, trying to capture the perfect moment. The protagonist knew that Lee Ji-tae would be unable to discover the base and history of his strength. Waiting a little longer, the Eternal Man feels extremely anxious. The protagonist knew he had a limit to what he could do now. Looking at that destroyed landscape, he realizes he lived in that hell, having judged outside his pride and becoming increasingly greedy. In the end, the leader of the Taesung clan states that they were inviting Kang Hyun-moo. The rays of sunlight reflect off the walls of the building. Several guests settle at tables arranged in the main hall. While looking at her phone, a girl thinks that someone was very well dressed but just wanted to eat. Her attention turns back to the phone screen. Watching a baseball game, she realizes her team cannot score. Frustrated, she starts to rant in anger. Meanwhile, a man calls for Miss No Howl. Her expression completely changes upon noticing the man's face. With a glass in his hands, he states that it was a pleasure to meet the girl. His style was different due to the new clothing choices made by his girlfriend. Laughing, he says that his beloved has a better vision than he does. Reflecting alone, he knows that even if he came as a beggar, no one would ignore him. But he knew that etiquette was necessary. Looking at No Howl's look, he declares that he wished he had come in more comfortable clothes. Meanwhile, the girl gives tips, saying that those with family or seeking an unstable life do not enter the dungeon. With anger on her face, she says that the refined taste was Lee Ji-tae's. The man was in a meeting with a foreign group called Chrome. As soon as everything was resolved, the meeting would start since someone with experience in monster waves would be sent. She warns in advance that Hua Mama decided not to participate in the expedition. Moreover, their relationship was not great. The name Lunatic Tiger came from a bar called Crazy Tiger, where hunters gathered every day. Lee Ji-tae took all the soul and transformed it into that. They decided to take on the role of handling external emergencies, and director Park Do-ryong sent the girl in his place. The character thinks that if the Lunatic Tiger clan were revived, it would be the best in the country, both in name and power. From that formula, he could devour both together. At that moment, Lee Ji-tae's meeting had come to an end, leaving everyone relieved. Arriving at the hall, he is accompanied by 3 other men, all with serious expressions. One of them stands out for being dressed in priest clothing, which is unusual. He thinks that the foreigner dressed as a priest would have experience with monster waves. Lee Ji-tae thanks everyone for their presence and announces that he would introduce the team leaders of the expedition. Seo Tae-kyung was the manager of the gangbook branch of the omnipotent Lotus clan and would be responsible for his clan members in the expedition. The leader of the Obsidian team, Kang Hu, would be responsible for the members of the Taesung clan. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the man states that he received the overall command. Furious, the girl realizes they were being excluded. She downs her drink upon realizing that situation. She starts making a scene, laughing very loudly. Wishing everyone good luck, she announces that the Wamama clan had no intention of participating in the expedition. Leaving everyone shocked and surprised, she begins to exit the room slowly. Looking at the girl, he notices how fierce and determined she was at that moment. Meanwhile, everyone waits for the rest of Lee Ji-tae's words. Now, he would introduce a very important person. Father Johann Hessner, who came from Germany, was one of the people who took risks to stabilize the dungeon in Syria. In the expedition, he would serve as a counselor. At that moment, the protagonist remembers Kaworo's words, who stated that humanity was wiped out after John and Maria Keller. Moreover, he had read something about it in the skeleton's diary. Thus, he realized that this priest was the Johann from the stories. That person had allowed humanity to survive until the very last moment. After everything, he committed suicide upon realizing that their lives were over. Even so, the boy reflected on whether it was possible for a priest to take his own life. In other words, perhaps they were thinking of the same person. If the author of the diary is correct, everything was related to the survival rate in the hell that was approaching. Lost in his thoughts, he is called back to reality. Lee Ji-tae looks at his face with full intent. The protagonist returns the glances. He continues his speech, stating that the priest was a level 50 healer with barrier healing and veil of loving kindness skills. Kang Hyun-moo realizes that having 3 skills means his rotation should be triple. A man approaches and calls for the protagonist. All the guests look at the boy upon hearing his name. They affirm that the suit matched the young man who had gone unnoticed by the guests. Thanking him for his presence, the man states that someone would like to meet the warrior. Thus, he asks him to accompany him. At that moment, Kang Hyun-moo thinks it was Lee Ji-tae. An elevator is called, and a group of men is inside it. They exit upon reaching the floor and walk toward a room. There, they are greeted by a man who asks Mr. Hyun-moo to come up. On the upper floor, the young man serves food and a glass of drink but says he doesn't know if it's to the guest's taste. After the first sip, he questions where the young man was trained and where he is from, and Hyun-moo states he trained alone. Not believing it, the boy says that when a government investigation is conducted, he will need to think of another excuse. The guest then says that when that happens, he will buy a passion fruit drink for the government representatives. But he is warned that it is not very advisable to make jokes. Making a new question, the boy asks from which stars Hyun-moo hears whispers. The question makes the young man tense up a bit. Breaking the tension, he asks what the man meant by star whispers, and he returns to question what the boy's level is. Sweating cold, the guest thinks he has already shown enough during the monster wave incident. Upon analyzing the young man in front of him, he realizes he is a level 57 human, and that he possesses the title the strongest man in hell, causing his abilities to increase compared to his level. Furious, Hyun-moo thinks he received the information that the boy was 4 stars. He grabs the host's hand. Trying to calm him down, the blonde boy asks him not to get nervous and states that he didn't call him there to fight. Startled, the guest thinks he feels no ability. The blonde apologizes for what he just did. He says he is embarrassed for making the boy nervous, but that he cannot let his guard down. Curious, Hyun-moo questions how old he appears to be and receives the answer that he looks to be around 30 years old. Laughing, he thinks the host got it right. Returning to the questions, the blonde young man asks if Kang is really a 5-star, but he is answered with the same question. After a few seconds of silence, he says that the guest misunderstood and goes back to questioning if he is really classified as a 5-star. Thoughtful, Hyun-moo reflects that there are definitely others classified as 5 stars. The host says there is a superior air around the man and that maybe he is a 6 or 7 star. But whatever it is, he has already surpassed the maximum level a human can reach. Kang says he is not that strong. However, the blonde says that the young man is indeed strong, but is not talking about strength. That this conversation may seem unexpected, but it doesn't matter. Then he asks if he knows the novel Childhood's End, and says that if he reads it, he will see that a new race called Overlord appears, explaining what this race was. He continues explaining that the story is a metaphor for the process of human evolution and that there is something that transcends it. Without saying anything, Hyun-moo thinks he is not very interested in that topic. But the host keeps talking about the work and how the Overlord maintains his race. Irritated, Kang thinks he will kill the young man if he called him to talk about a science fiction novel. Unaware of the guest's anger, the blonde young man continues talking about the work and the romance. Then, in a sudden movement, he faces Hyun-moo and says he smelled the scent of evil and fear as soon as he saw him, and that he has the same scent because he can also foresee the future to a certain extent. He says a drastic change will come soon and that it is a future no one could have predicted. Without thinking twice, he suggests that the two of them work together. Kang thinks he doesn't know how much malice the boy hides beneath his human face, but his thoughts are interrupted by the boy who says that if he already has evil, he should use it to do good for him. The two look at each other, and Hyun-moo rehearses a response. Then he leaves the meeting and re-enters the elevator. Next to 2 other men, he wonders if he overreacted. He remembers the conversation when he asked if the other shouts the name of a skill when he uses it. The blonde says he stopped doing that since he was 20. Standing up, he says he understood what Kang meant and that the conversation was quite fun. Already saying goodbye, he says he needs to do something in the banquet hall and that he will go ahead. In the elevator, Hyun-moo thinks about what the boy was saying when he mentioned something about leaders and awakened ones. The door opens, he exits the elevator, and is surprised to see that everything around him is destroyed. He remembers the boy's invitation for them to work together. Going to the parking lot, he continues to ponder the conversation and speaks aloud that he will disrupt the boy's persuasion about his success. Moreover, he knows that Lee Ji-tae's level is one of the best in the world. Level 21 sewer rats begin to appear. The boy finds the situation extremely disgusting as he stares at the animal in the sewage. Quickly, the animal charges at the boy, who tries to defend himself with his sword. Without thinking twice, he cuts the creature that was approaching rapidly. He says he has no choice but to cut them in half. A very strong smell fills the environment, and they say that if the boy gets covered in the released spores, he will become a parasite. Even so, he is glad not to let the tome absorb those spores since it is very practical to use. Analyzing the corpses of the animals, he says that for quick attacks, the sword is perfect. Far from there, Goblins are gathered and making some potions. Someone appears and calls for Curson. He is surprised and goes to the chief, asking if he has returned. The boy shows everything he managed to acquire during his time in the sewer, but he gets irritated because the goblins are not moving and are going to get it, and he doesn't have time to do everything alone. Everyone quickly rushes toward the objects. Worried, the boy asks if the workers wouldn't spit in the potions, and Curson says he doesn't think so, and that the chief forced them to do that, so they should be grateful they aren't trying to kill or eat the boy. Then the young man remembers something he has kept. He takes out a green ball from his compartment and shows it in his hands. The goblin panics, asking why that is there since it is quite dangerous, and the boy bursts out laughing. Even so, he asks if eating that will be parasitized, and the monster says yes. Fearful, he questions if the boss is serious and if he has already added the hungry blood trait. The boy asks if there is any reason for him not to do that, and that if he loses his head, he will be helped like last time. Continuing the conversation, the goblin says he trusts and depends on the boss but doesn't want him to overexert himself. Moreover, he doesn't care if he can come back infinitely. It's crazy to want to die on purpose, and that it's necessary to be aware of the preciousness of life. After this meeting, the boy reflects on what Curson meant by that. Suddenly, something catches his attention, putting him on alert. He looks and notices two guys among the abandoned cars and says that the right guys showed up at the right time. Quickly, he leaps among the buildings and tries to attack the two giant rats. Then he throws a small hell dart at the back of one of them. The duo is startled by what is happening and then lets anger take over. But before they could attack, they receive a new blow and fall to the ground. Bleeding, they get up and look towards the boy. He says that look is familiar and then snaps his fingers. With that, the two men spit out a black liquid. The boy celebrates that this was what he expected. He looks up, and the system alerts that there are 87 hours left until the next mission. Knowing that his mission is in just 3 days, he realizes he will be dragged into the dungeon if he doesn't finish it on time. Falling to the ground after jumping from the building, he knows he can no longer avoid it and that somehow he will have to come up with an excuse to leave in the middle of the attack. They inform that the Yahello dungeon is silent and no monsters are coming out of it, and that the attacks suffered in the dungeon, which was the first in Korea to go through a wave of monsters, is the responsibility of the Taesong and omnipotent Lotus clans. Moreover, the team seems to be the most powerful ever formed for an expedition. The average level of the participants is 30 or higher. Hero Kang Hae-mu and priest Johann Hessner are also part of the expedition, along with other powerful talents present, raising expectations to the highest level. Conversations talk about Lee Ji-dae and the fact that he managed to become a 5-star, as well as about the Taesong clan. In the center of the expedition, Lee Ji-dae appears. He orders everyone to advance. Suddenly, someone shouts and warns that there is an emergency. Not understanding, the captain questions what happened. The guard informs that they need to go to Gangwon province in Chuncheon, since a wave of monsters has exploded there. An emergency message is sent to everyone's cell phones. Reading it, the boy with black hair is surprised since the wave was only predicted for next year. But he knows that this wave happened 10 days after the one in Yahello and wonders if the dungeons are connected to each other. He doesn't understand if he shouldn't have already knocked down his first domino piece. Hours later, Ji-dae talks to a guy who says they need to postpone the expedition and stop the wave of monsters. A guard questions what could happen if the condition of the dungeon worsens during that time. They continue discussing and asking about the other dungeons. They warn that people are already heading inland even without signs of danger in Halla. Another guard says that Captain Dae-sung heard about the situation on Jeju Island and warned that he will return. They also mention that they received a call from the Hwa Mama clan and the Hoyeonji team has already arrived in Chuncheon. Then they ask Ji-dae if it is possible to proceed with the expedition as planned. The leader says he will do it that way and he will go to Chuncheon. Everyone is perplexed by that information and doesn't quite understand. He explains that it is necessary to ensure that the situation is good there since werewolves are higher-level monsters, and that he will leave the Obsidian team there proceeding normally with the rest of the expedition. He also warns that the branch manager Seo Tae-kyung should take command, since he is the one who managed the dungeon and participated in dozens of expeditions. Before leaving, he also alerts them to ask for help from Priest Johan in case of difficulties. Finally, he informs that Kang Hyunmu is there too. Talking to the protagonist, he asks if he can ask for a favor. Worried, Kang knows the difficulty and believes there will be casualties and that Ji-tae might make mistakes that will cost him his reputation, so he decides to do it his way. Lee Ji-tae agrees and says it's fine. Looking at the computers, a group questions where Lee Ji-tae is and why they have split into 2 teams. A blonde girl looks at her phone and reads a message saying he will return alive. She asks the guy to come back safely. The expedition group continues on their path, advancing together. Some monsters attack right away and warn that there are ratmen ahead. A bloody battle begins. Kang merely observes and thinks that the Lotus clan wasn't so reliable. He thinks that the red butterfly also seems good, not to mention Johan. Analyzing, he realizes that about 50 opponents were quickly eliminated. Someone appears and calls for Hyunmu. It's a guard who says he noticed the boy is calm over there. The protagonist said he was curious about the other's abilities and was watching. He asks the boy to show his abilities in person since he is also curious. Kang then walks towards his companion. Looking face to face, he questions if the guy is telling the truth. The situation leaves both men in a tense atmosphere. The boy goes to the dead rat men and grabs something from the ground. He informs that there is a group that can be called leaders, and they carry a whistle like that, and that, in case of danger, they call their comrades. The man says he has never heard of that. Kang thinks it's obvious since he is still too stupid to use that. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, and everyone gets scared. Hyunmoo says he was expecting that, and that those he called through the whistle are arriving. The other expedition members start to fear what is happening and shout to prepare for battle. Kang tells them to rest and that he will be back soon. Frightened, they ask what he is talking about. The boy turns his back and leaves the others alone. Suddenly, a loud noise starts to arise and gets louder. Not knowing what to do, the members say to go. With the help of a flashlight, they search for Hyunmoo in the darkness and shout if he is okay. Without answers, they decide to continue while staying alert. They break a glow stick and throw it into the darkness. Suddenly, something flies towards them, scaring everyone. It's the head of a giant rat, and they say it's disgusting. Hyunmoo appears quite mysteriously in the darkness. He asks if that is enough. The man feels embarrassed and says he is very sorry. Laughing, Kang says it's fine and that they should continue. Thoughtful, he reflects that he is much better off without Lee Jide, and that this must inspire fear in him. Everyone walks until a guy suggests they rest a bit. Sitting down, they talk, and a man says he noticed the protagonist's preparation even before the monster appeared. Not caring, the boy explains that there are werewolves and rat men ahead who might attack. Downcast, the man says that if they are not going to attack at that moment, it's fine. Kang asks if he thinks they will finish the dungeon quickly. The guy says the structure has changed more than he was expecting, and that because of that, it will take a bit longer to finish the place. Curious, the young man questions how big the change was, being answered that it was much larger than other dungeons. Explaining, the man hits the wall and explains that the bricks of the place disassemble and reassemble repeatedly. While touching the wall, something scares him, and he says he knows what he was feeling at that moment. The boy asserts it's not a surprise attack and that it's extreme fear. Everyone gets scared upon realizing that the dungeon is changing. They shout that everyone needs to gather in one place. Kang says there are too many, and that the rat men will come in waves. Desperate, his companion gives orders to protect the escape routes. They run desperately towards the exit. Suddenly, a man falls into the abyss's darkness and is saved by a colleague who holds him. They shout that the escape route no longer exists. Looking at the dark corridor, Kang Hyunmoo reflects on what could be done at that moment. Meanwhile, the policeman was extremely desperate about the situation that was to come. Quickly, the army was getting closer and closer. The best thing to do would be to maintain the defense line so they wouldn't be exterminated immediately. With the order, the soldiers began to wield their protective shields. The gang was determined to eliminate any human that crossed their paths. The defense line is ready to withstand the first impact. With all their strength, the soldiers tried to hold their position, but the army of rat men was gigantic compared to the few men on the other side. Without rest, they climbed the shields and used their sharp weapons to attack. Even injured and with serious wounds, the soldiers did not abandon their line of defense. At that moment, Father Johan began to invoke some spells to aid in the battle. The magic flowed through the space, seeking a way to make the soldiers firmer and stronger. Their bodies began to glow with the power of energy. Kang Hyunmoo knew he would have to intervene in that battle sooner or later. The officer declared that they should hold out until the next walls shift, helping Father Johan's team as much as possible. Upon hearing the order, his men took off running. Standing amidst all the confusion, the protagonist felt confused regarding the Obsidian team. The officers quickly reached the front line. Using their weapons, they tried to help in any way possible at that moment. With a gentle smile on his face, the hero realized that they all had good spirits. Even so, the rat men grew increasingly furious and attacked without mercy. Suddenly, an officer noticed a threat falling almost on top of their heads, but the blow became a complete failure when the rat man was struck by an arrow from a distance. In the rear, the archers were prepared to combat the enemies with impeccable aim. Noticing the favorable situation, Kang Hyunmoo was ready to start doing his job. Led by the red butterfly, some other soldiers approached. Their gaze revealed the intention to break the will of those rat men. The battle continued intensely with blows from machetes and sharp weapons. Father Johan cast spells capable of making his men more resilient. However, the captain seemed worried about the fact that they would have to hold out until the next restructuring of the walls. Suddenly, something caught a soldier's attention. With a blow, a part of the front line was destroyed by a terrible werewolf that was approaching. The hole represented the perfect opportunity for the enemies to attack. With the launch of the shield, more people fell into the immense void. At that moment, they realized how chaotic the situation was becoming. In the midst of all the confusion, an officer couldn't even move. Desperate, he realized they would have to fight even against werewolves. That's why he considered it a battle and surrendered his soul. Suddenly, beams of light and butterflies filled the space. The woman with red hair tried to protect the man from the imminent danger, but she knew that to survive, they would need to rely on everyone's help. Trembling with fear, the officer didn't know how he could be useful in that threatening situation. Meanwhile, the werewolf realized it had been hit with a cut on its body. Gnashing its teeth, it revealed the intention to finish off the person who had hurt it. Despite everything, the red butterfly knew she had to improve her skills much more. That's why she wouldn't back down in that fight. With a leap, she tried to get closer to the creature, leaving the guards shocked by her attitude. That woman was terribly determined to fight until the last second against the werewolf. The two flew through the air, passing over the soldiers who continued to defend themselves. The impact between the two was imminent as their faces were pressed together. But the red butterfly, using all her agility, was able to wound the werewolf in the eye. The animal felt intense pain and brought its hands to its face. At that instant, she saw the perfect opportunity to send the wolf flying. However, as it was kicked away, it managed to grab Father Johan's head. With no chance of defense, the priest began to be dragged into the darkness. Desperate, the woman started shouting the priest's name. A person passed beneath her at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, more people were being knocked down into the deep hole. With a jump, Kang Hyunmoo tried to get closer to the priest who was falling into the abyss. Using his claws, he stretched his arm as far as he could. The man's expression revealed how fear was etched in his eyes. But the boy wouldn't let that priest disappear as he would be in trouble. With evident skill, he used his weapon to anticipate the werewolf's arm. Now he would lift the priest up with his magnificent abilities. At least one more person should be saved, and that person was Father Johan. Inside the corridor, the fighters observed everything that was happening. Upon noticing the priest's return, the red butterfly managed to use her arm to hold her friend. Once the nervousness passed, she had to ensure that the priest was okay. However, she was shocked by what her eyes witnessed. Suddenly, the passage was sealed, leaving Kang Hyunmoo outside. In despair, she didn't know how to act anymore and tried to break the wall, but it would be futile. At that moment, they were safe after defeating an abundance of rat men. Even with a difficult battle, they did not give up and emerged victorious. There were no more rat men alive. Everything was clear. Even though it was only the second battle, it was already hard to say if half of the people had survived. If the number of victims kept increasing, the situation would become worse and worse. Calling the attention of his soldiers, the captain declares that he had no idea the transformation of the dungeon would be so great. Having lost many members on the expedition, the best course of action would be to return, but the red butterfly had another idea. She was sure that there were many hunters alive somewhere in the dungeon. Seo Taekyung knew that the information could be true, but he believed he wouldn't survive the new attack from the rat men. The woman's goal was to find Kang Hyunmoo to clear the dungeon and stabilize it. Everyone knew that the wave of monsters was dangerous, so the manager's responsibility would be reduced if the expedition ended. In the case of failure, the captain would have to take full responsibility in the absence of Lee Ji-tae and Kang Hyunmoo. Even so, he believed that the young man was alive and perhaps they should try to find him. The red butterfly seemed destined to convince the branch manager of her idea. Shortly after, he stated that he would not abandon anyone. Now he would gather the members of the expedition to scour the entire dungeon. With determination in her gaze, the woman wanted to conduct a check here and now. Her suspicions indicated that Kang Hyunmoo resembled someone else very much. Meanwhile, the red sky flooded the landscape. The protagonist stares at that destroyed place so familiar to him. With a smile on his face, he realizes that this was the ideal time. His only doubt was why the mission had not yet started.